See the lights on over now. See myself in the pouring rain. I watch hope come over now. Here we are in the time zone. I watch the lightning fall come. I watch the light move across the screen. I watch the light come over me. Going to the side. I pick up my friends and we start to ride all night every day. Sunday going on the Sunday's day. Here we are now going to the side. Working day and we go for a ride. Sunday going on the
What? The audio sounds funky? Like funky or funky like it sounds wonky? I've been having issues with the headphone audio. I got my headphones plugged in, the desktop audio hasn't sounded good. Does my audio sound good? Does my audio sound good? Answer now, you fuckwads. Probably the song you played. Now it sounds fine. Thank you, Dragon. You little imp. By the way, I saw here, hi guys, haven't done a Please Rewind Live in a while. It's been a nice time, hasn't it? A nice long time. What was the last time? That one with Madcap. I've decided I'm going to start doing some, live streams again for you guys, because I miss doing it. And since I got this new computer that's, like, nice now, I don't have a piece of shit computer, the live streams can actually run really good, and I can actually, like, play video games while I do live streams and shit like that. I don't know what's been up with the audio. I can't believe the Joker said it either, man. I bust out laughing. Anyway, Slav, listen, bro. Pull the dick out, alright? Pull the dick out. Let her start giving you a handy while you listen. I've just solved all of your problems, alright? Pull the dick out, grab her hand, put your hand on your dick, put your headphones on, and say, I gotta listen to this right now. This is pretty important stuff, and we can finish later. Alright? That's what you need to do. Because I come first. Well, maybe you'll come first. But, whatever.
Oh boy, the title is going to upset some of the outrage YouTubers who sucked up to the Snyder Cut crowd for cheap views.
Well, I'm not going to do that because Zack Snyder is still shit and this movie is still going to be shit. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Remember when I did that last video that was controversial? But Razor, it was like an hour-long video, which I'll admit was laborious. It was me basically saying nothing for an hour and just ranting because I was bored that day. But I remember so much of it. So many comments that were negative was like, you didn't really say anything that made that much sense. It sounds like you're just a hater and you were talking trash about Zack Snyder without making any valid points. As they weren't making valid points about why the trailer was good, even though I opened that invitation up in the actual live stream itself. So, I remember the thing I said in that was like, this CGI looks like trash, and it's going to look like trash, and you always get that comment, no, you don't understand, please rewind. It's like, why is this Gary from Pokemon?
Ash, I'm gonna take all the Pokemon. We live in a society, Ash. She's really small, but really pretty.
That's the only Brock thing I could do from the first Pokemon movie.
She's really small, but really pretty.
But, yeah, they're all like,
the CGI's gonna improve. That's what they always say. The CGI's gonna look better. You just gotta wait.
Because Zack Snyder films have always had miraculous CGI. But they're like,
the CGI's gonna look better. This is just a trailer. You're being presumptuous.
Well, we have a new trailer The movie comes out in a fucking month. Yeah, it comes out in about a month, and the CGI still looks like crap because there's too much of it. You can't make the CGI look good. What is this going to be, Avatar? This would have to. I mean, they already spent $300 million on this movie. What are they going to do? They're going to go in and spend another $200 million to create the greatest special effects of all time? Fuck off. Okay? Every frame is just filled with so much stuff going on. It starts with Superman looking like he's about to take a shit. Of course Snyder had him say we live in a society. I feel like that wasn't in any version of the movie. Zack Snyder filmed that just because. He filmed that shit like probably a month ago. They were at his house. They were outside in the backyard of his house. They had a giant green screen set up. They had Jared Leto there, and he just showed up dressed like that. They didn't tell him to come over as the Joker. He just showed up looking that way. And Zack Snyder's like, yo, we're going to say we live in a society. Fuck yeah. The internet is going to love us. We're going to crush it. And I mean, it's insane. Of course he said it. None of us should be surprised. What is it with the Hollywood having scenes of people screaming in CGI green screen? I don't know. It must be tough for an actor to be on wires in front of a green screen and they have to react to like things happening to them when nothing's happening. Why can you actually just have Superman like, I don't know, film something on location and have him in pain? But it has to be the most apocalyptic, over the top footage you've ever seen. I mean, I loved it, but not in the way they wanted. The Joker saying that was the funniest one. No, it's great. I love it so much. Oh, man. I hope you guys like the new Please Rewind Live layout. Courtesy of a few people. Terrible Lizard supplied the pat drawing. Cordery FX, my good friend, supplied the logo. And then I just added the laptop and the on-air thing because I'm a lazy, talentless hack. Leave it to Snyder to appropriate a meme and technically someone else's success to perpetuate his ego. Correctamundo! Look at the big brain on Dragon. Last year, Zack admitted the Joker was not in his original script for Justice League. Of course he wasn't. Of course he... None of this. This is Zack Snyder 101, man. This is why he's lovable. I mean, this is really why he's lovable. He's like your, like... This is equivalent to, like, your parents when they share memes on Facebook that are, like, 10 years old. It's like your uncle sends you a meme and a message, or he texts you some meme from, like, 10 years ago that's, like, some shitty meme from 9gag. And he's like, isn't this so funny? That's what Zack Snyder's doing. He's like, look how hip and cool we are. Everybody loves that we live in a society meme. So I'm going to have the Joker say it in my goddamn movie. And we're going to put it in the trailer. Because we're hip. We get it. We get why everyone liked Joker. We get why everyone... You know Zack has to feel insecure on some level. Because this whole time he was trying to make this dark, gritty superhero DC films. Like, he tried to do Dark Superman... retarded Batman. He did all this stuff, and then Todd Phillips, the director of Starsky and Hutch, does a Joker movie, and it makes $1 billion and wins Academy Awards. I mean, that movie had the success that Zack Snyder wanted the entire time he was working at the DC EU. The whole time he was working with Warner Brothers. And the Joker does it, and he's like, damn it. See, everyone should have listened to me. Like, this is what I wanted the whole time. This is what my vision was, the dark, gritty superhero universe. Look how successful this is. I wonder if he, like, feels like he's part of it, like he deserves some credit for that success. It's like the "what are those" joke from Black Panther. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Well, never expect a major movie franchise to, you know, get the internet. That's one thing they've never understood in movies in Hollywood. They don't get the internet or the humor of the internet. It's just something that always goes over their heads. This seems like a joke now, but what did you think of Joker 2019? It's funny, somebody put on Twitter recently Quentin Tarantino talking about it, and they were like, I found your reaction. You know, God, it's so weird to talk about that Joker movie, isn't it? Because it's like if you say anything bad about it, you're immediately shit on. And you're put into like this SJW. Because the people who disliked it very vocally were like Jenny Nicholson types. It was all like left wing critics. So they were the ones that all like hated it. And it just doesn't look good to be associated with any of those people who criticized it, because they all criticized it for political reasons. They all had a bias and didn't really review it as a film. They didn't like the themes of the film, and they misunderstood the themes of the film. So then you got to be in the Mahler crowd who loves the movie and everyone who gives it a 10 to be like a red-pilled badass, you know? So it's tough to say that you dislike that movie. Because, you know, I didn't hate the movie. Like, I really didn't. I like the movie okay. I think it's an okay movie, but I don't get the like universal praise. And I'm not even leaning on the whole King of Comedy Taxi Driver thing. That it was derivative of those films, because I don't really care about that. That doesn't bother me. I wanted it to be like King of Comedy and Taxi Driver. That sounds badass. The King of Comedy with the Joker. That's a great idea. I'm a fan of Todd Phillips. I don't like the Hangover movies, but I really like Road Trip and Old School and Starsky and Hutch, and I think he's very talented. He's one of the great Hollywood success stories. I mean, this is a guy that was making low budget teen sex comedies, and now is an Academy Award nominated director that directed one of the most successful comedies of all time in The Hangover, and then directed one of the most successful superhero films of all time, or comic book films of all time. So you have to give it up to Todd Phillips. Um, but I didn't, you know, you'd have to go into a whole review. I'll say this about the Joker, okay? Let me get it out of the way. I'll talk about it. For the most part, it's an okay, entertaining, watchable movie. Joaquin Phoenix is really good because Joaquin Phoenix is always really good. I've loved Joaquin Phoenix forever. Since like the 90s, I was a huge Joaquin Phoenix fan. The third act is the highlight of the movie, for sure. You know, the final 35 minutes. You know, I pretty much agree with Jay from Red Letter Media, but the final 30 minutes at the talk show, that's all really entertaining. It's stuff you could see in a comic book. It reminded me of stuff from comic books. I actually thought it was very Frank Miller, Dark Knight Returns kind of in its tone at that point. Um, so I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that. I like the performance, the music, the dance. Although all the dancing that annoyed me throughout that movie. He dances like 8 times. Like the first time he dances, it's like okay, and then there's the scene in the bathroom, and then he dances later, and then he dances on the cop car. It's like enough with the fucking dancing. Like, what is it supposed to be emotional and moving that he dances and dances with his mother? I mean, all that shit. Um, I don't know. I just thought it was a mediocre movie, man. I mean, if I'm being honest, without going into a full in-depth analysis, I didn't. It didn't surprise me. It's an entertaining movie. I like it better on paper than execution. Like, I think it looks really good, the cinematography, the music, the acting. I like the way I like the idea of doing like Scorsese Joker. But Todd Phillips just isn't a great storyteller, and he never really has been. And I think that he just didn't tell that story as well as it could have been told. So, you know, he has the third act, and that was great. Like Tarantino talked about, you could feel the tension change in the audience in the theater, but everything else in that movie, I don't get the universal praise for it. I just don't. I maybe I missed something, you know, and I need to watch it a couple more times, but I've seen all of it before. Nothing was surprising, you know, it wasn't, I mean, I don't, you know, it's like the first time I saw Taxi Driver, I was really into it, and I've seen it like 6 or 7 times, and it isn't as impactful as it was that first couple times, so I don't know. I just wasn't fully like invested in the character's journey and what was going on with him. And I felt like it was a little goofy with some of the stuff it was doing. And I did think thematically it was sort of all over. I think that's why it became so divisive was because thematically it's not coherent. So the people who see what they want in the movie love it, and the people who see what they don't like in the movie hate it. But really, the movie's message is sort of like whatever you want it to be. You know, what it's actually saying about the sort of. You could look at it as a movie about white males feeling like they're disenfranchised in society, which there's a bit of that in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, actually. Or you can look at it as, exploration of mental illness and the people we ignore. And that movie was all hype, man. That was total hype culture. Uh, and that movie's a product of hype. I feel like people attach their politics or some kind of cultural war aspect to that movie in the same way people do with The Last Jedi or other movies. I feel like people do that with Joker. It ultimately, if Todd Phillips' whole plan with that to make that movie successful was to provoke and to create a stir, he succeeded astoundingly. That everybody just made that movie some kind of statement, and at the end of the day, we kind of just it was all just hype, and then you just watch it, and it's just a movie. I think maybe it was just too hyped up for me. It was, what movie could live up to the expectations of how talked about the movie? The discussion of the movie was more interesting than the movie in a lot of ways. Of course I liked it. I would love Anthony Starr to play Two-Face. That would be great. What if James Van Der Beek to play Booster Gold? You're just speaking my language. You know exactly what I like. Although I would also think Joe McHale would be a pretty good Booster Gold. But you know what? You know that we love the Van Der Beek in this household. Yeah, it was the first hour of the Joker that I really just don't dig. If it had a better first hour, I feel like it just takes a while for the story to kick into gear, the pacing and all that. If the first hour was a little bit better, I think I would just really enjoy the movie. But it is a movie that's like a slow burn. And honestly, like in my head, recent movie, the movie Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal, I think it does everything better that movie did as a slow burn thriller where this guy slowly, like, his kind of world starts to come together and he gains power, and you slowly kind of see him lose. I think that's actually a better Joker movie, even though it's called Nightcrawler. But I think Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal is a better Joker movie than Joker. Like, and I thought Dan Gilroy's screenplay was a lot more interesting and clever and dark and fun and original than what Todd Phillips and his team did. Like, if Jake Gyllenhaal at the end of that movie put the makeup on was just the Joker, because that to me, I thought I wanted Taxi Driver Joker, but what they did with Nightcrawler was Patrick Bateman Joker, or In the Company of Men Joker, and something about that's actually way more interesting when you see it executed. Yeah, they did play their hand with the whole unreliable narrator way too early. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a lot of gimmicky movie tricks that I think people, I don't know, I think normies just eat that shit up. Like, oh my god, this is so clever. Because to be fair, most movies today are very generic and don't do anything interesting like that, not only with narrative, but in the way they present their movies and tell their stories. So Todd Phillips doing some things that used to be more common, like let's say in the 90s, I think really caught people off guard because it was this big movie and it was actually doing some things that movies don't really do anymore, big movies. So I think people got like blown away by that. And I understand that because most movies are fairly generic to horrible nowadays. They're, a mediocre movie like that just seems like a masterpiece in comparison to most of the stuff that comes out. Yeah, they talk about it. I know they talk about it like it's some art house masterpiece, and I really just don't. I'm like, oh, this is the Virgin Spring. This is Fanny and Alexander. This is that movie to you guys. I mean, this is Das Boot. This is Wings of Desire. That's the Joker movie by Todd Phillips. Like, I don't. Well, especially since Parasite came out that same year, right? And like, that was the movie I was like, whoa, okay, this is great. Not. But Joker was definitely the most popular film that year. Without even with Endgame and all that, it still felt like Joker got all of the attention that year. Um, but it's not a bad movie, man. It's really not. It's a like Joker's not a bad movie, and the people who just talk about it like it's a piece of shit are being reactionary. But the people who also talk about it being like a 10 out of 10 masterpiece and one of the greatest films they've ever seen, I've heard them talk about why in detail and all the stuff that they say is amazing about it. And it's just all kind of obvious. It's like, well, yeah, that's very obvious stuff to say about a movie like that. And it's very obvious what he was doing with the film. Um, I mean, I'll give Todd Phillips this, the way he pulled off that last 30 minutes and the music and the tone and everything. It was surprising he pulled that off, you know. I mean that last like 30 minutes, I mean, for what he had done before as a director, it was surprising he actually pulled a lot of that stuff off. That he did get like the tension and the atmosphere and all that. I mean, it was really impressive. It's really impressive the guy who made, who made Old School did something like that. So, and I actually think a comedy director doing a Joker movie makes a lot of sense. I was really excited for that movie. I really liked the trailers. I'm a big Joaquin fan. I mean, I was really pumped for it. I didn't go in with any kind of negative uh, feeling towards it. I was like, this is going to be awesome. And, overall, I would say it's good. If you're gonna ask me, I'd have to go so much more into scenes and stuff like that. But I don't want this to become a Joker. Yeah, simplistic. But that sounds like an insult. Like when I say that, that sounds like I'm being like an asshole or insulting people who think it's this beautiful movie. I don't want to be that way because I don't feel like simplicity is a bad thing. I think simplicity is something that a lot of films could benefit from. I think some movies are overly complicated today for the sake of it. I like the simplicity of storytelling and themes. I like when movies are very direct with you. It's just it's a simple movie pretending that it's a complex movie that's about a character who is complex but is in a simple, like, the performance and the character is complex, but the movie and the world that he inhabits in it is pretty simple. And it's unfortunate that they're kind of at odds with each other. Yeah, exactly. That used to just be a movie, Joker. That used to just be every movie. Had a 3-act structure, the themes were stated very clearly, good performances, actually has a point at the end. That used to be most movies. So now when you see a movie like that that's just like decent, people overpraise it. I've noticed this with a lot of movies over the last few years. Movies that come out that are better than the average movie that comes out, and they get praised as like a modern masterpiece. Where, let's say if this was like 1999 or 1976 or something, it wouldn't be looked at that way because there was just so much more interesting films coming out. Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Parasite made $200 million worldwide and won the Oscars, but I remember telling people about it. I remember going to work the day after I saw it, and I was like, man, I just saw the best movie I've seen in like 5 years. And I told everyone about it, and they were like, "Oh my god, that sounds amazing!" And I was like, "Yeah, it's called Parasite." And they're like, "Well, who made it?" And I'm like, "Oh, Bong Joon-ho." And they go, "What?" And I go, "Yeah, it's a Korean film." And they were like, "Oh, has it got subtitles?" Like I was telling this to a group of like 8 people, and I go, "Yeah," and they go, "Oh." That, I mean, I can't believe people still do that shit. Because the one place where subtitles are really not an issue is when you go see it in the theater. Like, I can get it. I've watched movies at home with subtitles on my computer or on a screen, and sometimes it's rough. You know, like if you watch a movie that's in black and white and the subtitles aren't yellow, they're white subtitles, which Criterion does that a lot and it pisses me off. It's hard to see the subtitles sometimes. Um, you know, it's I 8.5 by Fellini. I remember I have that on Criterion, and the subtitles are like white, and the movie's black and white, and you can't see half the subtitles. And it's like, why aren't all subtitles yellow for black and white movies? It doesn't make any sense. Or why isn't there a you know, a bigger outline around the font? You know, so uh I don't think people are used to subtitles. I think anime fans are used to subtitles. If people were used to subtitles, then foreign films would do better at the box office. I still think the average person doesn't want to watch a movie with subtitles. I you know I think anime fans like to watch anime and subtitles. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're watching French movies. They just like to watch anime. So they prefer anime with subtitles because dubs are bad. That doesn't mean everyone who watches anime is a fan of foreign films. That's sort of a niche thing. In my experience, the people who are obsessed with anime subs, they typically just kind of like anime that way. They're not watching, they're not going to see all the foreign films that come out. That's still hipsters, you know. I don't disagree that Asian films appeal to the anime crowd, but once again, if anime was that mainstream, then like the movies wouldn't just do like 10 million. Like the Dragon Ball Z Broly movie, what did it make? 30 million? Or Your Name, it's there still hasn't been an anime that's really broke out except for the Pokemon movie that's made over $100 million. Like even though anime's huge, it's every time I think it's like the biggest thing in the world, I always remind myself that like, yeah, but then why do none of these anime properties in theaters and stuff ever break out? You know? Yeah, they don't like movies. They like anime. I never really get the subtitle thing with Americans, how they talk about subtitles like Americans are stupid because they don't like subtitles. As far as I know, in a lot of countries all over the world, they don't do subtitles. They do dubs. I could be wrong about this, but as far as I know about movies in a lot of countries over the world, when they release the movies in theaters, they do dubs. It's not like everyone in the world is watching movies with subtitles. Like they act like it's an American thing, like Americans are stupid and people in other countries are sophisticated and read subtitles. But I don't know if that's true. I don't know if everyone in the world watches American movies it with subtitles. I'm pretty sure there's dubs on television and in theaters for American films. I don't know if that's true everywhere. Let me make that clear. But I know in some, maybe it's changed in the last few years, but I know years ago it used to be that way. No, I'm talking about Pokemon, the Pokemon movie from back in the 90s. That made like $85 million. Not the Pokemon Pikachu, Detective Pikachu. I'm talking about the old anime movie. That I think that's the most successful anime that's ever been released in America. Unless I'm forgetting one. Because it made like $85 million. Yeah, in Germany, don't they dub everything? Because it's not just America. I agree, dubs are fucking horrible. I'm not arguing with you guys. I don't like dubs. Like when I was a kid, the Godzilla movies were dubbed, And I thought they were really, goofy. And then I watched them later as a teenager with subtitles, and they're still goofy, but some of them are really good movies. And you're like, oh, these are actually like not as bad as they seem when you watch them with the dubs. And I never watched foreign films with dubs. I never watched like French or Italian or Korean or any Japanese films with dubs. I've never watched any of them with dubs before, so I don't even know what that's like. It just doesn't make sense. In anime, it makes more sense to me than it does with a live action movie. In a live action movie, you can't dub someone's voiceover who's speaking a foreign language. That's fucking stupid. In anime, I've seen dubs where they pull it off, where you have American actors or English actors, what have you, delivering dialogue, and they time it right, like Death Note. Death Note, I've seen the behind the scenes on how they do the voice acting for that show, and it's clear they put a lot of work into having the actors talk really fast to make it work. So I think it's possible. The problem I think with most anime dubs is the people who are directing the voice actors and casting it just don't do a very good job. I think a lot of the times they don't put the effort into it. And that's why dubs have this bad reputation, because there was so many years where there was really bad dubs, especially in the 90s. But I've seen good anime dubs. And it makes more sense for animation to be dubbed. Because sometimes I've watched movies in different languages from anime. Like I've watched Porco Rosso in French, and I've watched some animes in German. Because I like the voice acting. Like the Porco Rosso French dub I prefer to the Japanese dub. Basically, here the philosophy here is if you're an adult, you can read. For kids, we'll have a dubbed version and subbed in case you want to make them read. Dubs in anime could always be good since Japanese dub never matched the lips anyway. I mean, I get wanting to watch an anime with subtitles. I'm not knocking that. I've watched most animes with subs, but I'm just saying I've seen good dubs. I've also seen horrible dubs. 100%, especially the 90s stuff. That stuff's awful. But, like, yeah, Cowboy Bebop, like, yeah, I mean, is someone going to tell me the dub to Cowboy Bebop's bad? I know those are, like, the exceptions, but, there's something kind of fun about dubs being over the top in the voice acting. I mean, it's fun, it's funny, it's entertaining. If you're an anime fan, part of the comedy of being an anime fan is bad dubs. So why can't we enjoy that? Terrible. I want to have you on a live stream at some point, man. I know you're a shy little bitch, but I'm gonna get you out of your shell, man. It's gonna be me and you and Madcap and Blood Money and Cordry, and we'll create our own EFAP. We'll call it my FAP, because you guys all have to FAP me. Great dubs. Cowboy Bebop, Space Dandy, FLC. Oh, Fully Cooley's got, like, the best fucking dub. God, that Fully Cooley dub is good. And Yu Yu Hakusho. Fully Cooley's dub is legendary, man. I'm shocked at how good that dub is. Like Huriko and that. No anime for kids, only the dubs children's movie. You got to be Pixar to have a dub version of Puerto Rico. Everything else is... I mean, once again, I agree with people. I don't know why people have a stick up their ass about subtitles. But what I was saying, to go back to my point, was the best time to see a movie with subtitles is in the theater. Because it's big. Like, if you were going to watch Parasite, the best way to see it is in the theater because the subtitles are huge. I remember I saw Pan's Labyrinth when it came out in the theater, like in 2006. And I watched it at home a few times, and it's never been the same because I had such a better time reading it and still seeing the movie in the theater than I did on my television. I have a bigger TV now, but back when I was like 16, I still only had like a, 20-inch television. So, so when people are like, I don't want to go see that foreign film in the theater, that's really the best time to go see a foreign film is in the theater. Because that's the easiest time to read the subtitles. At least in my experience. I missed you guys. Wish Bathory was here. Is the continuity of Please Rewind? I feel like Please Rewind, this has turned into like a... How many seasons of this anime are we in now? Like what? When did I really launch this? I guess we have to be fair. It has to start with like the patriarchy days. So 2016. So we're going to be coming up on our 5th year here. I started in late 2016, so we're still 4 years in. So this is like a 4-year-long anime. And those of you who have stuck around that long, like you're part of the continuity of it. You know? So that's funny. But I plan on doing more live streams. You know, me and Madcap have talked about doing more live streams together. Madcap actually lives in Columbus now. Spoilers. I've met Madcap. So for only 3 easy payments of $995, you can meet Please Rewind in person. He will take you to Taco Bell. Here in Mexico, every foreign film gets subtitles. Pat, I love you. Here is some money. It is Mexican money, so it's only worth a penny. Please. My mama and papa saved up all of their earnings so I could give you this money. Thank you. Pat, do you like Yo No Sé Mañana? That is my favorite song. I listen to it every night on the radio. Thoughts on David Ayer stroking Zack Snyder's ego online, possibly to get the haircut of Suicide Squad? I didn't even know about this. That poor Mexican that's poor. Mama and Papa don't feed me. I don't know tomorrow. I don't know today. That's a great song. Yo no sé mañana. Yo no sé mañana. If anyone knows anyone who's like Hispanic, that's like the fucking most famous song ever. That's the Hotel California for fucking Hispanic people. They love I've been in the Pat fandom all. Yeah, it's like I'm that shitty cult film that everyone thinks everyone's into. But I still I never made any. I'm like the samurai cop of YouTube, where it's like people who see it really dig it, but my best bet's to end up on like Amazon Prime. Usually they say ama and appa. Ama and appa. I love them. Mama and papa, today I slaughtered a goat. I killed it and I took it to mama and papa and we made a goat fajita. It was delicious. Papa, I'm scared that Roger Ebert is going to come and eat me. No, son. If you do not leave milk and cookies out for Roger Ebert, he will come eat you. He is a very, very fat man. He will give you a thumbs down and eat you very, very quickly. You'll get discovered someday, Pat. You'll be like that thing that Blade Runner over time. Yeah, in like 25 years, I'll be successful. That would be nice. That's the only reason I still do this is the community that I've built on here. That's the God honest truth. I would have quit doing YouTube a long time ago. Because I'm financially secure in my life. I have a good job. I'm happy in my life. The only reason I still do it, this is true, is that the community here, the people who watch the content and the comments, you guys, and the people who've been around for years, you guys are so funny and really cool. And it reminds me of when I used to be on like message boards and chat rooms, and you had these like group of friends, and it was like you guys are like my friends. I don't feel like I'm above you, like I'm some big YouTuber and you guys are like subscribers. I feel like I just have this huge group of friends that have stayed my friends these last few years, and it's great. And that's the reason I still do this, is because you guys are still here. Until you guys stop showing up, like the day that I get on here and there's none of you left, I won't be here anymore. I'll just stop doing YouTube and I'll move on to something else. But, this is the only attachment I still have to, like, the old internet. Because, when I started Please Rewind, or the whole thing, doing this YouTube thing again, because I've been doing YouTube for 15 years, man. I've been doing YouTube since it started. I've had, like, 100 YouTube accounts. But the only reason I've stuck with this one so long is the community, because I don't get a sense of the old internet anymore. I feel like an outsider on Facebook, Twitter, and everything. This is the only connection I have to, the internet from 2005. You know, this reminds me of IMDb message boards and, you know, just what I used to love about the internet. Uh, and this is the only time I ever feel that way still. The rest of the time I feel completely like separated from the internet. But this stuff, doing content on here with you guys, reminds me of the internet that I fell in love with that doesn't exist anymore. You know. Just watch cinema. Mama, Papa, let's watch Cinema Paradiso. I love it. Papa, Roger Ebert is outside. He has eaten all of the village. Son, you must go out and hunt and kill Roger Ebert. I would give you a knife. Roger Ebert, Papa, he has eaten... Roger Ebert's like no face. He's just a giant blob. And he's just eating everyone. He's like, where's the little Mexican boy? Yeah, man, message boards don't exist. Message boards don't exist. Real chat rooms don't exist. I mean, you know, there's Reddit and shit, but that shit doesn't exist. And even, like, the only place I ever feel like the internet's the internet is YouTube comment section. Every other website on the internet, like, the only place that I feel like I still get the internet and the humor and everything and what I love about it is the comment section on YouTube. Like, I love the comments on. I think that's why YouTube stayed so relevant. And it would be, if they ever get rid of the comments, YouTube is dead, because it is the comment section where YouTube thrives above every other website. Because people always say, "Oh, it's because their videos play so good here," or you know, everyone's used to it. And I agree with that to an extent, but I really think it's just because the comment section remains so strong and so vital, because it's still an interactive experience. YouTube isn't just defined by you, as in me, the individual making the video. It's you, the person watching the video, being able to interact with me so directly. That's why YouTube is special. You know, and it's, even though it's changed over the years, that spirit is still true for YouTube. I still feel that it's the audience is part of the content as much as you are the content creator. And that's what makes YouTube great. And if that ever changes, then I'm probably done with like hanging out on the internet all the time. You know, I'll just whack off on my DVDs. Papa, I heard that Roger Ebert ate the Siskel. He ate him, and that's how he died. He's gone. You know, the cat bus from Totoro, it's Roger Ebert, but it's the fat bus. He's a giant fat bus, and it's like, it's not a side that opens up, his big asshole opens up, and the kid's crawling his asshole, and he runs around as, you know, he likes being John Malkovich, but now he's eating John Malkovich. Watch out, it's... Oh, don't be so thirsty, Madcap. You're sucking on this teat a little bit. You're biting on the nipple right now. Mama, he's sucking. Yeah, and Roger Ebert's dead too. That fat piece of shit. You remember the beginning to Siskel and Ebert where they would go get like the popcorn and candy? Like, do you remember they at the beginning they would go and get tickets and everything like that? You know, like they would give the thumbs up. I always picture like Ebert walking in with a bunch of candy and popcorn. He's like dropping it because he's carrying it too much. And Siskel tries to grab popcorn, and Ebert like bites his finger off. Siskel's just got like 3 bags of popcorn and every candy, and like 4 sodas. And he's like, "I'm Ebert. I'm fat." He's like Tetsuo. He just keeps like growing into a giant blob. Papa, Ebert. Ebert is reviewing the new Zack Snyder trailer for the Justice League. He says there wasn't enough shots of food. He says he needs to see Zack Snyder's cut of meat. I do remember you, bro. I remember all of you.
You're part of me now.
It's like Freddy Krueger. You're all inside of my like flesh, you know, in like Nightmare on Elm Street.
Your souls all belong to me.
This is just really hacky radio. I'm just doing voices. This is like 1996 radio right now. This is terrible. Yeah, no, Eper just keeps eating and turning into a fat blob, and Siskel's just like, he's been eating off Siskel for years. Siskel's just a skeleton. It's like Goosebumps. Wow, it's good to see you stream again, please rewind. I sure did miss it. Yeah, I've been working on an anime, actually, guys. That's the big reveal. I gotta tell you guys about this. We're gonna be I'm working on an anime right now. It's called Galuga Red, and it's about a group of mech fighters who are part of an intergalactic space force that fights for truth and love. And the blob busted the retriever. But I'm gonna do the voices for it. That's why I'm practicing my voice acting for this anime I'm working on. Here, I'll give you a little sample.
I am Hyundai Sonata. My father died in the war. I fight for the Atari 5200. Hyundai Sonata. It is me, Subaru. I fight for the nation of Sony. Oh no! You killed my father. I did kill your father, Hyundai Sonata. And I will kill you too. Tikariko, please get your mech suit. We have to fight.
You know, I'm working on it right now.
Gawawiwe.
That'd be the opening theme song. It's gonna be like Sapakapu Tapayata, some nonsense like that, like every anime opening. Yeah. Yeah, Ben Shapiro's like the guy in the comp links. He's there like, all right, you guys, all right, be careful. Okay? You're going into a lot of fire right now. You know?
Hyundai Sonata.
I just want a character named Hyundai Sonata.
Hyundai Sonata.
All right, guys, you have to form Voltron right now. All right, you have to put your pieces together. He's just eating Blue Apron. He's just eating a box of Blue Apron. All right, we have to get everyone together. All right, we have to form this into one giant mech being so we can take on Sony. Rewatch the DCEU films. Watched Aquaman, Birds of Prey. I was like, what's Bop? And Shazam for the first time. I can't put Joker in there because it's an alternate story, and somehow Shazam is the best one. Not saying much. Shazam is also meh. They're going to be pissed. I don't think they can sue. Yeah, I don't think they can sue.
You cannot sue me.
And the main characters die in every episode, obviously. Ebert, no, stop eating. You're eating the children. Would you love to listen to the Jackie Brown debate on... Did they have a Jackie Brown debate on Sardonicast? I haven't listened to Sardonicast in, like, forever. I don't think I've ever listened to it. What do you think of the trailer for Justice League Revenge of the Demon Goat Monster? I really like the Demon Goat Monster in Drag Me to Hell. And I like this cameo in The Witch. I'm glad that he's still working. I'm glad that Zack Snyder got him out of retirement for Justice League. You know, God, my throat's getting hurt. I should have brought some, like, tea to drink if I was going to do all this shit with the voice. His name is not Sumi. I got a character named Henry. You gotta sue. Papa, I listened to Sardonicast. It was very boring. It was three pretentious white guys talking about movies, and they tried to act like they actually had something important to say, but they just talk about nothing for 2 hours. I guess Ralph counts as white, right? I know he's like Italian, but... Oh, Italians aren't white, are they? Yeah, Adam didn't like it that much and gave it a 5 out of 10 and thought Sam Jackson was bad in it. Really?
Yeah, I'm Adam from Your Movie Sucks. I think Jackie Brown's really bad. I don't like Sam Jackson in it. A good movie. 6 out of 10. Not that great, but okay. So I'll see you guys next time. You take on the Minecraft things in Smash now.
Didn't like Tarantino's old movie. Apparently, the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League is actually Snyder trying to cram his original duology. How do you say that? Duology? Or trilogy plans into one movie. Ralph and I Ate Everything didn't even try to defend the movie. Also, he loves Death Proof. I love Death Proof. Underrated. That car thing is great. I like bad Tarantino movies, not good ones. Are Italians considered white? I feel like that's not true. I feel like people don't consider Italians as white. I feel like Italians don't consider themselves white. I'm not sure that's true, man. I could be wrong, but I don't think, I mean, you know, I know they can have white skin, but I don't think they consider themselves white. Jackie Brown. Jackie Brown's not as good as a Michael Haneke film. I really like movies where nothing happens for 3 hours. And it's got nice cinematography, and I can do a 3-minute review on it. It's great. Good movie. 6 out of 10. Actually, Sicilians, my friend. Isn't that the whole Sicilian thing? Yeah, yeah, because Your Movie Sucks is a whiny David Lynch. Yeah, is it? Aren't Italians? Didn't the Moors go to Sicily? Impregnate all the women? So aren't Italians, aren't they part black? Isn't that a thing? I think Asians are getting redesignated as white, especially in the college grant scene. Yeah, I agree that L or Ellie, I think it's L, is a better Michael Haneke film than Northern Italians consider them white and better than the people in the South. They want to separate. So there is a difference between like Italians where some consider themselves white and others don't consider themselves white. I don't like David Lynch. Yeah, True Romance, right? The Sicilian scene. Although, you know, Ellie Verhoeven, that reminded me of like De Palma in a lot of ways too. I mean, Paul Verhoeven's is just amazing. Your Movie Sucks blamed Dave Rubin for Larry King's death not to what? He did? Adam's a weird dude, man. I mean, he dresses up as an animal and goes to conventions and has sex with other guys dressed up as animals. He does this. That's all I really need to know about that guy. I mean, you know, I don't dislike his I like the Your Movie Sucks videos, the like 2-hour ones, but, you know, he dresses up as an animal and goes and fucks other dudes dressed up as animals. So, I don't really care what he thinks about David Lynch. Adam is a big furry, yes. Hardcore. I mean, who doesn't dress up as an animal and go have sex with other guys dressed up as animals at conventions? I mean, win in Rome. Yeah, what do you know, white's so passé. I mean, really, you know, what's even white anymore? Come on, guys. Come on, this is I like a lot of Your Movie Sucks content, man. Let me make that very clear. I like all his content. I think he just has some shitty opinions. It's more his opinions I have issues with, not his content or him as a reviewer. He just reminds me of every hipster I knew in my early 20s who liked like really bad art house movies and then didn't understand conventional movies. And it's just weird that he's as old as he is and he hasn't kind of evolved past that like 18-year-old stage of film criticism and like what he likes. I watched all of the Miyazaki films except Castle of Cagliostro. Well, what am I going to talk about? A 2-minute trailer? Well, Louis C.K. was Mexican. He looked white. I think Adam's in his late 20s. He's been on YouTube for like 10 years. He's got to be around the same age as me, or like in that same area. Papa, why do they consider me white here in Mexico? It's because your skin is not brown enough. Papa, Papa, please. I want to be Mexican just like you. You can never be Mexican like me, son. I am sorry. That was an unmanly burp. I'm kind of embarrassed. Yeah, what is there left to say about Zack Snyder? What the F can I say about Zack Snyder? I've talked about him so much, and there's nothing new to add to the conversation. It's the same shit. It's the same shit that I said years ago. Nothing's changed. The Zack Snyder fans are still Snyder fans pretending to be DC fans who have made this some kind of thing where Zack Snyder's the only one making great comic book films. His films are still bad. He's still a bad director. He's not a misunderstood director. He's just a bad version of like Tony Scott or something. You know, I mean, that's all it really is. You know, if Tony Scott was making all of this stuff, I'd be down for it. Michael Haneke's. Fuck all of Michael Haneke's. Even funny games. Fuck them all. Yeah, but he makes the worst superhero movies. Like, yeah, he's making a superhero movie, so inherently there's going to be issues, but he's making even worse than the standard. I mean, that's embarrassing. Yeah, no, I know. I let Ebert down. People say he's got a great visual style. I don't really agree with that. I don't think. I think he has a very overwrought, sloppy visual style. He just has a good eye. He's like a music video director or a commercial director. Like, he's got a decent eye. He would be good on like a production level, like as a storyboard artist or something, or a guy working with like in the camera department, the camera and lighting department. But I don't actually think his movies. I think Larry Fong, the cinematographer, is really good. It made Watchmen look really good. It made Batman v Superman look good. I don't really know if it's Snyder. I think his films are kind of ugly, to be honest. People always say that like his films are beautiful, and I'm like, I don't know if that's true. Trust me, Michael Haneke doesn't understand that movie. But people will still interpret it and talk about how great it is because his movies are amazing. He's my favorite director. Where would Ridley Scott be without here? I don't know. I mean, you know, he'd probably be a very successful director of commercials and stuff like that. I mean, he was a successful director of commercials before Alien. And he made The Duelist. So I don't know if he would be as famous as he is, Ridley Scott, but I still think he would be like a very successful. He probably would have made more action movies. I think no matter what, Ridley Scott was going to end up in the industry in the 80s. Ridley Scott is so 80s. Like, I think Black Rain was going to happen no matter what. You know, he got lucky a few times with like Blade Runner and Alien, but I still think he would have worked in the industry. But I'll say this, I think Tony Scott has a more interesting filmography overall. Like, he doesn't have the highs of Ridley Scott like he did make Alien, but I don't think Audition's that much like Cash. I get what you're saying, but I think they're very different. I think Audition's better than Cash. I think Audition's fucking amazing movie. Oh man, that scene in Black Rain with the fucking motorcycles where they fucking have the katana and they cut off Andy Garcia's head. What the fuck? That shit's crazy. Glad I just noticed my computer wasn't plugged in and it was about to die here, so the stream would have just ended abruptly. I think the Burton Batmans are the best versions of Batman. Or oh my god. You're one of those people. Oh no, it's a retard. What is your interpretation of the end of audition? What do you mean, what is my interpretation? When she ties him up and tortures him and then she dies? What am I supposed to interpret? Oh my god, my cat Kiki's in the room and she's gonna be annoying because she talks way too much. Kiki, no. Kiki, you're cute as buttons, but you really have to stop talking. This is the most talky cat in the fucking world. Zack Snyder's having Justice League relieved in a 4:3 aspect ratio to make the aspect ratio of the IMAX stuff without cropping. I mean, it's cool, dude. If you like the Burton Batman films, I don't care. I really don't. Whatever. That's cool. Anton First, all that stuff's great. There's a lot of cool stuff about those Burton Batman movies. No, my cat constantly and you tell her and you're like, no, and then she goes, and you're like, stop it, and then she goes, for real, that's what she does. She talks back to you. I actually like Batman Forever as well. I think the Snyder fans love Snyder because they feel like they can project themselves onto him to feel like they are successful status worship. Only this time misdirected status. I don't know when the Zack Snyder thing started. It was so confusing. He was so popular in, when 300 came out and then Watchmen. And then I don't know when it started that everyone decided Man of Steel was a masterpiece. He only made 2 DC films, really. And there's this whole fan base that thinks they're masterpieces. It's so strange to me. I don't know where the fuck these chuds came from. They just showed up one day. And they're all over Twitter. Like, film Twitter loves Zack Snyder. I've had friends it's happened to. Like, they've been converted. It's like Scientology. You're like, this guy too? Oh, God. I would love some good Riddler puzzles. Yeah. Thinking about Batman, though, I was just watching the animated series last night because it's on HBO Max. And it's just like, this is so much better than everything Batman that anyone else has done. Like, this is so much better than the Chris Nolan movies and the Tim Burton movies. Like, rewatching it, I'm like, why is nothing... God, remember, wouldn't it be great if somebody made a Batman movie that had a sense of adventure and fun and all the villains mixed together and had the humor? And, this is what nobody gets right about Batman. This is what pisses me off as a Batman fan. With the movies. Everybody, it's this post-Frank Miller Dark Knight Returns thing. And Dark Knight Returns is amazing. I'm a huge fan of it. It's a great book. It's awesome. It's one of my favorite books. But Batman, the best Batman stuff is like the Neil Adams, Denny O'Neil stuff for me. Okay, Batman at its core, when it really works, is Indiana Jones, James Bond-esque, which Nolan tried to do some of the James Bond stuff, but he ultimately did a really gritty... Yeah, but the Matt Reeves one, once again, it's all dark and gritty and serious, and that's what everyone thinks Batman is. I hate when people... This is how I always know if somebody's read Batman comics versus somebody who just likes Batman-like movies and video games, because they're always like, oh, Batman's so great. Because it's dark and gritty and all that stuff. It's like, no, the best Batman stuff is like this action-adventure storyline. It's like Raiders of the Lost Ark is like a Batman comic. If you read a lot of the 70s, 80s stuff, before the late 80s stuff, before Miller and, everything changed. Because then he made him Daredevil, Batman is kind of goofy in a way, and he can travel around the world and wear different disguises. And there's this action adventure, old school escapist, the detective who goes around and solves mysteries, and there's foreign intrigue and like characters like Ra's al Ghul, and there's romance, and it's so fun. And the animated series kind of captures that, but mixing it with this Art Deco 1940s style that makes it feel noirish and stuff. But the animated series does it really well. It's pretty great. But nobody's ever gonna make that Batman movie. They're never gonna make the Batman who, it has this sense of adventure to it. That Bruce Wayne goes on these big adventures, and it's got a lot. It's fun. There's stuff where he's like wrestling guys that are like Ra's al Ghul's henchmen are like wrestlers, and they're in these silly costumes and stuff like that. I mean, I would prefer a Batman movie that was more like Raiders of the Lost Ark, or like North by Northwest or something, or like a little Roger Moore, James Bond sort of mixed in with it, with a serious tone and good acting. I don't want it to be silly and campy, but uh, really, like most of my favorite Batman stuff, Batman's a much more fun character than people think about him in a modern day context. People think of him as like this really serious, dark character, and that's not actually most of Batman's history. Even a lot of recent Batman stuff, like Grant Morrison's Batman, when he worked on him and stuff like that, it's not. No one's ever captured that, like the Robins and Dick Grayson as a character, and the family aspects of it, and the mythology, and no movie's ever had all of those elements in it. Um, and I still don't think we're gonna get that. I don't think Matt Reeves is gonna do that. Uh, well, that's the thing that you're saying. Batman is varied. He's really not that varied. People just have interpretation of him from the most famous Batman books. People think of Dark Knight Returns or Year One, but there's actually like 15 years of Batman that's one way, and even a lot of the modern stuff is that way. Like Batman's actually pretty consistent through most of its run, but people only think of like the 5 famous graphic novels or storylines, and they think of that as all of Batman. I don't think a lot of people have actually read the Detective Comic stuff. I think most people just think of like the big books, or some of the movies. But if so people, the balance of Batman's been off since the late 80s for me. I mean, there's a reason the animated series is so great, because it has a sense of adventure. It has Robin in it. It has fun in it. It's fun. It's funny, while also still being dark and scary. But there's a variety to all of the tones and the things that's going on in it. That's what makes it such a good show, because you can do that with Batman. Batman opens itself up to do all the sorts of different things. But people always see it as like Bruce Wayne and Batman as this brooding character, in Gotham City as this like dark, evil place, and the Joker's this really fucked up guy. Yeah, I mean, tones and settings change because of the times, because, what's popular is going to change. But Robin doesn't have to be weird, though. It's just nobody has the balls to actually cast like a 12-year-old kid. Nobody wants to do Hit Girl. Nobody wants to cast like a 12, 13-year-old kid as Robin in a movie, and Batman raising a child and teaching the child how to fight and raising this orphan. Nobody wants to do that storyline. Nobody really wants to do like the Lazarus Pit. Nobody really wants to do. Actually, some of the stuff at Dark Knight Rises, as bad as the movie is at points, is very true to Batman comic books. Like the way Bane is, how he is he's kind of goofy and over the top. Um, some of that stuff is actually truer to Batman comic books than a lot of other stuff in Batman movies. I don't want a Batman movie to be weird. I'm saying I want a Batman movie that's like Raiders of the Lost Ark. I want it like that. Like he has like there's adventure to it. I want like that kind of tone and that kind of fight scenes and that kind of pacing and stuff like that. I want like a Steven Spielberg Batman, you know? So that's all. I think you could mix that with the dark, gritty, and serious. But honestly, no, Nolan did do some of that. He does have Batman travel to other places. He doesn't just stay in Gotham City. He does travel and go to other countries and stuff. So there is that sense of adventure. It is sort of an epic. So Nolan definitely is the closest to getting to that. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to watch everything on HBO this year, right? Yeah, silly and gritty, putting the two together, like the animated series. I would like a Batman movie like that, where there's some silly stuff in it that's really fun, but it also takes itself seriously as a movie. They tell you it's like Indiana and then give you a Wonder Woman. Hey, you leave Wonder Woman 1984 alone, sir. That's the best rom-com we've had in years. Yeah, they do kind of talk about him like he's a Peter Jackson or something. I don't get it, man. I've tried to understand Snyder fans. I've just given up. Yeah, I'd like to see Clayface too, man. I'd like to see Clayface. I'd like to see the Mad Hatter. I'd like to see Scarface, Poison Ivy done again. Mr. Freeze. Nobody wants to fucking do anything with Mr. Freeze. Could be badass. Like, nobody wants to do all these cool villains. It's the same, like, 5 villains in every fucking Batman movie now. It's like, I mean, at least Nolan did Bane, I mean, at least he did something that, not everybody would do. Somebody's calling me and I don't know who it is, but I can't answer it, and unfortunately, I wish I could. But I have to watch this god. All right, let's watch this trailer. Enough with the teasing, right? Sorry, guys. Let's do this. Enough with the talking. Let's get to the meat of this bone. All right. Let me pop the chat up. All right, you guys ready? No matter how long they make the movie, still same old pile of shit in the end. Do the Patrick Stewart Mr. Freeze casting. Too much rape in 84. All right. I'm going to get a copyright claim. I don't really know how to do this without getting a copyright claim. That's already terrible. I just watched the animated All-Star Superman on HBO Max. I had never seen them. I've read the book, obviously, because I'm a huge Grant Morrison fan. Love his Justice League and the Invisibles and everything. Grant Morrison's great, but they won't give me a strike. They just give you a claim. But, like, already, like, the CGI is going to look better. This looks so, like, oh, Warner Brothers is horrible with copyright claim. Like, it's already, like, the first shot, man. Like, all this garbage in the background, the light, and the Zack Snyder fans look at something like this. Pat, turn the audio off the trailer for the stream. We can watch it. Yeah, there's not a lot of dialogue in this, is there? Oh, yeah, I much prefer Grant Morrison. I mean, don't get me wrong, Alan Moore, like, Swamp Thing and all that stuff is amazing. I'm not acting like, but Grant Morrison's, like, the greatest. When you look at his career as a whole, man. I mean, All-Star Superman, his Justice League run, Invisibles, his Batman run, his graphic novels. I mean, it's staggering. I mean, Grant Morrison's amazing, and the way he understands mythology and stuff like that. I love Grant Morrison. I think I've read everything he's ever done, but like, yeah, these Zack Snyder fans are like, to them, this is like beautiful. Like, this is opera. Like, they think of this as like a painting or something. They think of this as like epic and tragic. And it's just like, it just looks like garbage. I mean, I get it. Like, it's Superman and it's an epic image. It's like a comic book panel, blah, 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 blah. But like, that's. I mean, that can be cool, but that's not the reason I like Superman. I don't like comic books because of the epic images all the time. That's cool, but like if there's not a good story being told, then these epic images ultimately like that would just be a pretty comic book that doesn't have anything going on, which is a lot of comic books. They have good artwork, but they're not very well told. The key is to have both. If Zack Snyder films looked like Zack Snyder films and they had great screenplays and great acting, I probably would be more complimentary to it. But when this is all there is, oh my god, his face. What the fuck? Did he just breathe out like energy? What the fuck is that? What? Did he burp? Did he burp out a shockwave? What the oh my god. That face. I mean, man, that's gotta become a meme. Papa, we do not have HBO Max in Mexico. We cannot watch Zack Snyder. No, it's like he farted out of his mouth. I mean, yeah. I mean, I can't believe like he shot this. Like, Cavill, give me your best face. Like, he looks like he's just doing the heaviest squat right now, man. Like, it's insanity. I mean, that's so fun. What did he just... I mean, I love that Zack Snyder thought that, like, he's breathing out. You have to see the energy of it. Because he's Superman, and that's how powerful he is. Everything has to be seen. Like, it's so... Like, he breathes out energy because he's Superman. That's what the people want. I would recommend start with the Denny O'Neil, Neil Adams stuff that's in the 70s through the 80s. Read that stuff first. Then if you want, read like the Frank Miller stuff, like Year One, Dark Knight Returns. Read The Killing Joke of Alan Moore. Then read some of the graphic novels like Batman Gothic, which is Grant Morrison. Gotham by Gaslight. Batman the Cult. Read some of the dark 80s, 90s stuff. Some of the Elseworlds Tale stuff. Batman versus Dracula. Then read the 90s stuff like Nightfall. Read the 90s run stuff, and then eventually get into the 2000s Grant Morrison, Scott Snyder stuff that's been the last few years. And it's just kind of read in that order. Like, start from the 70s. You don't really need to read Batman before that. Start from the early 70s, basically when Ra's al Ghul starts to come in, and then read all the way up until 2011. What's the best place to eat chicken at? Raising Cane's. Ugh. What a weird shot to start with. Because this is setting up the thematic thing, like Superman is dead. We live in a post-death Superman movie. That's what Justice League movie. When did this even happen? Like, when does this take place? This shot with him like this. I remember Batman v Superman. He didn't die like this, right? When is this? Is this a dream sequence? What? What the fuck are they saying? Hold on, let me turn. I don't know what they're saying. The bell's been rung. Okay. Oh, out in the dark. That doesn't sound like Jesse Eisenberg, and it says Lex Luthor. Does that sound like Jesse Eisenberg to you guys? Did he die like that? He died in like a giant wave screaming? Yeah, this is like Nolan's Batman, where he's Batman for a year and a half and then he retires. Is that how he died, in like a giant wave? Like, oh. I guess I just forgot. I thought he got like stabbed by the spear thing. Or he like stabbed. He didn't get stabbed, but he stabbed Abomination or whatever the fuck it was. And then he's like dying. Yeah, Atticus X. Okay. And then I thought he like collapsed in Lois's arms. Isn't that what happened? I'm not saying this is where Superman dies. I'm just curious when this shot takes place. Like, when did this shot take place where Superman's in the energy? Who cares? We have to talk about something. I don't know, like... Doomsday, yeah. Doomsy! I know it's Doomsday. I say Abomination. I know it's Doomsday. He looks like a... He was an Abomination. Was this in the... This wasn't in the Whedon one, right? This shot? Not this. I don't think that was... It's this right here. That wasn't in the Joss Whedon cut, was it? I haven't seen that since it came out. I have to stop it. If I watch it non-stop, I'm going to get a copyright, unfortunately. Unless I do like a little tiny box. I think if I make it small enough, it's okay. Well, look, the CGI's gotten so much better since the first trailer, just like everyone said. This looks great. That looks amazing. That doesn't look fake at all, that the Death Star falling. Oh, fuck yeah, man. The height. I had a dream. God, Ben Affleck is terrible in this. Like, I really liked him in Batman v Superman, but man, he is, like, awful in Justice League. Like, his line delivery, now he play like, he's just so bad. Like, I don't know. God is dead. Papa, God is dead. They killed God. Oh, it's that dream sequence from Batman v Superman. That stuff's coming back. I will say, I do like the Batman outfit. If I'm going to be complimentary of anything, I do like the trench coat Batman. I'm into that. I'm not into this. This looks awful, but... I had a dream. Oh, no. I had a dream. Almost like a premonition. Like, what the fuck is with that dialogue? I had a premonition. Almost like a premonition. I saw something. I think it was the future. I don't know. It seemed like it was the future. I mean, I'll say this about this trailer compared to the first one. The first one, a lot of the footage and the stuff was everything that was in the Whedon cut. And this one is actually, like, got stuff in it that wasn't in that movie. Like, the dark side stuff in some of these clips. So, like, at least there's that. Because I was really worried with that first trailer. Like, did they not have anything new? So at least I'll give them that. This is pretty cool that there's, you know, it's going to be a different movie. The CGI is going to be better after a while. It's not going to look like it does in the first show. Yeah. Yeah, that looks great. That's amazing CGI. That doesn't look like a PlayStation game. Look at that photorealism. Does he look amazing? God, all those people were right who said that the CGI was going to look so good. Nothing about this looks fake. They're definitely in a real location. Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf looks great. I remember kind of liking that action scene in the movie where Steppenwolf fights all the Amazonians to get the cube thing. I need warriors. Warriors, come out and play. I don't think this scene was in the movie. The Whedon one. Not the Flash part, but oh my god. This just looks like, god, the color grading. It's all gray here. Oh, no, 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 we're not full screen in this shit. No, no. But, like, just trying to pause this. Oh my god, quit making it big. Let me make the quality a little higher. Let me go up to 1080. But, like, god, just awful color grading. If you can't bring down the charging bull...
Can't bring down the charging bull. And don't wave the red...
Don't wave the red cape. Who wrote that line? Oh my god. That had to be Chris Terrio, the Argo guy. God, that feels David Goyer-ish too. I don't think he worked on this though. That feels very David Goyer. No, you're right. The proportions do look off. The scale of everything and the physics of everything looks off. I mean, this is the problem with this movie. This is why this can't work. They filmed a movie that never really got finished. Joss Whedon came in and then reshot and cut things, and now Snyder's coming in 3 years later, 3 or 4 years later, and reshooting and putting scenes back in and doing like. There's been like 3 or 4 versions of this movie. Like, you can't... That's the thing with the Snyder fans. Like, oh, this is going to be a masterpiece. I'm sorry. Like, you can't fix this movie. You would have to go back to the very beginning and start from scratch. They just keep putting, like, a new painted coat on a house that's, like, going to fall no matter what. You can keep putting new paint on it, but it's still, like, the infrastructure's still shitty. Like, instead of it being a 2-hour movie that was bad and silly, it's going to be a 4-hour movie that's bad and boring. Like, at least the Whedon, the 2-hour one, was, like, an entertaining bad movie. Like, it was very watchable. Like, this is going to be a tough sit. There's no way. I'm sure we'll do, like, a big thing. Maybe we'll have, like, a big live stream where, like, me and Madcap and Blood Money and whoever else, we all watch it and we talk about it. Maybe we don't watch it while we're live streaming because, I want to listen to it, but maybe we'll do some big thing once this comes out next month. But this right now is like that's their big line of the trailer already. Like, the bell has been rung, and like, if you don't want to make the bull mad, then don't wave the red cape at it. Like, then don't wave the red cape.
red cape.
Yeah, Amy Adams, what a miscasting as Lois Lane. That was a big mistake. I thought about, like, 2 weeks ago, Rashida Jones from The Office and Parks and Rec. Wouldn't she have been a good Lois Lane? Like, she actually fits the personality of that character, especially the way she acted. And, like, she always plays the same person, but, like, very sexy, very, very good looking, Rashida Jones. Has that weird thing where she's black, but she looks like 5 races. Kind of how she has that snappy personality and fun. She would have been a great Lois Lane. And I would have loved that. And I think everyone always says Emily Blunt for everything. I think Emily Blunt's a little too masculine as Lois Lane. I think Rashida Jones would have, like, brought the right amount of, like, I think it's got to be, my idea of Lois Lane, I want some I want it to be sort of like a Howard Hawks thing. I want it to be like His Girl Friday. That's what I want. Oh my god. God, Jesus Christ. I mean, right here, like, some of that, I feel like this is going to be those the Corridor crew or whatever. They're going to be doing the react to bad and good CGI to this, but, like, right here, the tricep and all this stuff, that stuff looks good. You know what I mean? Like, some of this stuff looks good, right? Like, it's rendered pretty well and all that. It's like how the background looks like it's not part of the image. This doesn't look like it's part of this. And it's not, but they just don't look like, he doesn't look like he's in the environment. That looks like he's standing in front of a poster. It's just really bad, like, work. Because clearly they didn't have enough time or money to fix a lot of these issues. Like right there, he doesn't look like he's part of that same image. It's so strange. You know, and he doesn't have like that Thanos-like detail, too. I mean, if this was like 10 years ago, that would be a pretty good special effect. I can't believe there's still like Jonathan Kent, that non-character that existed. Like, see this shot here, right? Now, there's probably some CGI in this shot. I have no doubt. But like, this could even be CGI. But that's like, that looks good, right? Like, there's at least something tangible here, you know, that you feel like you can touch that photo. Like that's a horrible shot. This is just the thing with Zack Snyder. He's just gotten so much worse. Like, you know, Watchmen, like, we've come such a long way from the guy who did Watchmen, even. Like just this is terrible. Like, to even have the slow motion and her coming in like that and the way it looks. And I know they do this in her own movie. That's what I don't like about a lot of the DC films, that they have these shitty... I like those guys. I like their videos. But I just hate this, like, the DC aesthetics. Not all of the movies. Like, Shazam doesn't look that way. But, like, the main DCU franchise, like, they got this terrible, like, aesthetic and style of just, like, slow motion and over-the-top, hyper-kinetic, hyper-real. You know, and a lot of the Marvel films look generic. I'm not acting like Marvel or, like, cinematic geniuses or anything like that, but... Like, okay, that was strange. Wait a minute. Did she even move in that shot? What the fuck is going on in that shot? She's stuck in the background's moving. This is like Photoshop. Like right there, the background doesn't, like with Cyborg there, if I could pause on that. Come on. Like he's not in the environment there. That looks like he was cropped out and put in this background. Like, it's so strange looking. Does anyone get what I'm talking about? Like, it's so strange looking. I don't mean to just talk about visuals, but once again, you get no sense of story here. Like, in the trailers for the, yeah, it does look like Photoshop, yeah. In the old trailers, it was like, okay, they gotta get together, like, Superman died, and they gotta fight, you know, where it's like, you know, I didn't think you were real. I'm real when I need to be. And you're like, cool, Justice League. This, like, I don't get what this movie's about. Darkseid's coming. Batman has visions and dreams. Because I do hear what you're saying. I think Dragon brought it up, that Snyder's trying to cram the entire DCEU movie into this one thing. Like, he's trying... Because that's what this movie looks like. It looks like he's doing what his plan was for Justice League, like as a two-part thing, and then his sequels to that. This looks like he's trying to combine his whole universe of what was going to be several movies into this one 4-hour movie. You know, where it's like, no, all the stuff that was set up in Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, like when the Flash shows up and it's like, Lois is the key, and all that, it's all going to be in this one movie. You know. I mean, this is going to be Watchmen, the director's cut. You know. Oh my god. Do you think James Wan's just watching this and like, why are you fucking with my Aquaman stuff? Oh. Oh my god, how does The Boys have better looking effects with this stuff than this movie? What the fuck? Oh my god, there's something kind of like, just, I don't know, there's something naughty about this. They look like clay figures. God, Ezra Miller, what bad casting that ended up being in The Flash is so horribly done, and like the way he runs and stuff. Like that, what a big disappointment Ezra Miller's career has been with this and the Harry Potter films. That's so funny. Like you see this shot and you see how they look like porcelain. And then here they look real, and those shots like contrast each other, and it just looks so off. Like that it doesn't look like that when they're in the slow motion. So weird that he's not wearing shoes. That bothers me so much. No, Ezra Miller, man, he's like Adam Driver, like just with the really bad career. I did know Ben Affleck, man. He almost yeah, it's gonna be like 4 hours. Yeah, this is like Ezra if he'd have grabbed her by the neck and slammed her down like in that video. That would be so funny. He's reaching for her neck. Look, he's gonna choke this chick. This is horrifying. He's not wearing shoes. Imagine, like, oh god, there's a guy not wearing shoes and he's about to choke this poor girl. It's a very bold choice here by Snyder. Like, this is this is actually a very disturbing image. Oh, keep space on the side. All right, there's some rule of thirds going on here. Is any of this stuff real? Is that all green screen? Is this part real and then this is all fake? See, like right there. Here, hold on, like, right? Oh, come on. Let's get past him about to kill this chick. Okay, like that. That's a nice shot, right? I don't know if this is all real. I'm sure there's some CGI here, but like, good shot. Nice depth of field, right? The background, they probably shot this on a long lens. The background's kind of fuzzy, and then Affleck's in like deep focus. This looks good. This is what the movie should look like. This is when you don't like have CGI in so much of it. This like that's pretty. Once again, there's some space over here. Nothing to really complain about there. That's good looking stuff. It looks like David Fincher or something. It's a cool shot. Rachel. Like, I want more shots like this of Zack Snyder just filming something that looks good instead of, all of the shit that we saw before. Yeah. Like, we go to this then, and it's like... Although, that's actually pretty cool having the silhouette of Batman. Not enough silhouette Batman stuff like Sicario. That'd be cool. God, I fucking hate Henry Cavill as Superman. I hate how he looks. I hate how so much of it's like about his body and his giant triceps and stuff like that. I hate how muted he is. Like, he's just like... I hate his relationship with Amy Adams. They have no chemistry. I hate that she looks like she's 40 and he looks like he's 30. I hate that she has red fucking hair. I just hate all the shit. But once again, take out this stupid shirtless bullshit. Nice, right? No CGI here. All right, maybe they did some stuff up here, but like, this is nice stuff, Zack Snyder. Like, you clearly know how to shoot a movie. Like, I want more of this. Ground it. Can't we have more scenes like this in your movies where characters are just talking in the costumes or doing stuff on locations and stuff like this? This would get you so much more if you did stuff like this than having those big action scenes with all the CGI. Just actors playing off of each other and stuff like that. That's all Justice League movie really needs to be. That's why the Avengers was so successful. It wasn't because of the big half-hour fight at the end that honestly didn't look that great. Some of the CGI looked shitty and everything looked fake in the background. But it's because there's like 2 hours of that movie of the characters talking. I mean, that's not a good-looking movie. That movie looks like a TV show. But Joss Whedon, the evil Joss Whedon now, which I called that, by the way, he knew that, just let Robert Downey Jr. come in and play off the other actors and stuff like that. That's how you get a good, Have I ever fallen down and farted? I don't know. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's got the black suit on. What's even the context with the black suit, I wonder, right? So is he going to be like evil Superman? Because that was the storyline I would have liked personally. Was you take Darkseid out of it, and you take out Steppenwolf, and the movie's about Superman comes back and he's evil in the Justice League versus Superman. That's a cool movie. That's my favorite scene in the Justice League movie, the one that got released, was when he fights the Justice League. I would like to see Superman, evil Superman, because Zack Snyder can't do good Superman. So Why can't... I think he would actually do a really good job with evil Superman. Which is Homelander, I guess. That is funny. The boys did do Zack Snyder right, but... You know, like, he probably could pull off, I mean this legitimately, Zack Snyder could probably pull off an evil interpretation of Superman that the Justice League has to fight. I think that could be cool. Poor Cyborg. I like that. They cut from the one of Superman about to fly up, the Matrix shot, to Cyborg. Cyborg's face. It's another, like... That looks like he just got something shoved up his ass. Oh my god, that's a disturbing face. That poor actor. Oh, are we gonna go under the rock? Oh! What's this, Blade Runner? What, the Blade Runner car? Billy Crudup. Oh, Billy. Billy. Oh, Billy. Ezra Miller puts his nipple up. Oh, Billy. Dr. Manhattan's in this movie. Midnight Express, Oliver Stone won Best Screenplay. Awesome, awesome scene. Holy shit, that looks like the 90s. Oh my god. Whoa, what the fuck is going on there? This movie might be trippy, man. This might be like Take Acid. Whoa. Okay, okay, I see now. So it's the Flash behind him. Is this like how the Flash can travel through time, like in Batman v Superman? Although Bruce Wayne's dreaming, so he talks to him through time through a dream. Yeah, I know, it looks like the world's already destroyed. I know, there's no, like, everything already looks dark. No, Cyborg definitely doesn't work. Yeah, I know. What is this shot? This shot is crazy, man. Like, I'm gonna print this out and put this on my wall. This is nuts. Yeah, exactly. Like, Cyborg just doesn't, like, it's a design issue. I don't blame the actor. This design, it's the Michael Bay's Transformers Megatron thing. It's just a bad design. He should be smoother looking, like round, like how they did Bumblebee, but he just is too much going on there, and it just looks kind of gross and disgusting. Cyborg should, like, look cool. He should have, like, round parts to him, more like the Teen Titans cartoon and stuff, and look smooth and cool. Sort of like Iron Man suit does, right? But he's got this, like, just, it's kind of gross. Like, it's not appealing to look at Cyborg. He doesn't look cool. He looks like an evil, weird cyborg from it, like... Ooh, now Ezra Miller's more in focus. He looks like a ghost. Oh, he's shoving him? Is he shoving him? He shoves him. He just shoves him and kills him. What the fuck? These fades. Oh, wow. We don't care about Lois Lane or Martha Kent. But he's hugging them. God, poor Henry Cavill. That face really sums it up. It's like, fuck, fine. I'll make another one of these movies. Bum, bum. I mean, it's just like dramatic music and images that don't really have a coherence with each other. I don't know how this matches up. Like, what a trailer's supposed to do is set up this idea of momentum and story and kind of show you stuff that can be out of sequence, but create a rhythm where you're like, oh, I see what this movie's going to be, and get you excited to see those sequences. This is actually very messy. Like, you just see these shots, like, you don't get, like, Ezra Miller here with the dad. Like, that's supposed to be dramatic and stuff, but you don't have a context there. You don't have a context for the Flash popping up behind him. They're just like, let's put these cool images together with the music, but it's actually not creating a feeling. There's actually, like, a numbness to watching this. Like, you're not feeling what you're supposed to feel from a movie trailer. Because even if this movie was bad, Zack Snyder movies have had good trailers. The Man of Steel trailers were amazing. And the first Batman v Superman trailer, like, the Man of Steel trailers had me thinking that movie was going to be a classic, you know. This is pretty sloppy, because it is just a bunch of stuff slapped together like Steppenwolf. You're going to catch the thing and then Superman hugging them. It's like the context. Does that make sense? There isn't really a coherence in the context of what this all is. To really like feel what I'm supposed to feel from this. Like that, what am I supposed to think with that? Like a giant, or you know what I mean? Like, what are you supposed to feel? What does that mean? Like in the Inception trailer, when we see the buildings like collapsing, and he's like, I have it under control. I'd hate to see the out of control. And you see Leo get kicked in the top. You're like, ooh, what's going on there? That looks interesting. Clearly, they're in some kind of dream world, but like, what's, and you hear the da 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 da, gets you excited. Like that's. Like this, I hear the music and I see this and I don't feel like what they're trying to communicate to me. I don't understand. Once again, right here, one of the better shots, to be fair. That looks good. A little too dark for my taste, but like, that doesn't look like CGI. Everybody's standing together in their costumes. It looks very Power Rangers. It does remind me of like the Power Rangers movie from the 90s. But, like, Cyborg looks terrible. But right there, like, that's cool. Everybody's standing there in costume. Is Bathory here? No shit. You guys are kidding me. I'm going to end the stream right now and just commit my love to Bathory. Oh my god, dear sweet Bathory, 741. 741 times I've dreamt of this moment. Oh my god. She made it. You made it for the Snyder Cut Looks Like Garbage Part 2. Well, it's like the Justice League's back together again. This is like Superman and Batman teaming up again. I know. This is beautiful. Bathory, you're a... What is it? You're a... biologist or something? Or a geneticist? You were something. You're some kind of smart science person. How you been? How you been, baby? How you been, girl? How you doing? You been shaving them legs? You been shaving them legs? This does look like a Power Ranger shot, though, doesn't it? Like, straight up. If you see the 90s Power Rangers movie, that's totally... You said Zack Snyder would never come again, but he's coming all over this movie. Oh, I'm already bored. This is gonna be 4 hours. I'm already bored. What the fuck? Look at his head, it's so long. Stretchy Superman. Elastic Superman. Yeah, science person, yeah. Are you making a lot of money? Or is it one of those things where you like had to go to school and it was very difficult and your job's hard work and then you don't make, you make like $25,000 a year, or you making like 80 grand a year? Papa, is Bathory making a lot of money as a science person? Now quit asking about Bathory and her science. Go to bed, young Hochi. Papa, please, I want to stay up and watch the rest of the stream. No, you have to go to bed or Roger Ebert will come and eat you. Papa, please. No, wait for mañana. Papa, not mañana, now. Please, Papa. Why is Superman's head so long? Why does he have a cone head, Papa? Quit asking questions. An edgy man, baby.
I'm an edgy man, baby.
Jean Shalit haunts my nightmares, Papa. Please. You leave Jean Shalit out of this, son. Not even working in science, but making decent money. So wait, you went to school for science shit and you're not even doing it? You're like a construction worker? You're a dishwasher? You're a gynecologist? Because most writers are male, and males inherently have a skewed view of women based off either their sexual attraction or dislike to them. So they typically write females as unlikable, or they write women as masculine and do not capture feminine qualities. Like James Cameron gets praised because of how he wrote Ripley and Sarah Connor, because he wrote them as strong and feminine at the same time. Like he clearly had a good understanding the psychology of women. I feel like a lot of men don't. I think a lot of men see women as monsters, as others, and they don't see them as people. So a lot of male writers, I think, have a hard time writing women as not bitchy, or as trying to make them cool and strong, but doing it from a guy's perspective and not from a female's perspective, which is why I think a lot of female characters are badly written. I think the men who write good female characters like Miyazaki or James Cameron, I think they have an empathetic side that's able to understand women, maybe like good relationships with their mothers. Or yeah, but then in Alien, she's like the smart, tough chick, but she's not like she's a badass, but she's a woman throughout the whole thing. She's tough in a way that a woman is. And very intelligent, and that's why that character works so well. You really buy her as a leader. I don't think it's hard to write a good female character. I just think a lot of men are bad at writing female characters. And I think since most writers are men, like even a lot of shows that I love, like Vince Gilligan, he couldn't write good female characters on Breaking Bad. Skylar's horrible. Most of the critically acclaimed like cable shows I can think of, like from the 2000 stuff, they have like terrible female characters. Because there are unlikable traits about women. Like they can be emotional and bitchy and whiny about things and stuff like that. And men like to focus on that when they write women, which makes them unlikable. But then they ignore the things that are great about women and the way that they can challenge you and they're right about a lot of things that you don't understand as a guy, or how strong women are. And, they don't they can always capture like the flaws of women, but they can never really capture what is great about women at the same time, like what makes women wonderful. And that's the problem. So that's why I think it's hard for but I've definitely, I mean, I've seen a lot of great female characters in movies and TV shows, so I don't think it's impossible. I just think that you gotta wonder, man, now Craig shows up. I mean, holy shit, Bathory, Craig, we're having like a reunion here. This is like the Breakfast Club 30 years later. Hey, 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 hey. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I'm pretty sure they stated they had no woman in mind as Ripley when they wrote the script. Well, yeah, I'm not talking about Alien. I mean Aliens, James Cameron. He knew that Ripley. Yeah, I don't think Ripley's that great of a character in Alien. She's pretty generic. I don't think any of the characters are that great in Alien. Dallas is good. Man, if Blood Money would just show up right now, like this would be straight up. I don't know. I've made a couple movies and written pretty decent female characters. Let's get back to Stretchy Head Man.
It has to.
I have to drink. I have to. Oh man, it's coming. It's coming. I can feel it too. I feel it in my balls. I mean, it's coming, man. Oh my god. I can't believe it's in here, man. When I saw it today, I laughed for like 5 minutes.
We live in a society.
It can't be real. This feels like a fake trailer somebody made. Like they made a fake font and just like dubbed it themselves and put it in and released it. So they like those fake trailers people make to get views on the internet. That's what this feels like right now.
We live in a society where honor is a distant memory.
Isn't that right?
What's with this like Marilyn Man? He went from like punk rock, like this is so the hair. This straight up looks like a shot from like a Metal Gear Solid game or something. Like Metal Gear Solid 4. This looks like a video game shot with the hair.
It's a distant memory. Isn't that right?
So there's going to be dream sequences, I'm guessing, with Batman having them about this dystopia post-Superman or evil Superman, and Joker's going to be in one of these dream sequences. I actually don't dislike the idea of Batman having nightmares about a future that's going to happen, and he's trying to stop it. That's actually kind of a cool idea. It's just unfortunately Zack Snyder's doing it. Like, it's actually a cool idea that Batman's having visions of the future, and he's trying to prevent it from happening, and throughout it he's having these dreams. So you're getting an alternate DC universe of the future where, like, Superman's evil, and then you keep cutting back to the present timeline. That could actually really work as a story on its own. You know, and then you could kind of, it's like an Elseworlds tale being told simultaneously with a traditional
We
justice.
live in a society.
It's so 2000s. The Mad Lad, he said it. Snyder Cut looks like a video game, yes, you say. Yes, Joseph Mankiewicz did write great characters in All About Eve. Pedro Almodovar, yes. Well, you can't be scared of women having agency. You can't be afraid of women having sexual ownership, and you can't be afraid of women being intelligent, but not like you know, Rey, where she's good at everything. Like just a. I like when a female character uses like her sexuality or her intelligence to manipulate or control a situation. I think those make really good characters. Yeah, All About Eve is great. It's All About Eve, like those women, they're trying to fuck each other over that whole movie. That's what's so good about it. They're a bunch of schemers. Make the Snyder Cut Red Letter Media review the best of the worst episode. Oh, we got to do like an epic thing talking about it. Yeah, it does look like a crappy video game. I can't believe he put in "We Live in a Society." That is fucking insane. This movie is a perfect opportunity for Jared Leto to show his quality as the Joker. Let's hope he does it. Everyone is talking about Joker and forget that freaking awesome Darkseid is going to appear this way. Yeah. If you can't bring down the charging bull, then don't wave the red cape at it. Love that line, Alfred. Oh my god. 246,000 likes. The fans are out, man. I mean, you just have to jump on the bandwagon at this point, right? Like, you just have to be like, hey, this movie's great and Zack Snyder's great. It's so weird how he changed the narrative. Like, he made 2 movies that got bad reviews and were financial disappointments. I mean, you got to give it up to Zack Snyder. You really do. And then within just a few years, he's turned it into where he's this misunderstood genius and there's all this hype that he's going to get this released on HBO Max. And, like, the studio fucked him over. Like, it's pretty crazy. Like, somehow Zack Snyder turned around the narrative from, like, destroying the DC universe and it falling apart, and then, like, Wonder Woman, like, doing well and Aquaman doing well, and Justice League being a disaster, and somehow he's made himself like a hero where people are doing all these videos about it, and they love it, and everyone's excited. I mean, I don't know how this guy pulled it off. Taco Bell used to have burgers. This guy's like a genius. Like, he somehow got everyone to be on his side, even though he's an utter failure. Like, it's impressive. This is like The Exorcist beginning and Exorcist Dominion. Oh my goodness. They're comparing it to that. Holy shit. Leto looks closer to comic Joker in 2 movies. I don't really think he looks like comic Joker in this, to be honest. He looks weird.
For honor. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's already a horrible Joker. Like, Turner goes, Batman. But, like, yeah, long-haired. I mean, yeah, it's better than the Suicide Squad look, but that was horrible. So, like, what's the comparison? Came back to double check if this is... It is weird that this is real. It is like we're living in an alternate fucking reality. Jared Leto did not seriously just say we live in a society to completely serious. No, this movie is like putting me... Oh, God, Aubrey Plaza. Oh, why isn't she in every movie? I'd cast her in every comic book movie. As every role. Can she just play Catwoman? Can her and Mary Elizabeth Winstead just play Catwoman, please? Can I just get that movie before they're both too old? Too early to say everything is good, but for the trailer, they make a lot of improvements compared to the other one. Welcome back, Joker. This will be the best DC movie simply because of that line that we live in a society. I can't wait to see what the studio took from this finally. Shut up, I got your wife and also Marvel better than DC. You hate Zack Snyder, it's your problem. You hate DC, it's your problem. You hate Zack Snyder Justice League, it's your problem. But one thing is for sure, that Zack fans, Snyder Cut fans like me, are going to enjoy every moment of ZSJL. So you haters, we Snyder fans do not care about your hate because we care and love Zack Snyder and his Justice League. Fuck you. All right. Let's see. What if HBO Max doesn't end up releasing the Zack Snyder version? It will. It has to. This trailer made me happy for being alone on Valentine's Day. Tell me I'm not the only one who laughed when they heard that. Yeah, it's a fucking joke. How is that real? He did it. He said the thing. They unironically used "We live in a society." Jeez. Oh, please. To be fair, if you're not in meme culture, you could know it wasn't a meme. I don't think it's an intentional reference to the meme. Are you kidding, dude? Oh my god. These fucking idiots. It is a cult at this point. Must accept everything Zack Snyder. That he clearly didn't know it was a meme. He just came up with that line. It's a coincidence that he says we live in a society. God, more money. Papa, please let me give the pleaser line. See, this is all Mexican. So, like, I feel like I see the money. I'm like, oh, $50. And I feel like you're giving me, like, $1. I feel like you're just giving me, like, $1. What do you think of Karen Fukuhara? Have a crush on her, but she is Karatika woman, and I am poor Mexican. But a doll she signed at eBay. I'm trying to think. I know who that is. It's just weird it's not coming to me off the top of my head. Birds of Prey and Mary Elizabeth Winstead. Yeah, Aubrey Plaza's using some kind of magic, and it's working. I know Aubrey Plaza's Catwoman. I mean, I know she doesn't have boobs, but it doesn't matter. Her crawling on the floor, like in like the third Dark Knight game, or like. You should spam the comment section with fuck yous. I thought about it. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you up the ass. Fuck you from Mexico. Down here in Mexico, we have good taste in movies. Fuck you. Oh, fuck yeah. It's actually a George Costanza quote. Yeah. I like Casper was all like, Mary Elizabeth Winstead as Catwoman. Ugh! I'd say Pedro Almodovar's great at writing some sex scenes. Tie Me Up, Tie Me Down. Holy shit. I watched that like a few months ago and I was like, damn. Guys, this actually looks pretty good. Fuck you. Fuck you. If I get banned from YouTube for like I get flagged for writing fuck you a bunch. Why this Joker? I wanted Feexer. We won, Mr. Snyder. We won. Eat some ass with a spoon. Okay. Finally, the real Justice League movie. Finally. A moron. What is the Snyder Cut? This is a 4-hour movie fully made by Zack Snyder. Well, the 2017 was only 2 hours and 20 minutes of Snyder's were used. The rest of the movie was made by Whedon, and in the movie here, there won't be any single Whedon scenes. What are the differences? Well, Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern, and Adam will make appearances. Wow, that's very interesting. We live in a society. I'm having flashbacks. Yes, Batman and Superman are going to kill even more people. You get a like. Very big peepee. Very big peepee. This managed to get me hyped to see Jared Leto as Joker. Joss Whedon, how are you going to change my movie, Zack Snyder? Yes. I like everyone's like, Zack Snyder's better than Joss Whedon. Donna. The CGI looks like how McDonald's Sprite Crispy tastes. Can't wait till March. This has an Avengers Endgame kind of nostalgia. This version is best than the original. Alright. You run from someone with a flamethrower. What have I done to deserve this Almodovar's best film? The sex scene in The Skin I Live In is very... Yeah, no, his sex scenes are amazing. He's doing it! He's doing it! Pedro Pascal is Catwoman. Give me all of your wishes! I have wish power as I take vitamins! I want to sneak into the cult of Snyder just so I could shake the hand. Honestly, I feel like it would be like Eyes Wide Shut, like it'd be Tom Cruise. It's like an Illuminati meeting. Take off your clothes. What is the password? Sucker Punch. Yes, that is the entrance password, but what's the other password? I think I've forgotten it. There is no other password. Take off your clothes. No, please, please. I love the Dawn of the Dead remake. Take off your clothes. He's great. Love his movies. He reminds me of Woody Allen when he was still directing movies worth watching. Fidelio. Fidelio. Aren't they the same people who said Leto is the worst Joker? He is. This doesn't change that. He's still the worst Joker. One more incredible thing than the other. Let's get this video to 1 million likes. This is going to be better than Avengers Endgame. Well, that isn't much of an achievement. This movie will be epic and we will praise it as the last version will be wiped out from the DCU. I agree. A lot of people, like you, will praise it. Oh, I made a typo. I agree a lot of people like you will praise it. I don't know why I thought that a comma. I concur. How doesn't Blade Runner make any sense, Craig? Tell me what doesn't make sense about Blade Runner. I can explain everything about Blade Runner to you very easily. I don't know how Blade Runner doesn't make sense. Slav, did you finish? Did you ever finish, you know, the sweet, passionate love that was going on before I started this live stream? Or is your girl over there sleeping? She went to bed with her Kit Kat bar. She was biting it really loud, the crunches, so you could hear her anger. Craig, you talking shit, my boy? I think we might have to settle this. Like them both. Woody made some really good movies. Well, he did before he started making too many and he got old. I'm happy for you, dude. If you're happy for the Snyder cut, good for you, dude. That's awesome. I'm not hating. Like, you want to... Bro, she fucking laughed. Like, Dan, dude, straight up, that's awesome. Like, if you're pumped for this, cool. I don't care, man. I hope you get your third Alien movie from Ridley Scott. Or fourth, I guess now. I hope you get the next film in the new Alien series, too. I liked our conversation about it. I like how we talked about the David and her fuck. I thought that was we had a very cerebral conversation, man. You're a very cerebral guy. Like, we had a very, like, interesting conversation where we, like, disagreed, but the stuff we were talking about was really interesting. Yeah, it was amazing. That was, like, my best live stream era. I know a lot of people, it's, like, box office addict for them and stuff, but I think, like, the live streams I did back then, those, like, 5-hour ones, like when I attacked Superwoman or the White House Correspondents' Dinner, or when we talked for 5 hours, or the one with Fox or Nightfire, Nightfire, the furry, when we had that 5-hour stream where I was trying to get to defend him against people exposing him, and then I feel like indirectly he exposed himself after talking to me for 5 hours. And I was like, oh, okay. This is getting to some weird shit. Yeah, man. I don't know why we don't talk more, bro. I've known you for years now. We haven't talked in a long time. I like talking to you. This sounds pretty gay. I like talking to you. We should talk more. You are a handsome man, though, so it's hard to deny that factor. Fandom basically comes down to liking things that a majority doesn't. Yeah, the Alien and Star Wars one. I love that live stream, too. That was a good live stream. That was such a fun time for me in YouTube, man. Okay, so that's where you went. I was wondering where you were at, man. I stopped seeing you. I thought you just, like, bounced. So I was like, oh, I guess he doesn't watch. I love it when you talk, Pat. Casper, just stop. You know, you're like the new Dragon. Dragon used to be like you, but, like, he learned to calm down and be cool, and now you're just the new Dragon. I miss my little Noel. Where's Noel? Yeah, he's the Dan from that video. You super fans. We already talked about the Joker at the beginning of this, Craig. I can't believe after 5 years, Batman v Superman finally got a sequel. I don't really know what to say about this anymore. I feel like... Oh. Wait a minute. Wait, where is she? Aubrey. Aubrey. Come on. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Ooh.
movies.
They're all
And
built for that. They know
Conan, shut up, please.
how to
that's
do
right.
that.
And
Yeah.
I was the one that was like, but I don't know how to do that.
Oh. Yes, yes, yes. What do you know how to do? Hey, look, it's my live stream. More like amazing in interviews. We live in a society. What a great... I found that image today where they put him with the fucking Superman image. That is how he sees himself. Oh, man, her eyes. Oh, my goodness. It's like she's just gotten sexier, too. Like, she was attractive on Parks and Rec, but I don't know what it is. The last, like, 3 years since she went all Hollywood, she does have, like, some of the best legs in the game. Her legs, her big eyes, her voice. And she's, like, cool, too, man. She's, like, cool and funny. You have to say a cliched remark like, it is what it is. We shall see how this turns out. There's always our movies that are actually good, and we can ignore these terrible movies. I like your ad blocker. Are you talking about Bathory, by the way? Yeah, sure. Of course I have an ad blocker. Please rewind live. God, that looks great. Yeah, I didn't get out, like, I loved how Jay was like, she's got, like, resting bitch face. That doesn't mean she's not attractive. They were talking about, I was like, yeah, I'm fine with that. Oh, Kamiko from The Boys. Okay. I like her well enough, yeah, from the show. I don't know her from anything outside of that. There was a big rumor for a long time that Bathory's secretly really sexy because she's the only girl that's ever in the chat, so she's the inevitable waifu of everyone in here. There used to be a couple other chicks. There was like that Raven chick. And then we had a few other girls. Actually, when I was the patriarchy, it was weird. Back when I was the patriarchy, we used to have a lot of women in the chat. And then once I switched over to Please Rewind, this just became the sausage rewind. Like, back when I talked about politics, half the chat was women. And girls were, like, in there all the time, and it was great. And now it's just a bunch of dudes. And Bathory. Yeah, so, yeah, the myth is, the thing is that Bathory's secretly, like, a 10 out of 10. Yeah, Raven Kiko. Yeah, I remember that chick. This is like nostalgic right now, guys. I didn't expect everyone to show up tonight. Why the fuck are you all here tonight? I could have done a stream any night, and tonight's the night you guys are all back. Another, like, only 30 people watching. Oh, yeah, Raven did sexually harass me, yeah. For sure. Yeah, another, like, uneventful Please Rewind stream that nobody's watching that's, like, 3 hours long. Because we're all pathetic losers. Papa, why is there nobody watching the stream? Well, go to bed. I told you already. It's too late for you to watch the stream, son. The old internet had so many pop-ups that would crash Netscape. I sure do like this, like, Yeah, I've had a few chicks try and seduce me. There's a lot of, like, women that used to... That's why I felt bad. I felt bad about not doing a live stream for so long, because I know a lot of you, like, only show up during the live streams. Oh, dude, if Bathory's secretly a dude, I am so down. Like, please let that be the case. But, But yeah, I've had some chicks, like, message me on Twitter before and stuff like that. And try and start some stuff with me. That's happened a few times. Although I'm out of the circles now. I used to be way more, like, involved with YouTube. I used to hang out with more channels and talk, and I don't do shit anymore. No, it's just cool you guys all showed up. It's so fun. Like, this is like the old days, man. I just thought like it'd be like 20 people in here. Oh my god, are you a dude? No, I'm actually a chick. Alright, guys. I'm actually Bathory. I'm actually Bathory typing in all of her stuff on another computer right beside me as I'm also Please Rewind. That's been the secret this whole time. I am both Bathory and Pat. I like pumpkin pie. If I had been a film director, I would have loved to have seen Dustin Diamond's career. I didn't know you were going live tonight. I would have easily joined you through Discord. Sounds like I didn't know you were gonna like bang that girl tonight. I was gonna join you. Slav, did your chick straight up leave because you were gonna listen to the live show? Like, please tell me that's true. Don't fucking lie. Don't you dare fucking lie to me. Please tell me that you were hanging out with a girl and some shit was going down, and then you're like, listen, I gotta listen to this live stream, and your girl left. Please tell me that happened. This was all worth it if that happened. If she was like, you gotta pick me. You gotta pick this sex tonight or listening to this fucking live stream about this stupid movie. And you were just like, I have to. I have to. It has to happen. And she like slammed the door. Like, please. I want to see the Wooden Planet Alien 3 script. Yeah, but it was for weather reasons. Plus, my parents were coming home. Damn it! You could have lied to me just to make me happy. I get natural peanut butter. I don't care what the brand is, really. I don't have... I like all peanut butter, to be honest. I love peanut butter. I go through like a jar of peanut butter every few days. Thank you, hamster. Remember when I used to have a hamster? Hamtaro? I used to yell at her on the live streams. Then I went to yelling at my rabbit, Harambe. Now I yell at my cat. It's been an evolution. Eventually I'm going to be yelling at just a person. Like my gimp that I keep in the back, like Pulp Fiction. Quiet down, you gimpy bastard. Yeah, what do you do with that hamster, Bathory? Yeah, I wasn't expecting this trailer today. I couldn't think of a video to make all fucking week. There's a reason I've been making a lot of videos, guys. Once I got done with 70s Rewind, I did that trailer video, and I really want to make videos right now because I love editing right now. I even have, like, you know, I'm working in that kind of industry right now. I'm editing, and I want to edit so bad, and I just sat here all weekend. I was off this weekend. I was just watching Batman the Animated Series, and I'm like, fuck, I got to make a video on something. And I just kind of gave up. And then I saw this trailer came out, and I was like, you know what? Why not? Why not do another Please Rewind Live? I got to start doing these more. I want to bring back... I have the weekends off again, so I might bring back Saturday Night Fever, where I watch a movie. I would want to do the beef stew. Unfortunately, Blood Money's been having to, like, live in a garage. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, I'm dying. But Blood Money's been living in a garage somewhere, so we haven't been able to do the... We were keeping up with the beef stew, but we haven't been able to do one in like 2 weeks. We had like one conversation the last 2 weeks, and I was like, why didn't we record this? We had this great conversation about Talented Mr. Ripley. How's the peeping, Tommy? How's the peeping? But we should be starting that again soon. So my hope is live streams, commentary tracks, Beef Stew podcast, and at least one video a week. At least a video a week or every couple weeks. That's like an essay or review or something. That's my hope. Aren't you just sweet, Bathory? Yeah, I'm not watching Revenge of the Fallen. I barely got through. Remember the Scooby-Doo commentary just destroyed me, man. I gotta do more live streams. I feel like I'm good at live streaming. I miss doing live streams. These are fun because you don't have to do a lot of work. Like a video, you have to come up with an idea and write it and record it and edit it and fucking make a thumbnail. With this, I don't have to do shit. I guess I should just do like a WandaVision review or something. Dude, it would be easier on a server. You can host them, plus we could have our own message board. Therefore, fuck you, keep saying it's complicated. I'll set it up. I have a server on Discord. There's a server. Hold on. Here. Where the fuck? Somebody put a link in the chat. Can somebody put a link in the chat? Yeah, I do want to do a Discord server. I apologize, I haven't set that up yet. Somebody put a link of the Discord server in the chat so everybody can join in. I'm gonna start. Me and Blood Money have been doing we've been doing the podcast on Discord, and we want to eventually so we could screen share. So that's my plan. Eventually, I want to have it where like we have bigger live streams. I want to have like Madcap and Blood Money and Terrible Lizard. Maybe Bathory will come on. We can bring Dan on, and Cordry said he will appear on some of them when he has time, and Terrible Lizard. And that's the plan, is to do basically an EFAP type format where there's like 5 or 6 of us on a Discord, and we're doing a live stream, and we're just reacting to stuff on YouTube and stuff like that and talking to you guys. I have been planning that. Can somebody get the Discord link up in here? I know someone has it. Come on. Where the fuck is Dragon when you need him? He's always good for that stuff. Yeah, I'm with you, man. We need to do the shit on the server. I agree. That's been a stupid part on my. Actually, Biscuit made this a long time ago. She made this server. I don't even know if she's still on it, but she's the one that like kicked it off. Hold on. Yeah, because it's like streamer mode's enabled. Where the fuck do I get the link for this shit? Invite people. Use copy button. Okay. 1 second. Sorry. There. Here we are now. West side. Sorry, I'm not talking. This is just like dead air right now. Trying to see if this. Okay, cool. There we go. That's the Discord link. Everybody go on that. Everyone is in the chat right now. Everybody. And we'll do this. Oh, it's been snowing like a motherfucker here, man. Winter's been terrible. Is WandaVision getting... I don't know. I've only seen a couple episodes when it was still like Bewitched. I like Matt Shackman, though, the guy's directing it. Well, if you don't know how to use Discord, that's fine. But those of you who do have a Discord or understand it, please join the Discord server. Thank you. Everybody join. That's where we're going to start doing stuff more often, all right? As you see, there is a Please Rewind. There's the upcoming movies recommendations where you can recommend stuff to me, the general, the new YouTube videos, and Please Rewind Live. Oh. Whoops. Let me get out of that. Whoops-a-daisy. That's funny. I actually just signed in on there and had my voice on there. My bad. Yeah, but there's actually a please rewind server in there. Sweet. Let me watch you guys all join this bitch. Yeah, if you guys stay active in this, I will do more stuff in the Discord server. You guys put recommendations in there. No, winter's been terrible this year. It's okay. You guys can spam the shit out of this server. I don't care. I'm really not attached to it. But this way we can all stay in touch better. Who's this gang of friends this way? Because I know on Twitter we don't all stay together. And I know that in general we all kind of stay like disconnected because you guys have to wait for live streams or comments. So everybody, if you want anything, get on the Discord server. You guys can write in here. And I'll do live streams and we'll set up stuff through the Discord server. And it'll be great. And we can bring you guys in like phone calls. Like, you know, so we don't have to do Google Hangouts or anything like that. So if you guys like want to jump on the live streams, we'll just do it all on Discord. Because the audio will pick up through my OBS. So I can do like call-ins and stuff like that. It'll be fucking sweet. Be like a radio show. No, I've never tried Minds or oh, I've been on Minds.com. Yeah, I have an account on there. I put a bunch of patriarchy videos on there back in the day. Yeah. All right, look at all these people in this server. Exciting. Now Please Rewind's truly got a cult following. We have a fucking server. Yeah, you lucky bastard, Bathory. It snows in your heart, though, doesn't it? How long's this live stream be going? I don't even fucking know. God damn, you're Mexican, your fucking pesos. I thought you gave me like $100, like that Brian guy used to give me. Where the fuck? Why is this not showing me a timer? Excellent connection. It's so nice having a good computer. Yeah, now that I have a good computer, this stuff's so easy. Oh, 2.5 hours. Jesus. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I have to go check some stuff. I'll be back. See what's going on. So, yeah, let me see. See if I could find something to play for you guys while I go on a hiatus. I'll be back soon. I just gotta fucking go check some stuff. Alright. All right. Okay. I'm back. So I think I just made a decision. I think I'm gonna start doing since Sundays are a good time to do a live stream, and that's when I used to do Box Office Addict. And that seems like a good time for everybody to like get together. I'm gonna throw this out there. Please rewind lives. Since I'm off on the weekends now and the weeknights, I'm just go to bed too early. We'll start trying to do live streams on Sundays. All right. So if anyone wants to hop on any of these live streams and hop on the Discord, I don't know what time on Sundays. It may not always be at night. Sometimes it might be like in the afternoon. It'll be early, but I will try to start doing live streams regularly on Sundays. I would like to do Friday night because that's when I get... Why would I debate? I agree with him on House Movie Castle. I told him my opinion of it before he watched it, and he had like the same opinion. But Friday night would be good because that's when I'm off Friday nights, but I like to have Friday night. And then Saturdays are probably the time where if I make a video or anything like that's when I'm going to have free time. So, and I kind of want my Saturdays. But Sundays, whatever, I'll start doing live streams on Sundays. Fuck it. I got to go to Slav. What's Slav doing? What's going on? Biatches. Let's see. You gotta go to Slav. Is anyone in here?
Hi.
Oh, hey, man. What's up? Who is this? Is this Slav?
Yeah,
Oh, hey, what's going on?
not much.
All right, cool.
How are you? Oh, because there's the.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on your. Oh, wow.
Yeah, you're like hearing yourself probably, right?
Yeah, I had to mute myself or the stream.
Yeah, mute the stream, yeah. So everyone else can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty great. I was like, oh wait, yeah, I can just this Discord, I can just jump on here and then that'd be funny if everyone was just talking in here and everyone just muted themselves.
Yeah, people just click on the video and they're just like, "What's going on?"
Yeah, nobody's talking. It's just a bunch of people talking and there's no fucking. Yeah, there probably is an echo. Chris, where's the? Somebody says there's an echo. Let me see where I'm getting an echo from. Do I have an echo?
I probably had it for a second, but I muted.
I'm asking the
myself.
people in the chat. Yeah, you might have had an echo. I might have an echo because I'm on two separate things right now.
Mm.
Come on, Christopher Bailey, you fucker. Oh, it's fine. All right, cool. Yeah, yeah. There should have.
Lizard,
Sorry.
Lizard joined in here a second ago, but he had to go somewhere else.
Oh, that fucking asshole.
he was teasing the tip, bro.
I know. I want to hear him. Yeah, what happened with your lady, man? Tell me.
Oh, okay. Well, she was over here for Valentine's Day all weekend, but we're having terrible weather in my area, so she had to go home early.
What part of the country you live in?
Southeast. Think about that for a second. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm out in the I'm out in the Midwest, so.
Oh, lucky. I wish I was out there.
Yeah, I'm suffering too. It's okay. I know what it's like.
Mm. The thing is, though, is that, since I live in the Southeast, it's mostly right wing. So it's like we're mostly free out here. You just got to wear a mask, and some people don't even do that.
That's how it is out around here, man. Nobody's really like uptight about it except the masks.
Okay.
We're not like closed down over here. We opened back up like last July, and it's pretty much been open ever since. I mean, there's still no concerts and shit like that to go do. I mean, that sucks, but.
Mm-hmm. See, have they started? No, they haven't. I was about to dox myself because like there's this place near my house where we do stuff.
Yeah, don't do that. I mean, I don't care. It doesn't affect me at all.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to anything like that. But I was about to fan out for a second, but
it's okay. It's okay. Madcap actually came out here. That's how much of a fan he is. He just moved here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He followed me out here. It's like I'm starting. This is gonna be Waco.
He be simping, bruh.
Yeah, this is gonna be like Waco. I'm like David Koresh. I'm gonna start a commune out here. I'm gonna be having sex with his wife, and he's gonna be like, "Is this guy not Jesus?" I thought he was Jesus until he started having sex with my wife.
It was only then.
Then I got a little suspicious. that maybe he's not the Lord and Savior that's gonna save him.
Uh-huh.
It's all right. You don't have to fan out. I'm a normal dude. I bleed.
You bleed? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this is like playing on Xbox Live or something like that. It's like when you're like playing, you get on a game with someone and you're like, "Hey, dude," and he's like packing a bowl, and you hear the bong riff going. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's that kind of vibe right now.
Yeah.
I'd rather talk to you than watch the Justice League trailer. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean what you don't want to watch what Zach put together for us?
He jumps in
On
the
Lord and
Discord
Savior?
server right now. Hey, I saw you guys were talking about me.
Like fucking like fuck like what the fuck you guys fucking talking about me for?
What, you think this shit's shit? I'm down the fucking road. He just comes in and starts shitting. I'm like, Zach, no, wait, hold on. Joss Whedon shows up. You know, I agree with everything you guys are. Yeah. Joss, what are you doing here?
You look overweight, but yet like strong at the same time.
Yeah. What's with your face?
What's with your face?
Why are you so ugly? I like this somewhat confused. Is this a Discord? Yes, this is a Discord.
This is a Discord.
Yeah, this is a Discord. This isn't the Discord. This is a Discord.
Oh man, I remember back like 2 years, I was in your damn live stream saying like, dude, you should start a server, and you'd be like,
yeah,
man, that's complicated. You'd be like, man, that's complicated. I don't know how to do that.
What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't even start this, man. I don't remember. There was somebody that was a sub to me. Fucking madcap. He's like, how do I connect? I don't know. Click the fucking thing. Okay. No, I remember how this started. There was one of the subs, this sub Biscuit, and she just sent me a link one day, and she's like, "Hey, I started your Discord server," and I was like, "What?" Because I had Discord. I guess I would talk to friends, and she's like, "I started one for you," and I was like, "Okay." And I just didn't talk about it, but then you guys brought it up in the chat tonight, and I'm like, I do have a Discord server. Pat, I planned. Sorry. Hey, shut up. Anyway, Pat, I plan to cosplay as you at a convention. I planned that too. Is Madcap in?
Yeah, he joined.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking man, everyone's audio sounds nice too. What the fuck? No one's got. Why is it celebrity on all these shows with the COVID going on? They all have like mics from 2003. Have you noticed that?
I don't watch celebrities.
Yeah,
I try not to.
Every time I see any of them on interview, like they come on, they're like doing an interview from home. They don't have a good mic or like a setup.
They have like the AirPods. Like,
yeah,
that's all I got.
It's like you're worth $100 million, George Clooney, and you can't buy a good microphone.
Nah, but he got the drip though. Don't worry.
Yeah, I was gonna cosplay as Please Rewind at a convention. That was a plan. I did buy a beanie that said Please Rewind.
Well, it's gonna be a long way till we get back to that.
That's true. That's very.
But what I was going to say to you, Pat, is that the reason why I'd suggest even way back then when you were getting, I don't know how serious you are with YouTube now, but when you start a Discord server like this, you keep your fandom honed in, and it'll grow hopefully over time. That's kind of like what Razor does. I'm in his Discord server, but he never like advertises it like directly. He only does it in his live streams and like only does like a few people at a time.
I don't disagree, dude. It's smart. The Discord servers, I mean, that's like the foundation of the growing the live stream fan community thing. I mean, it seems to be. I always knew it. I was just too lazy.
Don't just shut down a hedge fund. Just don't do that, and your server will be fine.
No, it's true. Yeah, no. Plus, it's cool because you can just talk to people like this because I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I hope they don't mind listening to my dumbass talk.
No, man, it's cool. I was worried, it was gonna be like some, oh my god, Pat, what's going on? I thought you were gonna have one of those voices. I was worried.
Back 4 years ago when I first started watching you, maybe I've gained more confidence over time.
I've gained more confidence. So yeah, Madcap, he was saying that he was gonna fan out for a second. I was like, well, fuck, this guy followed me out here. How much
Yeah,
you fan the fuck out?
Yeah, I love how you're just like bringing up my life story, how I came to be so far. But yeah, well, as we all know, we live in a society.
Yeah, we do. We do live in a society. Hey, I'm glad. Hopefully, everyone moves out here.
Everyone should.
Bathory, eventually it's just
You always go to Bathory first.
Yeah,
Brad.
Bathory. My entire YouTube community all just lives out here. That would be fucking great. Then I wouldn't need fans. You guys could just come over to my house and hear me talk.
I feel like Bathory, like in this situation, would be like Emma Watson from This Is the End.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It does have that kind of vibe, man.
By the way, I've had this. Everybody's been saying this to me recently. Is Emma Watson hot to you guys?
Dude, I had like a huge crush when she was in that Deathly Hallows phase when she shortened her hair, dude.
Exactly.
I had such a heartthrob for Emma Watson.
I felt the same way.
her.
Like that, there was a point, like the pixie cut, like fucking perks of being a wallflower.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. Like that's that. After that, I hate her now.
I've never found her attractive, ever.
I found her. I just found her politics really preachy, and I don't think she's been good in many films. But I don't have the hatred for her as I have.
Madcap,
like
Madcap. We're not going for intelligence here. We're going like at visuals now.
I mean,
if you want to talk about intelligence, no, that's
she's no Aubrey Plaza. I mean, I'll put it that way. But
she tries to she tries to classify like the whole independence as like self-dependent or some shit. It's just like, what are you on about?
What are you on about? You're on a date.
Misogyny.
You're on a date with her, and she's like going into this whole thing about like, feminism, and she's got all this literature and all that, and you're there, and you're like, what are you going on about?
Mm-hmm.
Shut up, Hermione.
Misogyny rewind.
Shut up, Hermione. What the fuck up? Yeah, she's
doing that.
She's correcting you. She's correcting your grammar.
Just be like, Mudblood, shut up.
Yeah, she's just being a bitch. It's like, shut up, Emma Watson.
I haven't been in Harry Potter for years. I don't count.
I'm a very successful woman outside of that franchise. She has like a really thick I'm a really successful woman. Why would you say that to me? Blimey.
Yes, remember,
Blimey.
remember my classics, The Circle? That was a great film I worked on.
Yeah. Have you seen The Circle? It's really good.
Oh my god. Terrible.
Nobody saw it. What are you talking about? What are you going on about? What are you going on about? I worked with Tom Hanks.
Did she? Oh, The Circle.
Yeah, he's in that piece of shit. Yeah, it's circular.
Yeah,
circular.
It goes back.
I will put a label to this film. I can seriously say upfront that The Circle is the reason why we lost Bill Paxton.
I wonder if I watched that movie and it's like great. Like, oh
no, it's really bad.
I
I
like that director. He made that movie The Spectacular Now and Smashed. He made a couple movies I liked, but I never watched The Circle. I remember when it came out and I was like, I don't know what the fuck this is.
No, like I don't even know what it's really about. Like it's trying to be like this anti-tech piece, but then it kind of glorifies it in a way to the point where it's very cultish.
That sounds
it's a very
great.
awkward movie to watch. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. What are some good like tech films?
Hold on, Dan. Dan, do you have a
Go
mic? Dan McCarthy, do you have a mic? He said his girlfriend worked on that movie. We got to get his ass in here. I got to hear about this. Dan,
that's awesome.
Yeah, get the fuck in here and tell me about your girlfriend working on The Circle. Please.
That doesn't sound right.
It doesn't. After I said it. Yeah, Dan's got a nice voice too, so bring him in here.
Pat, I
But,
just want to say you made a terrible mistake putting me in your server. I'm gonna put so much curse shit in here.
I don't. That's fine. You can be a witch. I'm all right with that.
I'm over it.
Like, you know 4chan? I'll
course.
put some stuff from 4chan
Yeah,
in here.
I know the hacker known as 4chan.
You know the okay. Good.
I've heard of him. I've read a couple articles where he's mentioned. Yeah, Dan, get into this chat right now. Tell us the story. This is evolving. This is already turning into a way better life. I wasted the last 2 hours on nonsense. This is already way more interesting.
I mean, what else is there to talk about with Justice League, really? I saw the trailer before I even popped on Joker. I had, like, not much to say about it.
I didn't have anything to say about it either. These are, like, non-trailers. Like, it's just images with, like, some song that's, like, both trailers.
I mean, hallelujah. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
But I don't know what the fuck. Like, I'm still watching. I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck this movie's about.
No, it's like 4 hours of whatever it is going to be about, really. Like,
Yeah, well, I'm assuming that much, but
that's why I'm excited to watch this. We're going to be like top men, as I said before. Top men.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. Like, I'm still watching. I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck this movie is about.
What?
No, it's like 4 hours of whatever it is. Yeah, I can.
Somebody got the news on in the background?
I'm assuming that much, but
That's why I'm excited. The mic's in the background for both their users. Top men.
Hey, dude, if you're on here, you gotta mute yourself. Like, or the stream, I mean.
yeah,
There we go.
cool.
I'm a noob. Hang on.
Oh, is this Dan?
Yeah, hey guys.
Dan, it's good
Oh,
to
hey,
hear
Dan.
you get.
Hello,
Dan, tell us the details about your girlfriend working on the Circle. I want to know everything. We'll all shut up.
I didn't work on it, so I don't know the nitty gritty, but I just asked her for a quick recap, and she says the highlight was working with Tom Hanks, and she worked on the reshoots, so she didn't work on the principal photography. And honey, was it good? What was it? She never saw the movie. I never saw the movie, but she read the script. They're shitting on it, so I don't know. Can you guys hear her?
Yeah. No, have her come in. Bring her in. This is a party.
She's making pizza.
That's fine. What happened?
They're asking what happened. She just shrugged. She doesn't know.
Did Tom Hanks make out with any children?
Oh, they're into the Tom Hanks pedo thing. Do you know anything about that? Apparently, Tom Hanks is like a QAnon target or something. I don't know.
I've heard the stuff about Steven Spielberg, but I haven't heard it about Tom Hanks.
Did she see anything?
Yeah, she loves him. She says he's a fantastic guy.
Damn.
I doubt it.
I doubt it. Did she meet Emma Watson?
Did you meet Emma Watson? Yeah. Did you hear that?
No, what'd she say?
No.
Said no, but she did her travel. Kendra does like travel stuff. Like if the actors need to travel, she'll buy them the tickets and get them the hotel and get them a rental car, things like that.
Really?
She's done a lot of shit. She's worked on Spider-Man, the second one.
Which second one?
Far From Home. She's usually works on huge movies, but it's on the reshoots. Fortunately, she didn't do the Justice League reshoots, and she's worked on Transformers. Now she's starting a new Marvel thing that I can't say what it is.
Weren't you guys at like a Lady Bird premiere?
Lady Bird. Yes, yeah, Lady Bird. Yeah, she worked on all of Lady Bird.
What'd she do on Lady Bird? Would she just do that? Like she set up travel or something?
Did you do travel on Lady Bird? No, she did. She was a APOC, which is Assistant Production Office Coordinator. But now she's moved up and she's the full-on Production Office Coordinator.
No, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, I like this as our like inside Hollywood trading. It's like,
I mean, she's gotten farther than you.
Yeah, no, it's true. I know.
We're
We're talking to a guy whose girlfriend's making pizza, and we're like, "Did you meet? Did you meet Robert Downey Jr.?"
Wait, you said she worked on Spider-Man too, right?
Yeah.
Far From Home.
Did she meet? Oh, Far From Home. I was gonna say,
Well,
did she meet Joey Diaz?
Every time she works, if she goes on set, it's usually just to grab somebody or do something real quick. She doesn't spend her whole day on set. And she don't want to be on set. So she'll be in, and so every movie has an office, which is basically the base of operations for that movie. Like if you want to call the movie, you call the production office. And she's like in charge of that office. So there's even times where the movie's office will be in a totally different country than where the movie's actually shooting sometimes. Isn't that true, honey? It's funny. So she worked on Jungle Cruise, which is the wrestler guy. What's his name?
Yeah, that's the new Disney
Dwayne,
theme park ride attraction.
That movie shot in like 2017 or something, wasn't it?
Oh wow.
2018? It was years ago. And I went to Hawaii to visit her, and I saw the set. Yeah, and so I got to go on set, and that was pretty cool. I even saw The Rock once, because I was on. They were doing like camera tests and VFX tests, and I was a PA on that. So before the movie even started, they were doing like tests on like, here are the lenses we're going to use, here are the special effects we're going to test out, and I was like that's on my resume. That's pretty cool.
Did he look like a rock?
He looked exactly like he does on screen.
I'm very interested. How big? But was he as big in person?
Yeah, it wasn't like a Tom Cruise thing where you see him and you're like, holy shit, you're short.
The Rock's like 5'2". You meet the Rock in person, he's like a little person. It's all CGI.
He has to have a body of a scorpion.
Yeah, he's a giant scorpion monster.
It's true form.
Yeah. You're like, what the fuck? That's amazing, man. Oh boy, I'm glad to hear from you, dude. I haven't talked to you in like 4 years.
Has it been that long?
I mean, in person. We've talked. I think we talked in chats and stuff like that. But
yeah, we've been bullshitting here and there. Glad you found my new Twitter.
Yeah,
dude. I feel like I've lost all of the very few following I had on like YouTube and Twitter. Just like my YouTube and my Twitter got deleted, and I was like, okay, now I'm a nobody again.
I mean, hey, you're meeting The Rock. I mean, it's not so bad.
That's true. I got his phone number. I call him sometimes.
Yeah, you're definitely in the business.
Yeah, you're in the.
You've made it.
You're a Hollywood insider. You're gonna give us all the insider information anytime we're doing a stream now, and I need some Hollywood info. I'll be like, all right, now where did The Rock travel to during this movie? What hotel did he stay at?
I do hear about shit like that.
Oh
she
my
tells me some stories sometimes.
Oh my goodness.
So you guys, I don't know if you saw the South Park guys made a new YouTube channel where they were deep faking Donald Trump, and like they put out a bunch of videos that are like weird humor where it's just Donald Trump being deep faked on an actor, just doing like shtick. Anyway,
who hasn't deep faked Donald Trump on anything?
Wait, Trey Parker and Matt Stone did that?
Yeah, honey, what's the channel called? Sassy Justice.
Sassy Justice.
It's not funny, but the deep fake shit that they do is really impressive. It's way better than Luke Skywalker. So,
dude, this is gonna get scary, man. Like, it's gonna get to a point where we're all gonna be wearing like e-glasses, and we're all gonna go out and see deep fakes of people. Like, people are you're gonna see everyone as a deep fake, not as the real person. So someone's gonna be a deep fake of you. So you're gonna see yourself being deep faked on someone else's face when you go outside. In like less than 5 years, this is going to be a thing. And
you're going to be like a hot younger version of yourself.
Yeah.
And then when you turn off your face hologram, you're going to be a schlub.
Yeah, you're just going to download like the 23-year-old version Facebook picture of yourself, and that's going to be your deep fake.
And then they're going to sell you like DLC for your own face.
Yeah.
It's going to be weird.
You won't own someone's going to be more real than you. Well, I'm scared that it's just going to be anime characters everywhere.
Oh God, no.
You're going to walk into like a grocery.
Furries. It's going to be furries.
Yeah,
dude.
You're going to go into a grocery store and it's just a bunch of tuxedo masks just everywhere. Yeah. And it's just going to be I really don't think we're far off from that world. Like just deep fake world.
It's a little strange how many people have these like furry character avatars, and then you find out they actually are furries in real life. Like Rags, he talks about computer games a lot, and he's on EFAP. Mm-hmm. He's like a straight up furry. I just thought it was like his avatar. And then the guy from Your Movie Sucks is a furry. It's like,
Adam,
what the hell? Everybody that
is he?
Crazy.
Yeah, he's a huge furry, man. He talked about bestiality one time, and
I've lost all respect.
he talked about like how people are like hypocritical about bestiality.
Oh my
He
God.
had this whole stream about it. That it's fucking crazy. You know, he talks like
He can
this,
say that.
but he goes on about like how people think it's, you know, we eat animals and that's cruel, so we're hypocritical to criticize people who have sex with animals.
Yeah, those are like in a group of opinions somebody might have in their head, but it's like you just keep them to yourself.
Yeah.
It's fine. You can have these very controversial ideas. Just don't tell anybody about it. It's really cringe and weird.
If I was Ralph, I'd get out of there.
I fucked my dog. 6 out of 10. Not very good.
So back to Sath of Justice real quick.
Yeah.
So that was originally going to be a movie. So Kendra was working on like getting this movie started, and she was doing the pre-production. And they were getting ready to ramp into photography, and then they just pulled the plug and they said, "No, we're not going to make it because of COVID." Yeah, because of COVID. Yeah, and it was supposed to tie in with the election, so it wasn't a thing where, well, we'll just delay it. It's like, now, by the time the election's over, it's not going to be worth a damn because it's a movie making fun of Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And so all those YouTube videos that are coming out on that channel, they're like what they have left over from all the pre-production they made on the movie.
So I've waited like 5
test
years for Trey and Matt to make a new movie, and they were going to make that.
Yeah, I wasn't. Neither of us thought it was going to be good. Did you think it was going to be good? Wait. Yeah. Oh, she thought it was going to be good.
I mean, it's true. I mean, if you live in a world where SNL is just nothing about Trump jokes, and of course,
gotcha.
like it's going to be good for some people, but it's just like even that idea doesn't sound like a good movie. So I'm glad like that never came through.
They're not going to make a Book of Mormon movie, but they were going to do that. Like, what the fuck? That's very upsetting.
Aren't they going to do that? I think I heard that they were going to do that.
It got announced at some point. I'm shocked they haven't done that because I think it.
Will you cover it?
Oh yeah,
do a review of it?
I would, dude. I love Book of Mormon. Like I've seen it 3 times. I'm a huge Trey Parker fan.
I'm in LA. That's got to be playing at some point here somewhere.
And that would make a good fucking movie, like big time. And it would, I mean, I think it would make like easily $500 million if in a normal world. I don't know about nowadays, but it'd probably be on HBO now. But back in the day, I was sort of like, why didn't they make a movie out of this? Because I think that's made like $700 million or something. Book of Mormon at this point. That's where they made most of their money because they paid for it all themselves. And then it turned into this big hit, and they both made like $200 million off of it each. And then they got really rich. They were already rich, but then they got super fucking rich for Book of Mormon.
I'm gonna sound super uncultured, but I thought you were talking about the religion. I just found out it was a play.
Yeah, I'm gonna review the Book of Mormon.
It's like they should make a movie of that. I was like,
it's not a very fun read, but I think it would make a great movie. This would be a hell of an adaptation if those guys who did South Park did it. No, yeah, it's a musical.
I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
You fucking idiot.
Like a musical. Like, here's the thing. I'm not really a big theater buff. I never really like watched a musical on some format, but you know that's been around.
Yeah, about 10 years, I think, now it came out. It's been out. I think it came out in 2011. I can't remember. I saw it years ago, and then I saw it a couple other times. I saw it I was like 22, back when I was a young lad.
I was 11 back then when it came out.
Oh my God, you're a young one. I mean, Dan over here is like 45 years old.
37.
Really?
And his
37.
And his girl's 20.
No, she's my same age too.
Really? Oh my goodness, dude! I'm gonna,
we're not 38.
Dude, you gotta tell me, is it fucking? We're 38.
I thought I was 37.
Dude, is it shit living out there right now? Madcap was living out there and he moved away.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. Everything's closed. I had to buy a home gym because I'm getting so gross and fat.
Nice.
Yeah, he was like a handsome dude before. I remember you were like a good looking guy.
Damn it!
What happened? You're just like a
COVID.
neckbeard now. You're like a big fat, like
neck
neck bearded freak.
Gross.
Yeah, because Blood Money lives out in Washington, and he says it's fucking terrible out there too. Everything's closed.
I was just at the supermarket, and people have double masks. I thought it was like a meme or like, oh, this stupid thing the internet's saying. People are fucking doing it here. It's so fucking ridiculous.
Double mask. What does it mean?
I have friends over there that like are afraid to even like hang out. So I'm just like, yeah, I can't really like bear this kind of like lifestyle anymore. Just why, if people are still gonna be kept indoors and shit, I might as well just like find my own way elsewhere.
Yeah, Dan and Candace, right? Dandis. Yeah, you guys should come out to Columbus, Ohio. Everyone needs to live out here. I'm trying to build like a commune here. So
great. I can visit the Amazing Atheist while I'm there.
Yeah, Chris Stuckman.
Chris
Stuckman lives in he lives in Cleveland, and the Paul brothers. We got his
wife.
We got all the best people out here. I mean, shit. I mean, Ohio's where it's at. Yeah, well, hey man,
Chris Cuckman over there. Oh, I hate that guy.
I hate him too. No, I hate that he's like 2 hours from me, and I'm like, God damn it.
It's so weird. So he's the #1 reviewer, and then what's the other guy? The second guy?
Jeremy Johns.
Yeah, I love Jeremy Johns. I watch him do the WandaVision reviews every episode. I love his. I don't know. He's good.
Well,
Jeremy Johns is decent.
He has a personality, unlike Chris.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Chris Stuckman's like dead inside. Now that I found out he was like part of a cult for 20 years, that makes sense now.
Oh yeah, you saw the Jehovah's Witness video?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but I heard that came out.
Well, he revealed it on
picture.
He revealed it on Double Toasted. He actually revealed it to Corey on Double Toasted, the Spill guy, first before he did that video. He like did an interview with Corey Coleman, and he told him there he was the first time he brought it up before, and I was like, what the fuck?
Was that just openly, or like did they shoot him a question about his upbringing?
He just asked him about his life, and then he was like, I'm going to tell you something I've never told anyone. And then he told it on that interview, and then a week later, he, of course, had to milk it and make a video about it because, he's Chris Stuckman. Speaking of that, I'd like to invite Chris Stuckman to the live stream tonight. Hello, Chris. How you doing?
That'd be dope.
Tell me, did they touch you? What do you think about bestiality?
That's the same interview you gave my girlfriend.
Yeah. Hey man, if things ever come back, which they probably won't, but let's say they do in an optimistic world, I'll come out there. I'll come out and visit you and your girlfriend, and we'll hit the town.
Orgy. Wait.
That would be awesome, dude. You really should.
Yeah, I will, dude. I don't care. I'll fly out there. Yeah,
I'll take you to Hollywood.
Yeah, I'd love that. That'd be great. Madcap, you down for that? You want to go back to California?
No, not for a few years. Until theme parks open up, I'll be more than happy to go back.
Okay, so if Disney World's open, Madcap's in. But
no, not Disney.
If they
open up Universal, that's my zone.
Okay, sorry, my bad. I spoke out of hand. Universal, we'll all go to Universal Studios together.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In case you guys haven't heard, Disney's evil. So I'm like staying away from their theme parks.
It's an evil presence. Like you're outside the gate of Disney World. It's like the Willy Wonka factory when Charlie looks at it and it's closed. There's like steam coming up out of it.
None of you guys have been to the Star Wars land?
No, I never bothered.
I went when they had like a Star Wars weekend years ago. I went then. That was pretty fun.
Let's get high.
Star Wars Celebration?
Yeah, I went during the summer though. Don't ever go to Disney World during the summer. Worst mistake of your life. I promise.
Okay.
Hot as hell. But yeah. I had fun, but it's just
yeah, even with the shitty sequels and all the SJW bullshit popping up, I still went and I had a good time at whatever the Star Wars land place is. Scavenger.
Yeah, Galaxy's Edge.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing that kind of hooked me was probably making your own lightsaber instead of just having to like buy a rare Luke Skywalker saber. But other than that, just the concept, just taking. Well, yeah, again, just taking the concept of the sequels and then you're just making a theme park venue out of it. I'm just like, Yeah, because after Last Jedi, I was just like not very interested in what's going to happen within this franchise, considering how much, considering the treatment that they got on Star Wars. I'm just like, yeah, it never really sold me.
I'm more interested in the drama of like the behind the scenes of what could be happening. That's like I don't even know if most of those channels are real. I just think it's interesting. Like I don't even like the world of Star Wars that much anymore when it comes to the Disney stuff.
No,
That's
not
kind
even
of
the
how
Mandalorian crowd.
yeah, it's like what Pat said about Joker. It's like the story around Joker is more interesting than the actual thing itself.
Yeah, I told Sharkfoot he should go work at Universal Studios and or Disneyland and Disney World and be Kylo Ren. He could just be the guy who plays Kylo Ren at the park because like fuck it, they're not gonna find a better guy. So
oh, he's gonna get mistreated. He's gonna get whipped.
I hate it because we were gonna go to a Comic-Con this year and I was gonna get him so hella laid. Like I was gonna be like, dude, because so many guys go and dress up as Kylo Ren, and it's terrible. But then you take the helmet off, and then you are Kylo Ren, and then immediately, like you're in with at least half the chicks at that con.
Yeah.
I mean, con chicks though. I mean, but
disease. Be careful.
Yeah, it's scary. I've had some. Nobody talks about the melancholy that can happen at Comic Cons or film festivals, like. You get all excited in your head. You have this fantasy of like, oh boy, I'm going to go meet all these people that love the same things I do. And I'm going to go meet celebrities from movies. And then you meet and it's like that, you find out Chewbacca's an asshole and he really just wants like a $50 autograph, and you have to get through this line and it's really uncomfortable. And you have to wait to the last day to get comic books for like cheap in a bundle. And I don't know. It's a weird feeling. Like I'm not saying it isn't fun, but at the same time, there's a strange melancholy to going to a Comic-Con. It's
also you wind up meeting all the washed up celebrities that only did the one show and they haven't done jack shit for the rest of their career, and you get to kind of see what they are now as like a 60-year-old still just making money off of the film they made when they're in their 20s.
Yeah, and they're more interested in talking to you after a point than you are to them. At first, you're like, "Oh, cool, you're that guy from Basket Case," and then like 20 minutes later, he's telling you everything about his life, and you're like, "All right, man, that was cool at the beginning, but like, I really don't, you were in that movie. You're not like Mark Hamill. No, it's so true. It's sad. They're like sad old people that still go around to these. I always wanted to make a movie about that. I always wanted to like write a movie that was about guys going to a con or something and they meet all these old celebrities. Like I partied with Brian O'Halloran for a whole weekend one time in Erie, Pennsylvania. Dante from Clerks. I wasn't even supposed to be here today. I partied with that guy for a whole weekend. And when I first met him, I was like, holy shit, Dante from Clerks. And then by like day 2, I was just like, this is just some guy. Like, yeah, he was just in that movie.
Wasn't he the problem with Clerks 3? Like because of him?
Yeah, he was just a guy who got like he was a drunk, like he was drinking all the time, and he was trying to star fuck, get all like the girls around to star fuck him, and I cock blocked him a couple times.
Shit.
Yeah, we were at a bar and he was talking to one of the little like the chicks who works like who runs the convention. She was like one of the staff members and he was with her and they were chatting up. And I was there with the buddy and I go up to the bar and I'm like, "What's the special tonight?" And she's like, $2 pounders. And I was like, "Cool, give me the $2 pounder." And I put 2 up and then the girl handed me 2 of them because she thought I meant 2. So I have 2 giant beers in my hand. And I see Brian O'Halloran talking to this girl, and I look over at my friend. I go, "Should I cock block Dante from Clerks?" And he was like, "You have to." I mean, you have to. So I go over there and I'm holding beers, and I hand him the other one. I'm like, "Hey, motherfucker," And then the girl gives that like pissed off face, like that annoyed, pissed off, grab your purse, walk away face at the bar sort of thing. And then he gives me this look of just a test. But we ended up playing Galaga at that bar, which was pretty sweet. And at one point I said, "I'm not even supposed to be here today." And he just looked at me with like the most disgust I've ever seen in my life. And I was like, oh shit. No, we'd go see these movies at the film festival and then we'd go tell him afterwards what we thought of them. Like we were reviewing the movies for him. And he talked shit about Kevin Smith too for like half the weekend. He just talked shit about Kevin Smith. And I was like, ooh. I was like, do tell. I was like, no. And then I don't know if you guys ever seen the movie Almost Famous, where the kid like
Yeah.
goes with the rock band and everything. The girl was there. Some girl came up to him and she goes, "Do you know that movie Almost Famous?" And he goes, "Yeah." She goes, "Listen, there's a kid tonight. It's high school and he's having a high school party. And you know that scene where the guy goes to the high school party with the kids? He wants you to go to his party." And he's like, "I'm not going to a fucking high school kids party." And then she's like, "Just call him on the phone." So he gets on a cell phone with this like 17-year-old kid who's like a Clerks fan having a high school party. And I can't remember the story, but I remember I was screaming on the other end like I'm a golden god. But I like to think that he went there that night and fucked that dude's girlfriend. Like in the back of my head, I like to think that Brian O'Halloran went there and he's like, "Hey, I was in Clerks. That was a very popular movie in 1994. I don't know if you heard of it." But do Kevin Smith movies hold up for you guys?
I've only watched
Clerks.
They don't hold up for me. I went back down the rabbit hole and I'm like, oh, most of these are bad.
I've only watched Zack and Murray Make a Porno, so I haven't really gone down the Kevin Smith filmography, unfortunately.
I mean, I don't know, man. When I was like young, he was like a big deal. Like when I was a teenager, Kevin Smith was huge.
Oh, I'm sure. Like he was pretty big with like the comic culture back in the time.
Oh yeah, no,
he's hanging out with Tarantino and Rodriguez, right?
Yeah. I mean, and I'm still like, I like his podcasts and stuff and him as a personality, like in his stand-up stuff, but like, I don't like him as much now because it feels like he's like sold out because he's trying to get back in the industry where like 10 years ago, he used to talk shit about everybody. But, but no, it was just weird because he was such a big deal to me. Like, oh, this independent filmmaker. And now you go back and you watch his movies, like, and it's pretty obvious that he was just kind of right place at the right time. Like he was making movies. Like if he was making movies now, if he started, like Clerks wouldn't go anywhere. It's just because it was like an independent film in like 1993. Like I think about that a lot now. Like because people are like, oh, everybody can make an indie movie now, so it's great. But I'm like, yeah, but if you could make one back then and get it out there, you actually had a better chance because less people were making movies back then. So you could like get away with more shit. Like like you could make a movie that looks like shit, but just the fact you made a movie with a low budget was like a novelty back then. That's not really a novelty anymore. To like make an indie movie. Like nobody gives a shit.
Oh, I want to do that.
No, I mean I get that. I'm not saying don't make a movie, but like I feel like the standard now, like you probably have to actually make a good movie now. I think like back then, you could probably make an okay movie, but just the fact you made it for no money, like got
black
you through.
And white. Do you think it was black and white that had a big factor to do with it?
I do. I think the story that he filmed it at the store that he worked at, and he made it for $27,000 and all that. I think he had a good story with all of it, but. I heard Tarantino, he asked Tarantino once, he said, "Did you like the movie?" Tarantino goes, "Yeah, I liked it," but he goes, "It really wasn't a movie. It was like a stand-up." And I never thought about it that way because the final 20 minutes of Mallrats is like Jason Lee Brody's character, that where he just goes on this like rant for 25 minutes at this game show at the end, and it's like a stand-up routine. And then I thought Kevin Smith really, his next phase of his career was doing those Q&As. Where he would stand up and like tell jokes. And I was like, oh, I didn't think about it. He really wasn't a filmmaker. He was like a guy who had these bits and he just wrote them into screenplays. And those were the movies. Like those conversations they're having in Clerks. I think those were just conversations he had with his friends. And then he ran out of that material after he made like 3 movies. And then that's why none of his movies were good after that, because he ran out of like the Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, the Death Star construction conversation. I think those were conversations he had with his friends when he was like in his, when he was his 20s. Yeah. And I think he just ran out. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. Because it wasn't clear to me back then. Now with the full context, I'm like, oh, okay. Because we all thought he was this really talented writer, but I don't know if he really was a talented writer, if he was just a guy that was like good at coming up with bits and he wrote bits into his movies. But then when he actually had to start writing like original screenplays, he couldn't do it. But that's my theory. But
Possibly.
I think there's a reason why Kevin Smith didn't turn into like a big director when a lot of those other guys like really at that point he wasn't that far off from like a Tarantino or a Spike. Like he was kind of in that same sort of conversation for a couple years. And
Have you read any of his comics? I haven't. I'm just like, do you know what his quality was there?
I hate his comics.
Okay.
I fucking hate them. I mean, I don't want to call him a hack. I just think he's like, I don't think he's a filmmaker. I think he's a guy that's like, podcast didn't exist back then, and he does this comedy. He's like he's like a Spalding Gray or something. You know, he's like he could do these monologues. So his movies were guys performing these like monologues about you know, and the gimmick of it, like back then, somebody talking about Star Wars or like comic books, that nobody did that in movies back then.
Yeah.
Nowadays, like that's all we talk about. Yeah, like back then, somebody bringing up like Star Wars was fucking cool, or like bringing up like Iron Man or something was like, holy shit, they're talking about Iron Man. You know, it's weird that gimmick did.
Now someone brings up Iron Man or Star Wars, you just kind of go, shut up.
Yeah, like I don't even want to talk about Star Wars anymore. Like, and I used to be like, fuck yeah, let's talk about Star Wars, you know, and like now I get fucking annoyed if somebody wanted to talk about Star Wars. Like, fuck off. Or yeah, like superhero. I mean, the worst thing that happens to me in my life, is when comic book stuff got big, and I would like go on a date with a girl, and she'd be like, I love Batman. I have a Batman tattoo. I like the one with Jim Carrey. You know, and she doesn't know shit about Batman. She likes the idea of Batman, you know?
Yeah.
And it's so fucking annoying, man. Like it's become this the iconography of it or something, or like the idea of it really took over in the culture. Like we think there's more people that are fans of this stuff now, but they're not really fans. They like the idea of being a fan. They're a fan of being a fan. They're not really fans of the stuff.
You know, I feel like I fall into that category with some things, not everything. And like, I'm hardcore on some things, but I feel like the outsider at times. You know, with movies,
I feel like that's more so now. Even if you're like a devoted fan to some sort of brand or franchise, I mean, you still feel more of the outside because of essentially just the culture we're living under right now, where it kind of sucks to be a fan and people bash us for being a fan of things because we care that deeply about, you know, just the integrity of these franchises.
And I mean, also, you know, me being a Snyder fan, you know, I kind of just feel attacked a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? I just kind of feel. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, as a Snyder fan. Personally, is that you, Zach? Yeah, no, it's just like I can't explain it. I feel like people like they want to feel part of something, so they like fandoms because that makes it feel like because they don't have an identity, so they use fan bases to give themselves an identity, but they're like vapid people.
Yeah,
they just don't have anything interesting to say.
Yeah, they don't have, so they attach themselves to fan bases. Because they're like, oh, I'm part of this thing, but really it's like you're not actually sitting in your house like reading comics for hours on end, you know.
Yeah.
You're not like reading the lore of something. You're just like into it, you know. Like I noticed it because it all coalesced with like anime fans. It all kind of was like a perfect storm of things. Like when girls, it's like girls at cons. I don't know how many of the girls there are actual fans, or they just want to wear like a sexy costume and have guys look at them at a convention.
I mean, I don't mind.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. No, don't get me wrong. I just wonder about that sometimes. Like, you know, are they actually there because they love? I think that can be true. But then I wonder, are they also there because they want to, like, they want guys to look at them in this costume, and then when instead of they don't want to feel criticized for being that way, which they shouldn't, so they get to use the fandom thing as like a shield to protect them from it, you know. That's the thing. I think people use it as like it's like a shield to hide from like your insecurities and stuff like that. Where
well, you know, since you know, religion has really gotten out of culture, especially in the past. Like,
I love the point you're
years.
making right now. That's a great point. It's the new religion. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, because we don't have God anymore, so people aren't that's a fascinating point. So people had to find new religion. So like Superman, like Captain America is like the Jesus now.
But talk to what's his name? Who's the guy you've done live streams with? David Stewart. He's actually done a few videos on that. So if you ever have him on again, like if you want to go
I
more
love
depth
talking to David, man. David like always finds like me and him will start talking and then he just finds this like intelligent fucking point of view that I was like, holy shit. That's a very articulate way to put I should talk to him about that fandom. Yeah, and how it's the new religion. That's great point. I agree. I think it's yeah, we're in a post-religious society, so people had to like Hey, how'd the pizza come out, Dan?
Honey, how's the pizza?
On a more serious topic, how's the pizza? Fuck this religious talk.
Yeah. It's shaped in a heart. It's really romantic.
You
nice.
know, I made that girl scrambled eggs in the shape of a heart, and she didn't eat them.
Really?
She didn't eat them. Yeah, she didn't eat them, man.
See, look at you, man. Your girl left, and look at the life Dan has, man. Like, take a note here. This guy's girl's back there making a pizza. He's on the live stream while she's making the pizza.
She's listening, by the way.
I mean, that's love right there, brother.
I told my girl that I'm on the stream now, and she's probably listening. She's about to get mad at me. She's gonna, like my phone's gonna blow.
Why are you talking about girls at Comic-Cons wearing slutty costumes? What are you talking about?
So for one of our early dates, we went to Hollywood Babylon, which is one of Kevin Smith's podcasts. You guys heard that one?
Yeah, Ralph Garman. Oh, I'm sorry. Is your girlfriend Candace? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah, I read somewhere like somebody on here named Candace. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Kendra. Yeah.
Candace Owens. Man, is everyone's girlfriend gonna show up? What is this? It's like, and my dad's here too.
Nope, it's a party I want for me in my man cave.
Yeah.
That's what I'm calling it right now, the Mad Cave.
Yeah, he rented a cave in Columbus, Ohio. It's pretty nice. Yeah, he came here, Kevin. He came here to the Studio 35 and did like one of those live podcasts for when Silent and the reboot came out. No, not Owens. Fuck. What?
Lions. What?
I don't know, the Candace. Okay,
Candace Lyons.
Now Blood Money's here. Your girlfriend just holy shit. This is turning into like insanity. Blood Money was sniffing the shit going on in the room, and he was like, wait, fuck. Do I have enough cocaine for this? This is like that party, and people just keep showing up to the house. Like I like my parents left for the weekend. I'm throwing the party. It's that teen movie, and then it's 200 people, and I'm like, shit. It's the next morning. I gotta clean up.
No, it's like that portal scene in Doctor Strange where everyone just comes in.
Yeah, end game. Yeah,
one big fight. Yeah,
it's the end game portal.
Our pizza's in the chat.
Oh my god,
that was delicious.
She wanted me to tell everybody. She wanted me to tell everybody that she felt nauseous. That's why she didn't eat them. It's okay. I ate them later though.
Oh, you did the hard. That's you put. Oh, is that jalapenos?
Yeah, and pepperoni and meatball.
Oh, wait a minute. What?
Meatball. Yeah, it's in the chat, bro.
Oh, that's cool.
Where's Terrible? Terrible, get in here. I want to hear
your. Pat, I wanted to ask you earlier.
Yeah.
Did you see the Mel Gibson Santa Claus movie?
No, I didn't. Where Ben Shapiro's the little kid who's trying to kill him. I wanted to.
Yeah.
The little kid. Yeah.
Don't come after me.
I'm Jewish. All right. Santa's not real. Santa's like Jesus.
He would be that kid. He would be that little
Yeah, he would try to kill Santa. We're in the end game now. No, yeah, Terrible. I want to hear you're from Australia, man. I want to hear that accent. I've never heard Terrible Lizard's voice. Wait, I have. He did a podcast before. Like, that's right.
He's from Australia?
Yeah, I have a bunch of Australian fans. It's weird. Like, and friends from Australia, like Cordry. and stuff like that. I have like 10 friends from Australia. I'm like, what the fuck? Like 10 people live there and they all like my channel. You know?
Washing it, please rewind, mate. Go and wash your right.
Yeah.
You got
all the
one.
time.
And me and Lizard, we were on a Discord, and little did I know that you can't really record streams on Discord. We had this long talk about Jurassic Park and Jurassic World. It was
You could record.
pretty fun.
You could record if you had like OBS. You would just connect your Discord audio to it and record the stream.
Oh yeah, it's just like you have to go through like a series of like processes to get that all set up. So I'm just using my personal laptop, and I have yet to get like a newer laptop that's gonna be like that's gonna be more for professional use if I want to do content. But yeah, there's like a series of steps I have to do to set that up. But unfortunately, like Discord separately, I mean, you can't really like record live chats that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, but it's pretty bitchin' that like there's like 20 people in here now, so that's cool. This Discord server thing's finally paying off. I love that this Justice League stream turned into So what was it like to work on the Circle? I bet that was fun.
Did Tom Hanks fondle a kid?
Yeah,
Like, dude,
did Tom Hanks release you a child on the set of the Circle?
Oh, he must have fondled some kids because apparently, just given the nature of that film, how
Yeah, that's what's going on.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Network.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Hello.
Who's this?
Hello.
I don't know.
Oh, it's Kendra.
Oh, okay.
Dan's girlfriend.
I thought it was Bathory.
Who worked on the Circle, or actually, additional photography of the Circle.
Okay,
It's
Kendra.
actually
Tell us
my
about
story's
it.
not going to be that interesting because my job isn't that glamorous.
You're a girl, so it's automatically more interesting than what Madcap and Slav are saying. So.
No, it was fun. I'm trying to remember like what, if anything, happened while I was doing that. I got to meet Tom Hanks, which was amazing.
Nice.
That was cool.
What was it like? What was his presence like? Did you feel an energy from Tom Hanks?
What was his presence?
Yeah, what was the... I imagine Tom Hanks has a Tom Hanks presence.
What was his dick size?
Like, yeah, how was he in bed?
I guess if anything, he was just like, kind of like a fun, caring dad.
That's how I imagine Tom. He had a beard in that movie, right?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I think so.
You got to meet.
What did he smell like? Like stubble when I met him.
Yeah, what did he smell like? Yeah, give us the deeds.
Yeah, what did he smell like?
Oh my god. I don't know. I was on set when they were filming. Like, I don't know if you guys saw it. I didn't. But there was like a presentation they were giving. It's sort of like a like the Apple, whenever something new drops for Apple.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. It was kind of like a big like conference, because
like
the whole movie is sort of it's like a TED Talk, like the whole movie is sort of like
Al Gore comes out.
Yeah, it's kind of like this like cult that Facebook is becoming or has become.
Yeah, and just like
so it was a documentary.
Well, to add in,
it could have been.
Just to add into the conversation, what I got from that film was just like, yeah, the Circle is pretty much like a network where people who are users within that network can like they use this technology to just like you're pretty much under surveillance constantly. So that's what happens to Emma Watson's character, and her family becomes part of it, and even like there's a subplot.
And she gets out of it. Yeah,
she gets out of it, but then
spoiler alert.
Well, she gets out of it, but then she becomes part of it.
She deletes her Facebook? What an exciting into movie. Oh my god.
I cannot believe you
there's
spoiled
like
it for me.
there's dramatic music plays and she deletes her Facebook and it's like oh.
I think she was hesitant about getting involved in it, and then once she was, and then I if I recall, she does actually like realize this is crazy and kind of gets out of it. But I don't remember. That could just be like.
Well, yeah, because the inciting incident that happens in that film is that there's like an ex-boyfriend who's hardly even a character in that film, who gets caught out because he hunts some animals, and so that prompts like a very bizarre like chase scene where like all like the people inside the circle inside this network are all like watching him. They're like chasing him with drones and shit, and he like the boyfriend gets away in like a truck, and suddenly like instead of just like ramming a fucking drone like over, like the drone just pops up like in front of his car, and then just like force him out of a fucking bridge and just.
Dude,
like,
I don't know how you could say, like, the way you're selling this movie, it sounds amazing. Like, there's not been one thing you've said so far. Like, it's about a cult built around Facebook. Tom Hanks has a beard.
Yeah, I mean,
a guy gets chased by drones.
Really good.
A guy gets
I hear
chased by
echo.
drones in a truck. Like, what?
I mean, it's trying to vilify it, but at the same time, because you said Emma Watson like is hesitant about the whole situation, and she's reluctant to be part of the system. But eventually, because the scripting is very awful in a way how they set things up. Because later on, she spoilers, she overthrows Tom
creates
Hanks'
Skynet.
Yeah, essentially, she just creates.
Yeah,
honestly,
What?
She becomes the head of the whole system.
Nice.
Holy shit! It's a Terminator prequel?
Yeah,
I mean, oh my god, that would be so much better if it was.
It'd be the best Terminator film.
Like,
T2.
hands down, that would be awesome.
That's the end of the movie. So we're thinking about changing the name from The Circle to Skynet.
Yeah, Skynet Origins.
Hey, Slav, your girlfriend, I know she didn't work on movies, but she says she wants you to do your homework, so...
I'm already working on it, kind of, right now.
What are you, like 12?
Thanks, but no! I'm 20.
Get out of here, kid!
I'm in college. Screw you, no.
I'm in college! You're
I thought homework was sort of like a sexy term, like you need to do your homework.
She's like, you need to come do your homework.
I wish
right
she was
now.
over here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No?
she's not making you a heart-shaped pizza right now, is she?
No, she's not.
Hey, kid,
Hey, babe, you should do that for me.
tell me how much do you love Dan? Is he amazing, or do you hate him?
I mean, obviously, I love Dan.
He seems like a
I've been
jerk.
with him for... I mean, yeah, he can be.
That's what I thought.
He's not to me, but like I can see how he can rub people the wrong way.
He's a manly man. That's what you like about him. Yeah.
I think so when I met Dan, so we met on Tinder.
Ooh.
And
Nice.
I had braces at the time.
Nice.
And let me tell you, braces in your 30s. Oh, man, is that
Not very
like
fun.
sex appeal or what?
Hey, you wanted straight teeth, man. Hey, I'm sure there's guys out there with
Well,
the
I mean,
brace
you're Jared,
fetish.
the Subway guy. I mean, you're...
But so like on Tinder, I was kind of like annoyed with everybody, messaging me, and like the icebreaker was sort of like about your braces. And so I think Dan messaged me and he was like, cool, you have braces. I used to have braces when I was younger. Has like technology changed? Can you get like some really cool channels or something?
What a pickup line.
Yeah. And then he's like,
Hey, I used to have
"Why'd you
braces
wait
too."
Yeah. And then he's like, why'd you wait so long? And so I was like, I don't know. I think I like sent back like a snarky response saying like, oh, cool. Yeah. Put me down. Now I really want to talk to you. And then I think he responded saying like, I was going through your pictures and because I have freckles too and I wear glasses. Jesus Christ. Braces, freckles, and glasses, man.
This is getting interesting.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up and let her go. Keep going.
So he was like, I got to the picture of you with like your freckles and I fell in love or something. And I was like, oh, so all right, maybe I can give you do you want a second chance? And he said, no, I think I'm doing fine. And then we started talking from there.
Oh my goodness. And then love. And then love blossomed from there. Hey, so
Yeah.
do you make good money at your job? Is it a good gig?
My job position is union. However, the rate is as negotiated. So it depends on how well of a negotiator you are, and I'm not as good as I could be. Dan actually helps me in that area to actually ask for a rate or a wage that I'm like worth. So
Just in her recent job, I made her up her rate by $200, didn't I?
he did. And I was scared when I sent that rate, and I was like, they're gonna say no.
You know, that's
But
very
they
good to
didn't.
hear you say, because the statistic that because this is where the income inequality comes in, is because women don't ask for raises as much as men do inherently. So this is why there's this disparity in like men getting paid higher salaries. So if more men did what Dan does, which is very good, to come in and be like, no, ask for more, and then the woman gets more.
I've been a male feminist this whole time.
Yeah, it's a low-key male feminist. Exactly, man. Because that's that whole thing.
You are Joss Whedon.
Yeah, you are Joss
know
Whedon.
I know you were saying you think Dan is a jerk, but he's honestly not. Like, he is.
I don't know if he's a jerk or not.
He has a lot of patience, way more patience than I have, and especially patience for me. Yeah, and he's like super supportive on anything I want to do.
Isn't this a beautiful Valentine's Day live stream? Like, it started with Snyder, and now it's just turned into this love story. Like, these two are Valentine's Day live streaming. I mean, this could just warm the most cynical of hearts. I swear. Like, how did we end up here?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Half your
either.
audience is getting depressed.
Yeah, they're thinking about how lonely they are.
Oh, you asked me about Dan and how this being with Dan. That's how we got there.
I'm kind of lonely right
You
now.
started this.
Yeah, sorry. You're right. You guys get off. Anyway, Terrible Lizard, where the fuck are you? I just picture him crying, because like that whole how to get a girl video I made started with Terrible Lizard asking me how to get a girlfriend, and I just picture him on the other end like, you know, TL sad. TL
What?
lonely. Is the pizza good?
Yes. Can you hear me eating it?
I can kind of hear. I've made homemade pizzas before, and they came out better than I thought. Once I did it a few times, I was like, why don't we do this more often?
I disagree.
I like Craig in the chat. Who's Dan? Who the fuck is Dan? He's that guy who talked to me whether or not David had sex with the chick in Alien Covenant.
Craig, you got.
Oh yeah.
You got to come to the server, Craig.
What's the topic now? I feel like we've reset after all that romance.
I know.
Bathory
Sorry,
has
I didn't
to
mean
go.
to. Yeah, Bathory, thank you for joining. It was nice to see you again. I hope that you're fine in whatever work you're doing that's not science person related.
It's called bathroom.
Yes, and I hope that your hamster is happy. And I hope you're not doing anything that inappropriate with it. You know, Craig's been thirsting for Bathory for like 4 years. It's Valentine's Day, Bathory. Make this happen.
Yeah, he's gonna go all Joker on you.
I am shooting a Cupid arrow into the chat right now. Hold on. Heart. Boom. Double heart.
So am I getting this right? Pat has one female groupie, and everybody's after her.
Pretty much. That's how it's been this whole time. Yeah. She's not even a groupie. She's like my assist. She's like Gwyneth Paltrow in the first Iron Man, you know? Like, you know, I'm drunk and she's actually doing all the work.
Relationship.
Yeah, she's doing all the work.
Like Steve Jobs' assistant.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. Yeah. The one with the weird accent. Kate Winslet doing some weird fucking accent. Yeah, I picture her like wearing the glasses and she's got the clipboard and she's like, you really need to get back to the Justice League trailer. Dan and girlfriend, did you guys watch the Justice League trailer?
Kendra's not into the Justice League shit, but yeah, I watched it like 7 times.
What do you think?
Into it.
Yeah, you like it. Tell us the other perspective. What are you excited about?
Well, I'll just give you in the DCU, I only like Batman v Superman. I really liked the Ultimate Edition too, but I like the theatrical too, and that's why I want to see the Snyder cut. I thought the Justice League was dog shit, and I think Man of Steel is kind of a 7 out of 10, 6.5 out of 10 around there. I don't think it's that great. But I love BVS, so that's all I can say. All the other DCU films are shit. Like the Wonder Woman movies are shit. The Feminist Bird movie is shit.
Feminist
so I'm
Bird.
not that. I just want to say I'm basically just a Snyder movie fan, and I think he kind of fucked up with Man of Steel because it has a lot of cringe. All that it stands for hope and stuff. It's really bad.
So you're you're a Batman v Superman guy.
So
yeah, I really like it. I have it on 3D Blu-ray. That's how much I like it. Yeah, and we saw it in the theater, so we both liked it.
Yeah, I will say, because this is good timing, I sat down and watched all the DCEU films off my brother's HBO Max account, and I'm reminded of just the shearing hatred I have for Man of Steel. I really don't think it's a good movie at all. Like, I was very excited for it when it first came out. I was very pumped up for the movie, and when I finally saw it, I was just like, what the fuck is this? This is not what I really wanted out of a Superman movie. So I was reminded of that feeling again.
I agree. I actually think like a lot of people shit on Batman v Superman more. I actually think Man of Steel is like much worse than Batman v Superman.
It's very unwatchable
in every way. Like I think Batman v Superman's a big improvement over Man of Steel. Like visually, the pacing, everything. Like Man of Steel's last like 45 minutes. It's like legitimately
it's
like
terrible.
Yeah, it's
he's
like
trying to do the Paul Greengrass thing in that movie,
Yeah,
right? Where he's shaking.
It reminds me of the third Matrix movie.
Exactly.
And Revenge of the Sith, how the lightsaber fight just never ends.
It never ends. It's just people
just
punching each
punching.
other for 45 minutes, and it's like it gets so boring after like 10 minutes. Like when it first starts, it's cool. It's like, whoa, cool. Like I've never seen Superman fight like this in a movie before. It's like Dragon Ball Z. And then like it goes on, and then they have another fight, and then they go to Metropolis and have another fight, and then there's that final fight between him and Zod that's like 15 minutes.
And for some reason, he can move his head like a hydraulic machine that can move millimeters per second. It's like this is a head being held by an alien, and he's got his his head should be flailing around, killing all the families all over, but somehow he moves it like inch by inch so that he can threaten Superman before killing the family, which I think is really funny.
My god!
I don't actually disagree that much because I actually like Batman v Superman. I think is more akin to like Watchmen than the other Zack Snyder stuff. I think he's going back to Watchmen with that movie visually and like the geopolitical stuff and the themes. And I don't hate the first, like people think I just hate like Batman v Superman. I actually think like the first hour is decent. It's just sort of like once it goes on and then once you actually get to the fight and then the whole doomsday thing, I think is where it all starts to kind of like fall apart as a movie. But the first hour, I think the setup of the movie is actually pretty good. Like to set up Batman and Superman.
Yeah, for my money, what redeems Batman v Superman a bit for being like a total colossal piece of shit is Ben Affleck's Batman, and that's still not a good Batman. It's still not a good like character that Ben Affleck has to work within the script. But Ben Affleck, like he tries to bring a lot of it, and I'm more entertained and engaged with his stuff than I do with the Superman stuff and everything else around.
I agree. It's a better Batman movie than a Superman movie. Yeah, the Batman stuff actually it made me like think like Zack Snyder maybe should have done a Batman movie instead of doing Superman. Like he's not a good fit for Superman. But then when I saw Batman v Superman, I was like, he probably could have made like a fun, more action 80s action movie version of Batman. Where that's kind of the vibe I got with like the car chase and the shootouts and the fight scenes. I was like, no, if he'd have made a Batman movie, I think that could have been cool. It's just he's just not right for Superman. Like you could even tell Batman v Superman that he likes Batman just from watching the movie. You're like, oh, he likes like Frank Miller Batman. Obviously,
it sounds like you don't have as much of a problem that most like BVS haters have with, oh my god, Batman can't kill people. How did you do that? You don't have a problem with that, do you? Or do you?
I mean, I don't have an issue that
can't
I don't
tell.
have an issue that he kills people. I just think some of those scenes aren't great. Like I think the Batmobile chase, like it's not that he's killing people. It's just like the way that he flips the car on those guys, and there's just stuff that's like cheesy stuff. You know, because I can take it as like an Elseworlds tale that it's a Batman who like kill. Well, my problem is the movie doesn't address it enough. Like I wish that there was more of like Alfred being like, you know, you didn't used to be this way, and you've gotten
There's
worse.
a lot of Alfred doing that, though. Are you sure?
Yeah,
I,
There's a lot of Alfred doing that.
I think there's about 3 scenes where that happens in a 3-hour movie. I don't think there's a lot of Alfred doing that. I think
There's a lot tell, don't show.
I think didn't Batman cap people in the Nolan movies as well?
No, I don't mind
no,
Batman killing people. I just think it's a dramatic thing, like the Robin costume, the reveal part, like that's in the trailer, and it's just stuff that's not explored enough. Like when you see the costume and it's the Jason Todd thing. I wish there was more of that in that movie. Like if it was a Batman movie and it didn't have all the Superman Lex Luthor shit in it, you could explore that it's this Batman who's older and broken and angry, but half the movie is about Lenny Luthor. It's about him and Superman and all that shit, and that stuff I don't like in that movie. Like anytime it's Batman and Jeremy Irons in the Batcave and all that stuff, I think that stuff's all like pretty fun and watchable. And I like. And
think Lex
Yeah.
no, I just think I think it all takes away from. Well, like it's just things like how there's that whole chase where he's trying to get the thing, and then he ends up he just ends up stealing it anyway off camera in a scene later, and it's like there's just stuff like that in that movie where it's like I would have liked to have seen Batman break in and steal a thing instead of a car chase. Like it's like the structure of the movie for me. Like I like the first scene. The first scene's great with Ben Affleck and the buildings blowing up and everything. It's like, you know, and the 9/11 thing works there because it's like Bruce Wayne's witnessing 9/11 and he thinks of Superman like a terrorist, which is a really interesting theme to take in a movie, that like Superman's a terrorist and Batman has to stop terrorism, and it goes into like national security and stuff like that. I think that's all really cool. I wish it was more about Bruce Wayne Batman wanting to kill Superman and not because I ultimately I just don't like Henry Cavill's Superman that much, and I don't like Lois Lane and all that stuff. I just don't like that stuff. So every time it's about him, I'm like, can we go back to this Batman who's like telling a guy how to beat another guy up in a street fight?
Why don't you like Henry Cavill though? Isn't he? I think he's a great Superman.
I mean, he fits if the boot fits, then sure, but no, like Henry Cavill, especially in Man of Steel, rewatching it, he's very blank. The writing he's giving is not very good, which again doesn't really lead to a good performance. And it's just a badly written Superman, because the biggest issue I have with this movie with Superman is that he takes the idea of Superman as being a burden, because in those scenes where he's rescuing people, it's treated like a very melancholic way.
Yeah,
it's
it is
very
sad.
but
It is
like,
weird.
There's no reason to be sad about being Superman. I mean,
I don't need it to be happy. I don't think he's badly written. I think he's underwritten. I don't even think it's bad.
Yes.
I think he has like 40 lines of dialogue in that movie or something like that. He has like he doesn't talk a lot. And I don't know.
I think we'd all agree BVS is a Batman movie pretty much, right? Batman guest starring Superman.
Well, that's just the odd thing about it, though, is that like Man of Steel came out and then they made that movie, and it feels like Superman's playing like second fiddle in a Batman movie, and then that's the whole problem with the DC universe, is that like they did that, and then they do Justice League, and then they took it away from Snyder, so all the stuff that's like setting up in those movies doesn't end up making much sense. Like 3 movies into it, it gets like, well, what were we doing? I also just think killing Superman off in a second movie was just way too early to kill off Superman. I just think that's like crazy to do a Doomsday storyline in your second movie. Like that should be like your 6th movie in a series. You kill off, because he was Superman for like what, a year? Then he died.
Sure, but I feel like you're also like you might criticize the DCU for like, hey, you guys are trying to be Marvel too much with your structure, and you're trying to catch up because you were far behind. But then at the same time, fuck, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Well, I would like to add, like, yeah, every character feels like this is like the 6th or 5th movie that we've seen them in, because it just throws you in media res, like you're thrown into the middle of this world. But
Well,
you're not really
that was
given-
the thing, though. I didn't want it to be Marvel. I didn't want it to be like a franchise thing. I was fine with, you know, you're doing these standalone. You know, that's why I think Joker was so successful. I was fine with, like, you want to make a movie that's just about Batman and Superman. It doesn't have to be about anything else. I'm fine with that. I didn't need the Justice League shit in that movie. I'm totally fine with the movie where Batman and Superman fight and Batman wants to kill Superman. I think that's a cool movie idea. I want to watch that movie. I don't give a shit about Wonder Woman showing up in the third act or anything like that. Like, I'm down for, like, Batman and Superman fighting being the final act of that movie. And not Doomsday. Like, I went to go see the movie to see them fight, and then they fight, and I'm like, cool, it's the end of the movie, and then there's like another 30 minutes. It's like,
you think if they did a standalone movie like George Miller wanted to do with Justice League?
Well, or just make a Batman v Superman movie. Like, just make that movie, and then you could make a Wonder Woman movie, an Aquaman movie, and then they all meet later. Like, you don't have to. Like, it would have been cool just like. So we've never seen Batman and Superman in a movie together, so I'm cool with that movie. Like, I would have liked to see, like, there's the scene with him, they're at the party and Clark and Bruce Wayne are talking to each other. I wanted, like, way more of that. Like, that scene I like a lot. I think Henry Cavill's really good in that scene, too, because he's getting to talk. I wanted more of, like, the journalist Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne comes to town. Maybe he's macking on Lois. And there's tension between the two of them. Like, that sounds like a great fucking movie.
Yeah, that sounds fucking awesome.
And then
you mean the Paul Dini?
World's Finest. Yeah, exactly.
Except that's what they were going for.
Except they like make friendship early on in that one, like 20 minutes in, and then they start fighting. I would have liked a movie where the whole movie there's tension building between the two of them, and then the final act of the movie is like, you know, Batman beats the shit out of Superman with the Dark Knight Returns armor, you know, and then that's like, and then at the end, they're kind of like, he realizes why Superman isn't evil, and he's like, oh, I shouldn't kill you, and then they're kind of friends at the end, and then that kind of sets up that there might be a Justice League, but not yet, and Superman's still alive at the end, like, because it could have been about, because ultimately, the movie's message could have been, even if I don't totally agree with this, it would have been like, don't stereotype people because this tragedy happened, like this terrorist attack happened, that it's not necessarily Superman's fault, that he's from another place. And at the end, Batman having to accept that he was taking out his frustrations about what happened in his life with Robin and his life on Superman, and not realizing like, oh, this guy actually is a good guy and he can actually save everyone. You know, that to me, that thematically would have been like a...
Damn, Pat. That's nice.
Well, Batman being like an NRA right-wing guy who's all like, this fucking alien, I gotta kill him, you know, that's kind of the movie.
Alex Jones.
Yeah, and I'm down for that. I'm fucking down for like Alex Jones Batman. Like, fuck yes. Like, give me like Batman who watches fucking InfoWars, you know? Like, I love it. And then at the end he's like, oh, you know, I'm kind of being a bigot towards this alien, and this guy's like actually like God. I'm trying to kill God, and I'm a man, and what's wrong with me? And at the end, Superman he wins him over, because the thing that's great about the final fight, Superman comes in very pacifistic about it. So like, Batman's trying to kill God, which is beautiful. He's punching the shit out of God, you know, and then God doesn't punch back, and then Batman's like humbled by this, like, holy shit, like God doesn't want to kill me, and he could. You know, it's like, oh, he's actually a good guy. And even the stuff they were kind of setting up, like the guy at the beginning who gets in the building blows up, and then later on he's in the wheelchair and he has that bomb go off. That's actually like one of the better written things in that movie, that they set that opening scene up, and then that comes back, that domestic terrorism starts to happen as a result of Superman. What happened? That stuff in the movie are really good ideas by Chris Terrio and Zack Snyder. Like, and it is like Watchmen. You know, it's about who's responsible for these people in a world where, like, do the people have as much of a say, or do the government have a say in what these people do? You know what I mean? And that's kind of what the movie's trying to be about, but it's got all these subplots, and it's got this Lex Luthor Doomsday thing. It's also a story about this guy trying to kill God with the other... It's two guys trying to kill God. And... I think Bruce Wayne ultimately, like, it should be a Bruce Wayne story at the end of it. And then he comes back, Superman saves him, and then he wants to start the Justice League, which is kind of what the movie is. But, then you could have made a Batman movie and then a Wonder Woman movie, and then at some point Batman could have been like, hey, we should, like, they could have done like the Trinity thing where like Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman kind of team up, and then they start to find out that there's other people like Aquaman and all that, and they're like, hey, fuck, we should like get together, and it could have been really cool. That could have been like a cool like 10 movie series that, and they didn't even have to do the Avengers thing where like Shield puts them together. It could have been a thing where like they kind of organically just sort of meet each other over, a period of time. Not like we got to get the team together.
Yeah, I'll say, like, I had this feeling for a while, especially with Bruce Wayne's arc towards the end. I feel like that movie lends like not trying to sound too political, but I think it does have a very like sounding liberal message with Bruce Wayne's arc. And I mean like the kind of liberal, like with Captain America, what he represents as like, the true liberal that we all need. But yeah, because Bruce Wayne starts out blaming Superman for what happened in Man of Steel. And then because they're trying to have their cake and eat it, but it just doesn't work because of the contrivance that it's given here. Bruce hates Superman, but he realizes Superman is human as well, and I think those ideas do work. But again, it's just like you have all this shit surrounding this whole premise that really weighs it down, and yeah, given the fight itself, like it could have been an interesting fight. It's just the execution behind it and just the reasoning
because what's the thing?
Sense.
What's the thing? Why does he not? The Martha thing, right? The idea there, right? If you don't take it on the surface, it's that he realizes that he's a man, like that he has a mother, right? So if the whole movie is like he's having this shit thing with Clark Kent and he's macking with Lois, but then he finds out that he is Clark Kent. So he's like, wait, fuck, this guy isn't Superman, this alien, he's just terrorist. He's this boy from fucking Kansas who is in love with this woman. He's a man and he lives here and he's American. And I'm thinking about him as an other, but he's not.
Oh, this dude with glasses. He must be Superman.
Yeah, but that's kind of what the movie, like that, and I think that could have been a really rich, and I think the people who like the movie see a lot of those things and get that from it. They get that emotion from it. And I do think Zack Snyder in his heart is trying to tell stories like that. I just don't think he's a great storyteller, and that's his biggest drawback. I think in his head, that's the movies he's making. Like in his head, he's like, I'm making this movie with this message and it's great. But it's just the way he, kind of like Watchmen, like, Watchmen had all this cool shit in it as a movie, but, he just didn't execute some things that like work in a comic book that don't really work in I always think about that scene in the movie where it's like, what about the American dream? And he's like, the American dream, Jan, you're looking at it. Like when you read that in a comic, it's great. But when somebody says it in a movie, it just sounds silly. It just doesn't work because it's not a comic book, so you got to kind of change it a little bit, and he was too loyal. And then with Batman v Superman, I almost felt like he was trying to go back to Watchmen and being like, okay, well, let me do this again.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to cut in right here. I gotta head out. I'll probably be back on later. We'll see. But thanks for having me.
All right, man. Hey, it was great talking to you, man. You were really cool.
Yes, thank you, Bob. Hopefully you get back when you're still alive.
Huh?
Bye.
Hopefully you get back when you're still alive.
Yeah, hopefully. Bye-bye.
Yeah, go do your homework.
Yeah, go do your homework.
So I guess we should
do your homework.
I guess we should just give the floor to Lizard since he's filing in.
Is he?
What the fuck am I gonna say? I don't know. I just came along for the ride, really.
Oh my god, you have like the sexiest Australian accent. You're gonna be like our Mauler, bro, like our Australian Mauler.
Guys, hopefully I won't make 3.5 hour long videos.
I gotta say, I feel like there's a Justice League forum in here tonight. I really do.
Speaking of which, Pat, I want to ask you something about Justice League.
I'm feeling like Batman right now. Like we got the team together, like, and now TL's here. I'm like, we're good. This is the Please Rewind cut.
The gang, the band.
So I get that you don't like the movie itself. Probably it's not going to be great. But what about the kind of the historic event that is like putting $70 million in a movie that's already had a theatrical release, doing reshoots? Like, isn't it interesting seeing this movie being retooled back into what it was supposed to be from having been fucked with from Joss Whedon? Isn't just seeing what shots were his, what shots weren't his,
Yes.
what his intentions were. Yeah, go ahead.
It's fucking crazy. It's like a reflection of our times, that like, especially like, it's like they almost predicted COVID, that like that streaming services were going to take over, like, even though they didn't really know that. But it's like that the theatrical revenue doesn't necessarily matter anymore. Like, it doesn't fucking matter that Justice League like was this bomb and got bad reviews. They can just keep... Because I always wondered about that. You know, people always shit on George Lucas for going back and messing with the OT, and I get the criticism that he never really released the old versions in a good... in Blu-rays and stuff. Like, they're still not Blu-rays of the OT officially released, you know, in the theatrical cuts. So I get that. But I always found that it's interesting, the idea that an artist keeps going back and playing with something and changing things about it, as long as you can always watch the other version of it.
Yeah, as long as you have a choice.
Yes, as long as you have a choice. But I would like if I've often thought there's some movies I watch and I'm like, especially modern movies. I don't know if I feel the way about old movies, because historically I don't think you should change old things, because that reflects the time they were made. But like, there's a lot of modern movies where it's like, I don't know why they don't go back to the Harry Potter movies and fix some of the CGI, like Fluffy and the troll in the first one. It looks bad, and you could go back and fix it, and it's CGI. They could literally go back and spend millions of dollars to fix some of the effect shots and stuff like that. You know, I think that's cool, and I think the fact that so many people were like, the Snyder Cut's never going to happen. I mean, I said that a lot. And it happened. So, I mean, fuck. I guess the weirdest thing of it is that Zack Snyder's won despite the odds. It's a pretty crazy thing. I mean, that's the thing to look at it. You know, he was kind of on his way out pre-Man of Steel. Like, Sucker Punch was a bomb. Watchmen lost money when it was released. He did that Owl movie. And then he made Man of Steel, and it was this big comeback movie, and then it kind of disappointed. Like, everyone thought it was going to be this billion-dollar movie that everyone was going to love. And then he did Batman v Superman, and then it kind of felt like, oh shit, this guy's like, you know, and it was kind of bad because the Marvel movies were making so much more money. But the fact that, like, even though Joker's done well and Aquaman did well, it's pretty crazy that that Warner Brothers, it says a lot about Warner Brothers that they stuck with this guy despite that, and they've been loyal to him, and they're still letting him work on this stuff even though they don't have to.
I will say, I think there's like extenuating circumstances because of his personal stuff that was happening.
Yeah, his daughter.
To give him kind of like a second chance and like his vision. I don't think this would happen if it was just like, you know, he decided not to go forward with it for some other reason, or the studio sort of like decided not to do it for some other reason. Like, I think that the reason for why he wasn't able to finish it is a big part on why they're giving him a chance.
Well,
and
it did seem a lot like a...
If they're doing that, that's the nicest thing a studio's ever done in the history of movies.
I mean, I think they were doing it because they saw like the box office dollars happening.
I mean, my cynical take
kind of
is
revenue from the internet.
My
Like,
cynical
they saw
take
that happening.
is it's to help promote HBO Max. Is why it happened. Is that if HBO Max was
100%,
if HBO Max had launched and had like, if HBO Max had launched and was huge, but they're
launching HBO Max because of this. Like,
yeah,
this is their launch.
I think their idea is, I think if they weren't trying to be in the streaming war, I don't think it would have happened. But I think they think, well, fuck it, like, we're going to invest in these TV shows and movies, and they're going to be on HBO Max, so why don't we just put the money into and just do the Snyder Cut? So we can...
There's always an ulterior motive with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a combo of both, and it was like given the circumstances that happened for why he couldn't continue the movie, and also because of this like swell of support that he had, and conveniently they're trying to launch this streaming thing. This was like a perfect storm of just say yes.
I agree. I think
I thought you were going to say of justice.
I think it's a good business move. It's clearly
Of
got hype.
justice.
It's clearly got hype, and I think that they're ultimately like probably just gonna take. I think what happened is Aquaman and Joker and all that made so much money that whatever they lost on Justice League, they're probably okay now, so they can kind of afford to be like, fuck it, we can do the Snyder cut.
Speaking of losing money, I was wondering when this movie gets tallied up box office wise, if they do something a lot like a box office tally, losing money. Did this movie lose or make money on $70 million, or is this 70 million plus the budget of Justice League? It's hard to say how they're going to calculate this one.
Terrible. Do you have your mic? Do you have the stream muted?
No.
Mute the stream, not our conversation.
No, I don't have the stream open.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I was hearing like noises. I didn't know if somebody had the stream playing.
I'll turn my gain down.
Well, it might be that. I mean, that happened with Superman Returns. They included the production budget of Superman projects that didn't get made, like the Tim Burton one, in the budget of Superman Returns. So ultimately,
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, because everyone always said, why did Superman Returns cost $270 million and it didn't? It's because they included the production time they'd spent on working on Superman movies into that. So
there's been so many YouTube videos about those old Superman movies lately. Drinker made some. This channel called like Cinematic Super or something. Anyway, a lot of people have been making videos on the old Superman movies, like Superman Lives and the Tim Burton Super. Wait, that's the same thing.
yeah, Superman Lives. Yeah.
But I'm totally up to date on these Superman movies. Hey man, I totally hear all kinds of like digital noise.
Me
from
too.
your show.
I don't know who's that's coming
It's
from.
not me. I don't have the stream open.
No.
It's Shayongo. It's Shayongo the dragon.
Oh,
Shen.
is he in
Shenny.
here?
Yeah, Shayongo's on here. He's like lining up.
Shayongo, you need to like do something.
All right, he fixed it. Oh wait, no, it's because we stopped talking.
Yeah, that's why I stopped talking to give him a second.
I mean, the budgets that are out there for like, people like the public are not accurate. So I'm sure whatever budget that has Warner Brothers in the best light is going to be the one that is pushed.
Well, they tend to like withhold their budgets, so yeah, the numbers aren't always true. But before when they released, before when it was announced, they said that they put like $35 million into this version, and then later on after the first teaser ad came out, they said that they had put $70 million into this version. So it's hard to say really, because most media articles, especially with Hollywood insiders, they tend to give different numbers of the budget, so it's unsure really.
I never believe any budget I hear for any movie. I learned that a long time ago. Like Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix apparently never made any money, and it made $1 billion because they claim they spent like $400 million on it. So I never know. I honestly think that I don't think they probably spent the $300 million on Justice League. I don't think that's true. And I think my hope is that this is my theory. This is what I think happened. I think Snyder and them I think he was probably already on his way out at some point, and then the tragedy happened with the daughter. And then I think he left because of that, but I think there was already kind of a plan that he wasn't going to be continuing making these movies. I think they were already worried about Justice League. I think they had a lot of stock in Whedon. He was going to do Batgirl at one point, if you remember. I think they thought, okay, we got Whedon now. Because him with Marvel got a little contentious after the second Avengers movie, which people don't talk about a lot, but there's a reason Whedon kind of didn't work at Marvel anymore. So I think they were like,
why was that?
They fought over Age of Ultron. It was sort of a Favreau Iron Man 2 thing. He had a cut of Age of Ultron. It was going to be like, it was like 3 hours, and that was sort of, it was like the Iron Man 2 thing where like they kept changing things. That's why Age of Ultron's kind of sloppy and messy. It's because they were constantly like fighting over that movie. They were, I don't want to know fighting, but there was a lot of stuff that Whedon, he went all Joss Whedon on it, where at first Avengers he was kind of working at Feige, and then the second one he tried to throw everything in the kitchen sink. Like he tried to do a season of a television show in one movie. And
I remember hearing that basically it was that they were trying to throw in too many like plot lines of other movies into his movie.
And he didn't like it. Yeah. And I think WB thought, fuck, we got Joss Whedon. You know, and I know the Snyder fans hate that Whedon came in, but, you know, I try to say to them all the time, like, man, listen, the dude came in and a movie was already, like, being filmed, and he had to reshoot stuff, and, like, he didn't get time to do post. Like, I think a Joss Whedon Justice League could have been pretty cool if he'd have made a Justice League movie from the beginning with a certain budget. There's stuff in that movie that he did that I like, and there's stuff that I don't like. But there's things in that...
What do you like that he did?
Just like there's clearly lines that are Joss Whedon lines, you know, because they're just pure Whedon, like the jokes. I like some of the Superman stuff he threw in.
Yeah, Superman stuff, it was just like a good change of direction where Superman is like smiling again. He punches like Superman.
Yeah, there's just some ideas. Some of them I think are Snyder things. I think Whedon just had them and kind of made them Whedon-esque from Snyder's footage. And I think the two of them working together could have been really cool. They never really got to work together. He was kind of writing with Snyder at one point, I think, before Snyder left the project. I think he was working on rewrites with him. And
what I heard about that was that they the Jeff Johns, the guy who kind of fucked over Justice League, he kind of secretly brought in Joss Whedon to do rewrites. And when he would turn in this like new script, it was like, hey, I wrote new pages, but it was really Joss Whedon's pages because he didn't want to tell Snyder that they brought in Joss Whedon.
Well, I think the idea if they would have just brought Joss Whedon in to do like a script doctoring punch up thing, like, hey, do you want to come in and punch up some of the dialogue, which is what Joss Whedon did for like 20 years. Like he wrote on Speed and all these movies, he'd come in and write dialogue. You know, it doesn't hurt to have a guy like that. Every Marvel movie has punch-up guys. It's clear that James Gunn worked on Infinity War and wrote some of the Guardians of the Galaxy stuff and all that. And I think Zack Snyder needed a guy to come in and maybe write some jokes and stuff like that for his movie. I don't think that's his strong point is jokes. So I think they could have worked together and it could have been really cool. It seems partially like, they were trying to do some shady behind the scenes shit and kind of sneak Whedon in there. And then I think the Whedon stuff didn't work out. And now Whedon's kind of done. And you could say what you want about Zack Snyder, but he's never been like Me Too'd, or anything. From all accounts, Zack Snyder's a pretty like good dude. So
Just to back up a little bit, do we really think Snyder was on his way out? Because
I've heard that Jeff Johns
with Justice League, you know.
I think it was Jeff Johns didn't like Snyder at that point anymore. I could be wrong, but
he was definitely on his way out. Like before his daughter died. His daughter dying was basically an excuse to save face, to not say you're fired. It was like, you need some time off. It's been pretty well established.
Yeah, that's what I know is that he was kind of, because they weren't happy with how his stuff was performing, and they were kind of not into the whole Snyderverse anymore.
I heard like a quote from Chris Terrio that was like, "Hey man," talking to Jeff Johns, "do you want to use any of the stuff I write? How about that? You know, I did write this movie. Do you want to use some of the stuff I wrote?"
Yeah.
That's how much they rewrote before they got rid of Zack Snyder. So half the movie, I don't know if you guys heard this much. Anyway, so Separate note, just so you guys know how much I've looked into this. I took every single shot of Justice League, the theatrical, and I figured out who shot it. Separate from the ADR, because the ADR has been changed almost on all shots. They recorded dialogue on top of it, which is when you hear like Whedon wrote 90 pages for this movie. It's not the shots. It's mostly ADR that they did on top of Snyder shots, because Snyder still shot most of Justice League theatrically. And that's how I found out, because I mapped every shot of the movie. So Snyder did like 60% of the shots in the movie were directed by Snyder, but they just repurposed it a lot. They changed some of the effects to retool it. So the whole thing's been kind of Frankenstein.
Well, isn't that Superman fight? Wasn't that at nighttime and then they changed it to day? Because it looks like they did post work on that, because it doesn't look like that was shot during the daytime. That looks
From
like
what I've seen, the time of day is the same in the Snyder cut.
That's weird, because it looks like some weird day for night shit. Like, it's so odd looking. It looks like it's dark out and they just added like daytime and post production.
Yeah, there's a shot in the first Snyder Cut trailer, the one with the Hallelujah song, where you see the shot where Superman jumps out of the ship when he just like came to life and he's flying. It's sunset, and it's sunset also in Justice League. It's the same time of day. So unless there's a scene that takes hours between now and then that made the battle on the statue at a different point in time, it seems like it lines up. It's just that Whedon just turned up the brightness on all the shots, so it just like all the things that are supposed to be more contrasty and moody, that he just made it look like a TV show, because that's what he's used to shooting.
Because it looks weird. It looks like it was shot like at a different hour than what the lighting like. It reminds me of like day for night stuff. Like, it looked really weird to me when I saw it, where I was like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah, I'm sure in the Snyder cut it'll look really good, but it'll still be like it dawn. It'll still be not dawn. It'll still be like sunset, but it'll be shadowy and look dark and dark and bright. It'll be contrasty, is what I think it'll look like.
My worry is it's like 70 million enough to fix all of like to do enough post production to get all the CGI and everything to look good.
I mean, it's a 4-hour movie. That's a good point.
Because I don't know if they have enough time either. It's not even that I think that they don't have the money. Like, I feel like it would take a long time to do. Like, that's all like special effects is a lot of the time, is time. And I don't know if the special effects artists are like, they probably had to do a lot of this in like 6 months.
I think a lot of the shit that takes a lot of this time had already been done. Like, I think a lot of the thing is conceptual and animating. So if you look at the new trailer that came out, even though they changed Steppenwolf's CGI model completely, he does pretty much the same animation. So you kind of know that whatever animation file they used, they just kept the mocap and just changed the model. So that saves a ton of time.
I'm pretty sure there's like deleted scenes with like a model of the old design, but like without the full render.
Who's talking now? Is that terrible?
No, it's
me.
Dragon.
Are you Australian too?
No, this is just how my voice sounds. A lot of people ask me that.
Yeah, you kind of got an accent, even though you're okay. That's cool.
Yeah, my voice is just monotone, so it ends up sounding like that.
Hey, it's good to talk to you, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to hear from you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
Of course. I appreciate you being a fan for so long.
Oh yeah. I still kind of can't get over the demon goat monster design. Like, I constantly say that.
Yeah, I love it. I don't like a lot of the design work in the movie. I'll say that. Like, I don't like Steppenwolf's design even now. It's like I just don't. I wish they could just go back and start over on some of that stuff. Like, that just doesn't. It just doesn't look good.
Yeah. Yeah, his armor, as far as I'm concerned, is just made of knives because everything's just like sharp edges, like a Transformers model. It's very awful.
It also looks like Door to Dark World. So
or like Cyborg's design. It's just like, man, I wish they just would have started from a different place with that at the beginning when they were doing like concept art and stuff. It's like I just do not like how that looks at all. Like it's not even the CGI at this point. It's a design thing where it's like, yeah, it's got that Transformers look to it, man. Like,
yeah, apparently modern Hollywood has like a fetish for like metal shit just on screen.
well, I just wish it looked smoother. You know, it would be more appealing to the eye. You know,
Doesn't it look scary though? Doesn't the new one look like if you had a dream of that, you would call it a nightmare?
I don't think of Cyborg as like a scary character. I always
No, I mean Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf.
Oh, because like see, Cyborg's like a very likable, soft character in the comic books and stuff I've seen. Like,
I mean, Doomsday is supposed to be scary, but it's just like it's a very derivative design.
Yeah, it's just generic design. It's not like necessarily like it's bad work. It's just he doesn't look unique or anything like that. Like at least Darkseid like looks unique, you know, because it's like, oh, cool, that, you know. I mean, he's pretty.
Cool. Vibes from him.
Yeah, he has that look to him where like Steppenwolf like just looks like he could be a villain in any sort of thing and it wouldn't make any difference. Like I wouldn't. He's just like generic. You know, I feel like he's still going to be pretty generic in this movie. I hope I'm wrong, but I still feel like he's probably going to be a weak point as the Steppenwolf character.
Yeah, because none of the DCEU films had like good villains, or not even like good, at least like, I don't know, something decent to get out of the villain lore with DC.
I feel that way with most comic book movies. I think most superhero movies have pretty mediocre villains. I think.
Oh yeah, that's not for me to say. Marvel like lands.
Yeah, it's pretty rare you get the great comic book. It's odd because you think that would be like the thing they would focus on. But I can only think of like a few that really have like great villains in it. Most of them are actually pretty generic in most movies. Like it's not that different from most superhero movies, but I'll say this, I hope it's not a bad movie. Like I'm not going to, like, if it's a good movie, that would be great. Like if Snyder somehow pulled it out of his ass and made like a great Justice League movie and it just made everyone shut up, I'd be like, holy crap, but I just don't. It would be like Tom Brady winning that 7th Super Bowl. Like if he somehow took a movie that's been fucked around with that much and he does it and he makes like a great movie out of it, that would just blow my mind. It just seems impossible. Like that would even be like, if it happens, then I would be like shocked. I would just like, you know, I would just be like, I'd just be like staring at the screen for like 2 hours after the movie's over, like with my mouth on the floor, like, what the fuck? How'd that happen?
I don't know, man. Yeah, well, I don't know, dude. Watching Man of Steel and Batman v Superman in the same day was an exhausting feat for me. I'm not sure, dude.
I think it being called the Snyder Cut's very much what it is. I think Zack Snyder fans are going to like it, and I think people that don't like Zack Snyder stuff are going to dislike it, and I don't think that's going to change. Like, I don't think the Snyder fans are going to be like, oh, fuck, and I don't think the people who dislike Man of Steel and that are going to be like, oh, he did it. I hope it's better than Man of Steel and Batman v Superman. Like, that's my hope. Like, I hope it's like a better movie than those two movies. I hope that maybe... I mean, it's just fucked up to say, but I'm hoping maybe the death of his daughter like has fueled him emotionally into a different kind of filmmaker, and this means a lot to him, and he really like is putting his heart into it. You know, that's a possibility. That he's putting, you know, a bit more care into this than maybe he did. Maybe Zack Snyder's reflected a little bit too. Maybe he sees some of the faults, you know, he was making, that he didn't, you know, build this franchise the way he should have, and maybe that, you know, he's getting a second chance. You don't get a lot of second chances in life. You know, typically when you're done, you're done. So the fact that he's getting another chance.
Is it the Zack Snyder redemption arc episode?
Yeah, it's his redemption. Yeah, exactly. That's what that would be fucking funny if that's like, yeah, it's terrible. It's so good, man. I wish I could just talk to you, man. Fuck, there's like so much going on, man. It's so great. So great to fucking hear from you, dude. I remember you did that podcast a couple episodes, the like disc whatever.
The disc heads.
I listened to it, dude. It wasn't bad, man.
Yeah, like honestly, yeah, there's always room for improvement. But yeah, there's some funny stories in there.
Not with
And,
you, dude. You like came out of the womb great. Like you're so fucking talented, bro. It just astounds me. I talk about it with people all the time. I'm just like, God damn, how's Terrible Lizard so good?
You're too kind to me sometimes.
No, man, you're funny, dude. You're straight up like naturally very the way that you can do visual comedy. You're like the Chuck Jones of memes. I swear, like
you have like you have a channel or something?
Yeah, you should.
Me? Yeah.
He's edited a bunch of my videos. We've worked together a lot. Like the How to Get a Girl video, that's him.
Nice.
Yeah, his editing works great.
I'd like to think that's half me,
Probably
half
good
you.
girl.
Yes, he gave us all some very helpful advice.
That's my personal favorite video on my channel by far. That's the one, like, if one got 1 million views, if I could get that. I thought when we that was the thing, man. When we made that video, I thought for sure that was gonna go viral. Like, I was like, I had the money down. I was like, this is the funniest fucking video. This is like a stand-up routine. This is so funny, and you made it so much funnier. Like, it was already funny, and then you made it funnier than it was. And I was like, holy shit. Like, we're going to get famous. You know, and I was so excited. I thought that and the private lessons video. I thought those two. Anything else we did, I wasn't sure about. But those two, I thought, like, these are going to get, like, 1 million views. Like, because I was like, nobody's talking, you know. No, man, you're just so, like, I mean, I really got to say, because I know I've said it to you in the chat a lot. I've had to build you up a lot over the years, because I know you get down on yourself sometimes. Not to reveal too much. But you shouldn't. You know, because I wouldn't bullshit you. You know, I would tell you if you were a hack bastard. But you're very naturally gifted. You understand kind of like visual comedy and how to create this kind of comedic rhythm, which is that's something you can't really teach. You naturally have that ability. You're like,
hey, Pat, where are you working? Or give me a hint.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
I heard you say you were like an editor now. Like you're getting paid to edit.
Yeah, I try not to go too much into like specifics on what docs, but yeah, I am a editor in I'm in an editor, like a management editing position. I'm like the main editor at a company here right now.
Nice.
Yeah,
is it like a media company, or is this just like a company that makes a product and they have like, they're so big they have a marketing division and you're the leader of that?
It's more of that. It's more like it's a company. I mean, it is media based, but it's a company that's become so big. It's kind of based in television and an online component, and they brought me in to kind of run the editing and creative end of the online department. And honestly, one of the reasons I got the job was because of Please Rewind.
I was going to ask, did you use How to Get a Girlfriend in your resume?
Yeah, I showed them all the videos you edited, and I was like, I did these. They're like, wow, these are really good. I go, yeah, I know. It's fucking talented. No, not that one. It was just...
I'm curious about that because I have two websites. I have like my film website, and then I have the website where I post my defunct YouTube channel videos. And I'm thinking of like, if I'm looking for work, I'm not going to tell them about my DanoTube site because I don't give a fuck on that site.
I definitely kept some of the stuff low key. They essentially wanted to see if I could do the job because I did good in the interview. So I showed them what I could do, and then I kind of made them a couple things on the side, sort of based off what they wanted, and I sent them that, and they liked that. And then I came in, and I've been there for a few weeks now, but it's a lot of meetings. It's a lot of meetings all week, and then I have to like handle like scheduling and this distribution stuff, and then I have to. It is sort of like working at an ad agency. It's sort of like the job I always wanted. It's like I'm in advertising because I have to come up with these like design things and visual things, and then I have to edit things. It's sort of weird. It's like what I always thought working at an ad agency would be like, but it's
You can pawn stuff off to your coworkers, right?
Essentially, but I'm trying to, since I'm new, I'm trying to take as much on as I can until I figure out a way to, basically they have a pretty good thing going, and the people who are all working there are very smart and very good at what they do. They just wanted somebody who understood the like YouTube and all that stuff a little bit better and how to navigate that. And it's funny because all those years I've wasted on YouTube making videos or like watching YouTube, it's crazy because I don't think this job would have existed like 10 years ago. This job, I only really got this job because I've been doing YouTube so long. And because I know so much about it. That's really what they liked about me was my knowledge of like social media and the internet and analytics and all that stuff. It's sort of like into that, but I mean it's half an editing job and half of it like a managerial position running like just making decisions and stuff like that and being creative. But half of the job's editing. So it's not.
Do you have any chicks who you're the boss of? Like, are you in a position to sexually harass anybody?
I would hope not. I am. I'm not really like a boss. Like it's a title sort of thing. Like I have a boss, but I'm probably like fourth in command there. You know, I'm not at the top, but I'm not like a lower position either. It's a good job. It's like a really good job, and the benefits and the pay are like crazy good. And it was like, oh, I can't believe I got this job. Because
can you hire me and sexually harass me?
Yeah, I'd hire you in a heartbeat, dude. You would kill it there. You'd get like so.
In case you didn't know, I was shaking my head at. Do you get to sexually harass?
This is what I was saying about him being a jerk.
Yeah, you were not wrong.
This Valentine's Day thing's turned south quick.
Oh yeah, I came all the way to Columbus, and he worked some magic on me. So
yeah, I mean, really came out of here because of our passionate love affair. And if he didn't come out here, it was going to get really tough to do this long distance, you know. And I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. You know, pictures just aren't enough after a point. You got to talk, but. No, I mean, I think I'm going to probably wrap this up here soon because, you know, I got work in the morning and this has been 4.5 hours, even though I think the stream's been getting better as it goes along. Like, we're actually having a more interesting conversation about Zack Snyder's Justice League right now. But I'd only say I hope that we can kind of all get back together. I'd like to do this more where it's a group thing. I think this is the way live stream should be. It's nice to not be alone. So hopefully, like, this isn't the only time everybody can get on and talk about things. So it's a lot of fun.
I hope, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll be around your Discord, man.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I feel we should all come down for Justice League and be top men and dissect this masterpiece vision.
I would love if we all got together and talked about it after it came out. That'd be great, like a group chat. Because having people who like this stuff would be good too, because then it's not an echo chamber, you know? We're all just like
watching. I was watching Midnight's Edge. I don't know if you watched that.
Yeah,
channel,
I watched Midnight's Edge.
So they had a live reaction of the trailer, and they had Andy Signor on there on top of 4 other people, and all of them were like, "Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan." But we're glad the fans got what they wanted. It's like you guys couldn't find one person that liked these movies to be on your panel.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not like that. I just, unfortunately, a lot of the people that are on my channel just don't seem to like his stuff. But if you like it, that's cool. I mean, I'd rather have people, because, you know, you're asking interesting questions, which is what you don't get a lot with an echo chamber. You just get everyone kind of like not making good points. But then when you ask me like, well, don't you think this is interesting historically? That's an interesting question. You know, it's like, oh, we should go into that. What the fuck? Yeah, what does this mean? That this even happened? Like the significance of this. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to look into other movies that have done this. The only one that comes to my mind is it's another comic book movie. Superman 2 is the only one that I can think of that has like a massive like
Richard Donner cut,
version. Yeah.
This is similar to that. This is like the Richard Lester, because it's funny, there's stuff in the Justice League, the Whedon one, that kind of reminds me of the stuff that's in Superman 2, like the goofy stuff. You know,
it's remarkably similar.
That Richard Donner wasn't going to do, like when he throws the rubber S on them in the Fortress of Solitude. That like,
except Snyder shot the whole movie, and then Whedon only came back in reshoots. But Donner was kicked off during principal photography, wasn't he?
I think Donner shot most of Superman 2, though.
I think so.
I think he shot like not like 80% of the movie, and then because of the DGA credit, Richard Lester had to reshoot scenes, and all the weird stuff in
Oh
Superman
yeah,
2
you're right. You're right.
is a reshoot. Because they shot Superman 1 and 2 back to back.
Yeah, so they did a lot of reshoots that they didn't need to do. They just did it for DGA.
DGA credit, yeah. Because Richard Donner, that's the screwed up thing about that old Superman franchise, is that if Richard Donner had made all 4 Superman movies, you know, we may have not got Lethal Weapon then, I don't know. But if at least he would have made the first 3, I think they all would have been really good. You know?
Remarkable how that's like the only movie series that like the time period of cinema VFX is increasing and improving, but those movies look like they're going backwards. Like the one that looks best is the first one, and as they go on, the VFX looks like, okay, this movie was definitely made in 1966, right? No, this is the last one. This one was made in the 80s.
I'll say this, and this might be controversial, so I'm willing to throw it out there. I think the first hour of Superman 1978 is still the best hour of any superhero movie ever made. I still think that every movie that's come out after it has copied it today. And people try to credit it to like Batman 89 or like these other movies. But if you really go back and watch Superman, the first one, every Marvel movie, I mean, all of them, the structure, like Richard Donner doesn't get enough credit for that movie. In like a Star Wars way or something, even with the data special effects, the structure of that movie is the template for every comic book movie origin story, where you just start with the person, then they turn into the hero, and then the bad guy, and even the whole third act thing with the bad guy and some crazy plot line. That's like every superhero movie is still kind of Superman 1978. Like it's not that far off, which makes it a very like relevant movie because what it's doing is the most popular thing now, and nobody really did it before him. And I feel like a lot of people get credit, but actually it's like, no, Richard Donner did this. He figured out this formula first.
It's because he's a white male.
And everything, like even like the way casting Christopher Reeve, that's not that different from like Downey Jr. or something like that. It's like getting the perfect guy for the role too and playing it that way with the naturalism. It's all there in that movie.
He should get more credit than he does. Did you hear he's making Lethal Weapon 5?
I've heard that. I would love Lethal Weapon. I'd love old Mel Gibson fucking Lethal Weapon 5. Like old Ray. Like come on. That would be insane. Well, because people don't talk about it, the biggest issues with the old Superman movie is when it does go goofy and campy, oddly enough, is the spinning the world back around and Lex Luthor and all that stuff. But that first hour, like the Krypton scene, and then Superman's father dying, and then when he first goes to the Fortress of Solitude, and it's a serious... I always think about the scene with him and his mother in the field in Kansas after the father dies, and he's like, all these powers, and I couldn't save him. I mean, that's good shit, man. Just like...
That ruined me.
Remember when Superman was awesome back then?
Yeah, just like good, like he took the character seriously. Like he took like Clark Kent's life seriously, and and then when he first goes to Metropolis, when he saves, pretty much up until the point when he saves Lois, the helicopter thing, that's all like perfect. Then it's once like Lex and Miss Taskmaster and all comes in, it gets a little goofy, but like pretty much every sequence up until like, the helicopter scene, and she's like, you got me, who's got you? That's like a perfect movie, and it's so charming, and Christopher Reeve is so good in it, and score is so good. It's like one of John Williams' like top scores.
I'm gonna go walk the dog. I'll be back. If you guys are gone, then I'll see you when I see you. But if you're back, I'll be back.
It was
later.
nice hearing from you, man.
Dan has some homework to do.
Have fun.
Good to hear from you, Dan.
Talk to you later, guys.
Dog, sir.
Does everybody have homework to do?
No.
I'm just waiting for Valentine's Day to be over. This was a good diversion from it.
Oh yeah.
Valentine's Day.
Yeah, you work a lot, don't you, man?
As of recently, more so.
Are you still in school?
I started back up uni this year, actually. So, yeah, I changed unis from last year because when COVID hit, I was like, I don't want to do all this online. So I thought I'd take the year off and then go back when I was ready. So yeah, no, I'm in my second week now.
So what work do you want to do, man, when you're like done with all of it? Is it editing?
Yeah. To be completely honest, it's the stuff I enjoy the most.
I actually think you got a shot at it, man. I do. I mean, fuck, if I got a job editing, I don't know why you can get a job.
Well, now be honest with me, and it's a thought I've been having for a while now. This new editing job, are you working on the Snyder Cut? And you've just been covering up.
Well, I didn't. The way that Kendra over there was insider on the circle, I didn't want to spoil it, but I added the "We Are a Society" part into the movie. I edited that. That was me.
Fucking knew it.
I did. That was me. We were working on. I said, Zach, I think we can put this in here. I think we could get Jared for like 2 hours, and we could shoot this on a screen, and we're good to go. And I could cut it. I could put it in this nightmare sequence right now. And he was like, "You're down the fucking road. Let's do it." And I'm like, "Where we're going, we don't need roads."
Can I ask, what is the context of that line that's such a sensation right now?
It was just a meme. It was I think George Costanza said it on Seinfeld, and then when Joker was coming out, that people started doing the "We Live in a Society." It's like a joke because of how people were reacting, right? It was because of people were saying that people were going to shoot up theaters.
Well, it's also an extension of the clown world meme, I think.
Yeah. But the fact it's in the movie is like fucking hilarious.
They know. They definitely know.
Oh, it's crazy. I just hope the movie's filled with memes. Like, I hope it's a meme movie. It could be this is like the Terrible Lizard edit.
Now I'm excited.
Because
they canceled them. They were actually, Sony was talking about it like a few years back, making an animated meme movie like the Emoji Movie. But then they canceled it, so maybe this is their way of owning up to it.
I want a horror movie.
A ton of memes.
I would like the horror comedy, like dark comedy, where like a guy like becomes a meme when he's young and it's ruined his life. And he's like a successful guy and he lives in his town. And they're like, "Hey, you're shit his pants boy." Yeah, I know. I'm shit his pants boy. He's like trying to get a bagel at a place and some coffee, and she's like, "Are you shit his pants boy?" "Yeah, I'm shit his pants boy." That's me.
That would be rather relevant.
I am the great clown Pagliacci.
Yeah, he's just a meme his whole life, and he hates it. And people look at the photo and they're like, "Are you that meme?" It's like a Black Mirror episode. It's just ruined as fuck. He's on a date with a girl and she's like sexy and they're out on the date and then she finds out he's the meme and then she's not into him anymore.
She stopped laughing at him.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh my god, you're that braces redheaded kid from that high school photo. It's you." Oh my god, stop it. See, Terrible Lizard, you're funny, man.
That's a good short film idea. I might write that down.
Yeah, steal it from me. It's okay.
Oh, yeah. Would you mind if I stole it from you?
No, dude.
I'll thank you.
I've stolen everything I've ever done. Don't worry. You guys just don't know who I've stole the stuff from because you're Philistines. You know, that's all it is. Yeah, exactly. When you get an award at your school for it and everything, and they're like, "This guy. Be careful, kid. Don't get cocky. You're gonna get up to the top real fast, then you're gonna fall."
This terrible tragedy, a terrible lizard tragedy.
I'm watching it at home, and I realize it's my idea, and I'm crying because you never talk to me again. You just stopped coming on the live streams at some point. I'm like, what happened to TL? That's weird.
Some guy comes up to me and is like, "Have you heard of Please Rewind?" I'm like, "Please who?" I have no idea who you're talking about.
Yeah, there's some credits for you on a few of his videos. I don't know what this Christopher Nolan video. Did you work on that? No.
And some film about private lessons?
Yeah.
Some creepy babies porno? No.
Hey, before we leave, I gotta ask you about that. Let me go into some of your process because I'm there's things that I've had to try to ask you in chat. And it seems like usually I just write like 6 paragraphs and you write like 1.
Sorry about that.
I'm okay. You're probably just not a typer like that. I'm curious though. Like, let's go with because this is some Please Rewind lore. So, what were the first ones? Like, it was the first one was the audience one, right? Where I was complaining about Infinity War.
Yeah, you were complaining about cinema audiences in Infinity War.
Children cheer for movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
You narcissist assholes. Yeah, so did you just like watch that and then you're like what like kicked all that all off? Like were you watching the channel? Like I don't really even know the origins of that. It's just like you came out of nowhere one day. It was fucking weird.
Well, yeah, I was watching your channel since late Renaissance Man days. So like I saw the change from you to Renaissance Man to Please Rewind. I wasn't introduced to Please Rewind. I was there for a while.
OG fan.
OG fan. But not like an OG fan, like I was there from day one. I was probably like there from halfway through.
Mhm.
But I was listening to you talk about like cinema audiences, and just from my own experiences going to the cinema and watching that sort of stuff, I felt kind of vindicated that you felt the same way. Because I've had horrible experiences watching, especially horror movies, and where people just won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
it's really irritating. And I don't know if because I also know that I think American audiences, they clap when a movie ends.
They do. It's
Yeah,
like
they clap at a movie when the filmmakers aren't there.
They clap during the movie. They just don't clap at the end of the movie. They clap during the movie. Several times. I know.
We don't do that here.
It's some stupid American thing. I don't know what the fuck it is. I
We
did
don't
not
do that here, but
I didn't understand it when
recently
I was a
it's been-
kid.
Yeah, I never got it either. But like recently, like there's been a few experiences where I've been like, that American clapping thing has made its way into Aussie cinemas. Where like I was watching Jurassic World, and I was sitting there and I was like, that was fucking shit. And then everyone started clapping. I was like, of all the movies that I've been to, the two movies that I've had people like clap in was Jurassic World and that shitty Fantastic Four movie. The rest, everyone was dead silent.
Wait, which fan? You're not Fan Force Stick, right?
Fan Force Stick. Yeah, people clapped in that.
People applaud at Fan Force.
See, that's the director's cut I want to see. That's the behind the scenes one I want to know more than any movie in the last 20 years is what happened behind the scenes on Josh Trank's Fantastic Four. Like,
yeah,
I want that documentary so bad.
So now that's been there is no God if anyone applauds at that fucking piece of shit.
Turn on the living room lights.
But yeah, no, that's because I felt so vindicated, like hearing you in a perfect way talk about how irritating that sort of cinema experience is. I thought I'll just add some visuals.
Tools.
Why not?
You know what's weird? I grew up watching movies, especially some of the big ones. Like I sat down on Spider-Man 2 and 3. I saw the Peter Jackson King Kong. I saw Revenge of the Sith. Nobody applauded at the end of the movie, but then suddenly, I think by Transformers 2, I think I may have contributed to the problem. People just started to applaud at the end of every film, regardless of the quality.
That was the one that kicked me off, that story where I went to go see Transformers 2 and everybody...
Yeah, I was there, dude. I applauded.
And and everybody was clapping and I yelled at everyone in the theater. I stood up. I went full Spoonie experiment. Like, I remember I was like 19 and the entire theater clapped at the end and I stood up and I was like, fuck all of you! How goddamn dare you! And I stormed out of the theater and I was with like a couple of friends and they were like, what the fuck?
Why did they clapped?
Yeah, and then they clapped.
And they kept on clapping.
Yeah, they clapped for me. They clapped on the way home. One guy was driving and he was clapping and not holding the steering wheel. And he's not with us anymore.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly when, but I think I mostly remember it starting. For me, I remember mostly starting with the Marvel films, the clapping thing.
That definitely, yeah, like when the first Avengers came out, it was like a fucking clap fest. It was insanity. No, I was just wondering, Terrible Lizard, just go, okay, so when you get the private lessons video, when I'm like, hey, I want to do this, were you like, what the fuck is this?
No, I was thinking, I hope no one goes on my laptop.
Yeah, well, it's kitty. For some reason, you're into watching a young boy. That's what makes it even more fucked up. That it's a young boy. Because I remember that one. That was like, Because we have an age restriction on that one. I think that video would do a lot better if it didn't have that age restriction.
I thought it got taken down.
No, it's still up. Because God, it did so well. It got like 20,000 views, and then it got that age restriction, and it just fucking killed it. Because it was doing really well, and I was like, shit, because I love that video. But I was wondering, like, with that one, I'm just curious about like, how do you come up with those ideas? Like, that's what blows me away is your visual ideas. Like, how did you think to add, like, the Will Smith clip at the end? Like, where
some of them are.
Where do you come up with that?
Some of them are jokes I've probably made before. Not gonna lie, but a lot of it is sort of like made up on the spot. Like that's how I do it. So I'll watch him like, and in a way like I think you've noticed this before. It's kind of like I'm kind of riffing on what I'm seeing.
Yes,
and that's part of my visual style. It's like, okay, I'm looking at this. How can I make this funny? But it's not. I don't really plan it beforehand. Sometimes there might be one or two jokes I'll have in my head beforehand, but the whole thing is just sort of like kind of. That's why it might take a little while because it's sort of improv on the spot,
instinctual. So what was the hardest thing? Was it the Game of Thrones videos? Because they were so long.
Yeah.
I feel bad about that. I feel bad about those Game of Thrones videos just because like they're like 45 fucking minutes long, and you did all the editing.
No, that's fine. I still enjoy doing certain parts of that one, like the scene where I think it's your doing some Jon Snow improv. That was fun to do.
Oh, the soap opera.
The soap opera thing,
yeah. I don't want to fuck my mom. I don't want to fuck my aunt. Fuck me. No, like I love. Well, the thing I hate is that I think people don't. Cause the collaboration of it is like sometimes. That's why I like working with you. Is that like, well, it'll be like a double idea, like the Gundam Wing thing. That was like my idea, but you did. I knew you could do, but like you didn't even know Gundam Wing.
No.
And I told you, I was like, there's this funny fucking scene where she gives him a letter to the birthday and he rips it and he puts his finger across her tear and wipes the tear. And it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. And I just told you, I'm like, can you do something with this? And then just the way you did like we hope you don't fuck it up beyond all recognition. And the way they clap. And then we kind of forgot. I mean, holy shit. Like that's... So I have no idea why that's not more of a meme. We kind of figured out. Well, just the Gundam Wing part, that just to add different subtitles to it, to change the context. It like blow. It's
what did he say originally? Is it like "I'll kill you"?
Yeah, he says "I'll kill you," which is funnier than any meme. I mean, don't get me wrong. But no, yeah, it's so great. She's like, "I invite you to my birthday party," rips, and she's like, "But why?" And he goes, "I'll kill you." And it's the funniest thing ever. But you did that, and yeah, I thought that would be the hardest. What was your favorite one to do? Is there one that was enjoyable more than the other ones?
What else was there? There was the...
I never got to ask you. The Good Will Hunting one, the Christopher Nolan one, the How to Get a Girl, the Game of Thrones. I don't think there was too many Private Lessons.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun on the Good Will Hunting one too. Yeah, the Good Will Hunting one I think was probably the one I had the most fun on. Just for the end one end title.
Oh, dude, when you did that, I thought that was another time where I was like, oh fuck, this is it. I'm about to blow up because that end title's too good.
This is what I hate about the YouTube algorithm. Like you put a lot of effort into something and you'll be like, this is great, and this will definitely blow up, and then just it won't. And then like on my channel, there's some videos I put some good effort into.
I know,
and I think are funny, but then they just get no views. But then there's my top viewed video is some shitty meme I made like while I was bored at school once. Dude, it has like 500,000 views. I'm like, why did that one get?
Dude, none of my popular videos are the ones that I like. Like, not a single goddamn one of them. Every single video that's popular on my, except maybe a couple like I'm done with the Alien franchise. Almost every video I've had that's like been multiple hundred, like the Why Rose Doesn't Work video. I fucking hate that video. It's terrible. It's got like 400,000 views, and then all the ones I totally agree. It's the bitch of YouTube. It's the worst part about doing YouTube is that you'll make these things that you put all this effort into, and you know they're good. And you put it on, you're like, well, this is going to be a hit video. This is good. And then, like, yeah, it gets a few thousand. Like the Garden State video, Garden State's a horror movie. I thought that was like, you know, I was like, oh, this is a masterpiece, you know. And I thought the title was great and everything. I'm like, I'm going to get 100,000 views on this easily, you know. And it got like 6,000 views. But then, like, me ranting about Game of Thrones gets, you know, 300,000 views. I'm like, what? You know, and it's just like, no, I hate it about it too, because the quality stuff, and then it discourages you because the stuff you really care about and you think is really good doesn't get the view. And if people saw that stuff, that would help you. But then the stuff that you kind of shitted out is the stuff that does well. So that's why I'm kind of just like, I don't even know what to do anymore. It's like, should I even put, like, I put so much effort into that 70s series, you know? Like, that was a lot of work, and it just didn't do shit. And I'm like, fuck it, I guess I'm just going to do live streams. Just going to do what everyone else does.
I haven't seen it. What's it about?
It's, because I did the series Halloween Rewind, where I do Halloween movies. So then I did 70s Rewind, where I did like 8 videos that are all covering different filmmakers and movies from the 70s. So it's sort of like a 8-part documentary sort of thing where I go through the film history of the 70s. And they're all like mini documentaries, and I worked really hard on them because they have footage.
Did you do like Godfather?
No, I didn't do a lot of obvious ones. I did like more like, you know, I talked about like Robert Altman or like
Hal Ashby.
Hal
I'm looking at them right now.
Hal
They're
Ashby.
Robert Altman made The Player. That's all I can think of.
I just watched that again recently, like a week ago.
I was just thinking about that movie, how there should be like a new version of it, just because the film industry has changed so much with streaming and shit. I'd love to see a new version of that
me
movie.
too. I thought the same thing when I watched it. I was like, man, the idea of this movie is so good. But yeah, you could do a modern version.
I haven't seen it in years. I should watch it.
It's on
again,
HBO.
Like,
I got the Criterion though, but I just watched it on HBO. I watched it in Dead Man in the same day, that Jim Jarmusch movie, because I hadn't seen either one. Yeah, it's this black and white like neo western with Johnny Depp, where
Johnny Depp's in a western. Wow.
Yeah, it's a cool fucking movie. It's he's an accountant and he goes to this town to get a job, and then he doesn't end up getting the job. So then he accidentally kills the rich guy's son, and then all these people are trying to kill him. And he ends up with
neo-western. Does that just mean like a western made outside of like the 60s?
Yeah, it's
yeah, it's just more modern. It's like I would consider No Country for Old Men a neo-western.
Yeah, I would say it's more a postmodern western than even saying neo-western.
Yeah.
It's a postmodern. It's like it's a deconstruction modernist take on a traditional western narrative, but then it also reinvents the western too.
Like
is Back to the Future 3 a western?
It's a classic western in a sense. I would say that. Like it's going back to that age, considering like, yeah, it's going back to a different time with Hill Valley. So given the western setting, it's trying to aim for more of that classical Hollywood western, obviously.
Yeah. You know, that's my biggest issue with it, is that it's not like more like, I wish it was more of, I mean, you know, it's funny too, because I feel like Back to the Future 3's reputation's gotten better in the last few years. I think people like it more than they did back when I was younger, but I wish it was more, I wish it had more of the science fiction of the other two. I wish it had more of like, it does kind of just become a western for a while, because I really like the first like 25 minutes when Marty like gets the DeLorean and then now he goes back. I think that's all great, but but part of the fun of Back to the Future is the like shenanigans with the time travel and all that, and there just isn't as much of that in Back to the Future 3.
I do think like taking the series in a whole, it is kind of a refreshing, kind of slow-paced movie for how much ridiculous shit happened in the part 2.
I agree. That's why I think the reputation's gotten better. I remember for years it was like Back to the Future 3 sucks, was like the attitude, and like 2's great. And now I feel like people have come around and like really like Back to the Future 3, and now I watch it, I'm like, yeah, this is actually a really good movie. And I don't know.
That's how I remember it from my childhood too. Like I felt like Back to the Future 3 was the Temple of Doom of that trilogy.
Me too. Yeah.
Like it's still a good movie, but like compared to the first one and the third one, it's not quite there. but it, now kind of, I guess my mind has changed too. I guess I kind of agree, because I everything people say about it, I like. Yeah, I mean, Back to the Future 2 is pretty cartoony and superficial and silly, and 3 is kind of thoughtful and character based, and it tells a good story.
Yeah, I think Back to the Future 2, it's funny. When I was a kid, Back to the Future 2 I thought was like fucking amazing, and now I watch it and I realized that like the future scenes are like amazing. Like the future stuff's great. That's all like 10 out of 10 Zemeckis stuff. But yeah, actually the rest of the movie, there's a lot of stuff that I thought that it was great when I was a kid, and I watch it now and I'm like everything with Biff at the tower and all that. It's just it is. It's like cheesy, stupid shit. Or even
everything when they go back to the first movie and they redo scenes from the first movie, it felt really fresh and cool. But seeing it now, it's just like it's
it's kind of gimmicky. It doesn't really work. I know.
It's a very good way to put it.
The best stuff is like that, because that's the stuff I remember loving as a kid, is when Marty goes to the future at the beginning, because it's a really cool interpretation of the future, and the shoes and the hoverboards and all that. It's like badass. And now when I watch the movie now, that's still the best part of it, is like the first like 20 minutes of the future.
There's a lot of funny things about that trilogy, because kind of thinking back on it, like how I took it on as a kid, I didn't fully realize that they shot one movie and then they shot a second movie and then they split that into two movies. So most of the things that I attribute to the whole trilogy, like these three movies are like the tropes, like Marty McFly is all his relatives look like himself. The whole thing about the shit happening in Times Square where the bullies chase him around and then he throws Biff into manure. All these things that keep happening, all that started in the second movie and the third movie. And
I know,
I don't know. It's like when I think back on it, I think about it like that's a thing about Back to the Future, and it's like, well, no, they just came up with it for the sequels. It wasn't.
I'll say this: what's happened with me with Back to the Future trilogy, is that flip on the second and third, but more than anything, like it's like every 10 years, I think the first one's just like even better. Like I loved Back to the Future as a kid, but now I watch it and I'm like, God damn, this movie's really fucking good. Like it used to.
Except the Darth Vader shit when he's like, assaulting him with a blow dryer. It's so cringy.
Van Halen. Yeah, I don't disagree, but like, the first.
Yeah, the facial acting.
But the first one, like when I was a kid, I like really liked. I thought it was like a trilogy, and then like getting older, I saw Back to the Future in the theater a couple times, and I got older, and I watch it, and I'm like, man, this is like Empire. Like, this is so good. Like, the emotional part. Like, the final 25 minutes of the first Back to the Future is, like, perfect filmmaking. Like, the pace. Like, when he actually gets on the DeLorean and that lightning goes off and when Doc puts it, like, that's one of the most riveting, like, your heart jumps up scenes in any movie ever made. Like, it really is. And then when he goes back and just, like, it's like, holy shit. And I've just come to, I've like it more now. It's like one of those movies you think when you were a kid, it can't top it. But I actually like Back to the Future a lot more as an adult. I think I appreciate it more. Like going back to meet your parents and all that.
Yeah.
Like that, and the existential parts of it that I probably didn't really get as a kid. It actually has really deep themes about like ageism and how we see our parents. And, that being young isn't a bad thing, like, because like a lot of movies have this like anti-youth sort of thing. And Back to the Future, he goes back and finds out his parents were kids, and that's great. And he grows up by seeing his parents young, which is really interesting. It's weird. The thing that blows my mind about that movie that Zemeckis and Gale did with the script, that blows my mind, because it's a gambit, and nobody ever really did it, and I didn't appreciate it when I was young. They take such a risk with that. They reverse cause and effect in a writing standpoint. Most movies, you have the cause and then you have an effect. It has causality. There's a setup and a payoff. Back to the Future reverses it. The effect of what Marty does starts the cause. So when he goes back, everything's reversed. So if that didn't work, that whole movie would crumble. So the movie makes an argument that like that the past is the future somehow, and that the present is like ever changing. It's like a really interesting like storytelling concept when you think about it. That he actually has to go back to the past to change the later, not that something in the past affects the later, like most stories. In that story, the future is being changed, not the past. Which I don't know if anyone really ever pulled that off like they did before they made that movie. And I think about it, I'm like, man, that's such a risky, like, it's such a crazy idea to even have. Like, you're sitting down, you're writing that movie, and you're like, no, we're going to change the future at the end of this movie. We're not going to, like...
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I never really thought about that because he goes to 1955. He's really not trying to fix his life, but that's kind of what it ends up being. And so he changes his life in the 80s from the 50s. And in most movies, when you go back in time, you're trying to change something that happens then. Like in maybe X-Men Days of Future Past, we're trying to change Mystique from killing somebody, and it's happening right then and there. But yeah, that's a good point. I haven't thought about that.
He's trying to keep it the same, but he ends up improving it. Like, he goes back to just make it the same, but he ends up making life better by going back in time, and it like reverses cause and effect. Like, it's not a cause and effect story, which is traditional storytelling. And I don't know how they even thought of that, to like reverse it and then pull it off at the end, which makes you think about, if you think about like, if you're really deep into like thinking about parallel universes or like multiple lives or anything like that, you know, like it's actually an existential idea about like the son going back and being the father to his father, and thus making his father a man.
Teaching his father to be a man. Yeah, isn't that funny?
Yeah, some of the best time travel films, like the best kinds, really dig deep into existential stuff, even if like the time travel mechanics don't really flow well and might go over a lot of heads. But you know, what matters is like the existentialism. Same with the Terminator, where this common woman who works at this shitty waitress job actually has a life that means more for the future, and that her life is at stake within that film.
Yeah, it's kind of badass at the end of the first Terminator that it's like, I sort of love that, like, the whole movie, it's like a horror film. It's like a John Carpenter horror film with this monster's chasing, and then like the last 5 minutes, you're like, oh, we're about to go in like a badass action movie. Like, that's what it feels like. Like, she looks badass now. She has the picture. She's riding into the store, but you're like, wait a minute. Like, this is fucking cool.
Yeah. I think I love me some Back to the Future as well.
Oh, Back to the Future one, man, is so good.
Oh yeah, I came in fucking late in that movie because I was about to make my way to college, and I rented Back to the Future finally from my city library, and I was just like fucking blown away by it, by just how amazing like the whole adventure is, and you know, getting behind Martin McFly on this. You know, just everything about the movie that's been said time and time again is just fantastic. And I'm actually a fan of part 2, even though it is pretty convoluted. Part 3, I was mixed on when I first saw that as well. But I think the message at the end and how it just ties everything together, like, you know, because there's no DeLorean now, so you can't really make any more movies. But it's also a heartbreaking moment. But the message that comes around really wins me over in that movie.
Yeah, it's actually just kind of a really good trilogy when you look back on all 3 of those movies. Like, and it's like actually better than a lot of trilogies. Because the thing that Zemeckis always that I liked is that he's like better at comedy than Spielberg. He's like Spielberg with a better comedy acumen. Because he did Used Cars and stuff like that. He did these really funny movies before, and like I think Spielberg's the master, but I think like Back to the Future, like Roger Rabbit, and those are like funnier than a lot of Spielberg's movies. Like Zemeckis is better at jokes. He's like, you know,
Yeah,
like,
I agree with that.
That's kind of like his real strength, is he can do all the Spielberg like craft stuff and make a movie look great and pace it and everything. But like, yeah, those movies are really fun. Back to the Future is really fucking funny in a way that like Raiders of the Lost Ark and stuff, Close Encounters just isn't. They're just not as funny.
Yeah.
Like,
I do still. Sorry.
No, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I do still think it's kind of funny, like how he like went into like a phase where he did like these mocap CGI films. Like
I know.
The Polar Express, the Beowulf one, and I think the last one he did was
did that?
Yeah,
I think the last
Christmas Carol. Yeah, Beowulf's
I
fucking
kinda like-
horrible. Yeah.
What a waste of talent, huh?
I kind of like the Christmas Carol one. I remember like that one.
That's the best
Beowulf-
one. That's the best one out of the ones. The other two are fucking horrible.
I think
What's
Beowulf's
Zemeckis done like last? Anybody remember? Like
The
latest?
Witches.
Oh,
There
yeah.
was a adaptation of The Witches that he did for HBO Max.
I forgot
and,
he did that. Yeah, that came and went.
I think a lot of people forgot about that for good reason.
That came out
I
like 3
think
months ago.
I think, and before that one, I think he did a live action film that used some CGI called Welcome to Morrowind with Steve Carell.
Yep, it's in the comp. Yeah,
Because I think.
Oh, that was him as well.
Yeah,
Oh.
he's made, because he kind of had a comeback. He made that movie Flight, and then he made
Yeah.
The Walk, and they both got like really good reviews. And it was like, oh, Zemeckis is back, and then now he's in weird Zemeckis territory again,
Oh god.
where he's just being.
Hey Hans, Hans the
he
rapper, Raptor, not rapper. You were saying you're talking about Back to the Future 3's like moral message at the end, right?
No, that was me. I said that. Yeah, the future's not set what you make for yourself, which I think that's a good message.
Oh, Madcap. That was you were saying that.
Yeah,
you drinking blue milk?
What about the message with one of their
Are you
kids?
drinking blue milk?
One of the kids pointing at their dick. What'd you think about that message?
I got no comment.
I thought that
You
was
remember
pretty
that,
deep.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, Tom Hanks was in that scene.
Oh, was that why? Did anybody see that like as a kid watching that movie? I only saw that on YouTube.
No,
you know, as
I
an
didn't.
adult.
No, I didn't see a lot of things as a kid. Now on YouTube, it's like now it's all I see. Is like
How the fuck does that get on screen? That's what I want to know. So I've worked on certain films like in the post production office, and you look at films with VFX shots, and we look at these films on a movie theater screen every single day. It's called like dailies. You just go in the movie theater and
Yeah.
you look at it, and then the dude points at the screen with a laser pointer, and they go frame by frame. It's like there's too much shadow here. You gotta amplify the highlights here. Every frame of this movie has been hyper analyzed. How did a little kid pointing at his dick get by?
I mean, maybe they wanted that in there for all we know. Maybe
Wait, is this
Zemeckis.
Back to the Future? What's the film? Is this Back to the Future that happened?
Yeah, 3. The kid points at his dick.
Really over the top and obvious, and right in the camera, and it's crazy.
And that kid was
When
me.
was this in the movie?
Just look up Back to the Future pointing at dick. I don't know. That'll probably do it.
Yeah, I gotta look this up. 'cause
I love hearing
I only
someone
saw
typing
part
Back
one
to the
once.
Future, pointing at dick, and you hear him typing it. You hear the keys.
Kid pointing crotch is one.
Oh, yeah,
Google search.
So Terrible Lizard has on his computer private lessons where a 15-year-old boy is seduced by a 30-year-old woman. Madcap has on his computer boy pointing at dick. Like this isn't going well, gentlemen.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the end.
Yeah, this is where we all go down.
But I'll probably excuse that more than penis hair in The Last Airbender. Because that's just like right in your face.
Well, remember
penis hair.
Teen Wolf? Teen Wolf, the guy just pulls his dick out at the end in the last scene when they're all celebrating the basketball game. These Michael J. Fox movies with all this dick stuff. But like, yeah, the team's like celebrating and some guy just whips his dick out. That guy's a champion. That guy's a champion. Yeah, as you do. That's very Ricky Gervais. As you do.
Love Ricky
Hey,
Gervais.
is anybody? I don't know. You guys, you bring it back to the old subject, but does anybody want to talk about WandaVision?
I haven't seen it.
I do. I've seen it.
I've seen like the first 2 episodes. I'm actually intrigued by the premise and like the throwback to so far with the first 2 episodes. It's like 50s television. I'm intrigued, but I don't really have a full opinion because I haven't really watched the other episodes. I know they have come out, but I know that they're alluding to something. But
Yeah, it gets pretty weird later on, and I think it's gonna get weirder.
You've been torturing yourself with the first 2 episodes, and you haven't watched the rest of it. Oh,
well, it's 'cause I had to move to
bad for you.
Columbus, so yeah, I know. I had to move to Columbus, so the first Friday when they came out. That was like before I had to take off.
All right. Well, I'm gonna.
roommates?
All right. I'm gonna have to end the stream here. You guys can still talk and stuff. I gotta get up for work in the morning. I'm not saying you guys have to stop talking here, but. All right.
Okay.
All right. I'm ending this Please Rewind live. Thank you for everyone who's been on. Dan, Madcap, Dan's girlfriend, Slav's girlfriend, Terrible Lizard, Dragon, all these motherfuckers.
Yeah, this was a fun ride.
This is definitely one of the best live streams in a while. I gotta say, this was like big peepee on this one, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone for being on, and yeah, that's what we think of the Justice League trailer.
Well, not much to think, because there's really not much to say. But
there isn't much to talk about the trailer.
I think historically speaking, I think you nailed it on the head. Yeah, I think it's an important film to look at when we're looking at just the fact that Warner Bros. Just gave Zack Snyder just a second go on finishing the movie he never completed himself. So, historical context speaking, I think that's pretty crazy.
All
dismissed.
All right, happy Valentine's Day, guys. Lots of love.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Podcast.
Peace out.